So we can start the show in just 1 or 2 moments from now. And I humbly request each one of you to kindly put your mobile phones on silent mode or vibrating mode. Thank you. We request you to kindly settle down, and if your colleagues or partners also want to join this discussion, which is on future trends in R&D for MedTech sector, so would request you to kindly call them for the show. We shall start in just 1 or 2 minutes from now. Thank you. This session is going to give the critical significance of research and development. India has been working on the policy for R&D and innovation in the MedTech sector, which highlights the commitment of encouraging R&D and a step to create an ecosystem for innovation, which will help India to become a leader in medical devices. One of the key components of the policy plan is to identify mechanisms to strengthen the R&D ecosystem through increased collaboration between industry and academia. So we're going to have key discussions on government to share its current initiatives, vision and future roadmap for R&D in MedTech, academic institutions to share their R&D thrust, ecosystem in the institutions, industry to share R&D imperatives and collaboration opportunities with academia. The session chair for this particular session is Shri Manoj Agarwal, IS, Additional Chief Secretary, Health and Family Welfare Department, Government of Gujarat. We welcome you, sir. We have the session moderator, Shri G.S. Naveen Kumar, IS, Relief Commissioner, Government of Uttar Pradesh. We welcome you, sir. To join from the government panelist, we have Dr. Suchita Markan, Scientist E, Mission in Charge, Medical Device and Diagnostic Mission Secretariat, ICMR. From the regulatory expert, we have Dr. Sarah Macmillan, Country Director, US FDA. We have the industry panelists with us joining Mr. Neeraj Jain, Country Director, PATH, Mr. Gurmeet Chugh, Managing Director, Translumnia Therapeutics, Mr. Shashi Kumar, Managing Director, Phoenix Medical Systems Private Limited, Mr. Hasmukh Rawal, Managing Director, MyLab Discovery Solutions Private Limited, Ms. Neha Rastogi, Founder and COO, Augusta Software Private Limited, and Mr. Sanjeev Pandya, Senior Director, R&D, Boston Scientific. Let's all welcome them with a big round of applause for this wonderful session of today. And I now request the session moderator to steer this particular session. Thank you.
Thank you. I think let's begin with Manoj sir's speech, and we'll move to the questions later.
Good morning. First of all, I welcome all those who are with me on the dais. A tone has been set yesterday with the inaugural session, and today we are going to discuss the future trends in R&D for MedTech sector. Industry academia collaborations. This topic and this subject is so important and so timely for the country as a whole, and in fact for the global health. Recently, all of us faced an pandemic of a very huge scale, in which everything was disrupted all over the world. So we have come out wiser from that, and the more and more focus by the government organizations, the government itself, and along with the industries, and along with the industry definitely the academia, because it is a continuous process and it has to be ensured the interests of all three are matching and coming together. We have to ensure that research and development and innovation in MedTech sector ecosystem for innovation is in place, because innovation, as we all know, is such a continuous process. New things keep on coming, new ideas keep on coming, and we have to create the ecosystem for realizing those ideas, realizing those dreams. Now, as far as India is concerned, and maybe even I'll talk about a bit of Gujarat is concerned, India is a leader in medical devices, and within India, Gujarat is the leader. A large number of medical devices manufacturing companies are here in Gujarat. But the vision is to make India a leader in research and development for MedTech sector, including medical devices, APIs, formulations, etc. There has to be a policy plan to identify mechanism to strengthen the R&D ecosystem through increased collaboration between industry and academia and the government. The past has shown us that there are a large number of success stories available to us. And as we say that history repeats itself, so the success stories teaches us that you can succeed in nearly everything, and we have to move in that direction. We have to ensure the key scientific areas that need to be focused in MedTech R&D. There have to be the regulatory insights. Today we have with us from FDA, a representative, Ms. Cynthia. Then a talent pool has also to be created. So it is the combined responsibility of all three, the government, the industries and academic institutions, to create this talent pool. And this talent pool will take this thing of research in MedTech further. We have to create innovation hubs. Academic institutions often serve as innovation hubs because the students are there, they are young, their minds are fresh. And then interdisciplinary teams collaborate to explore novel ideas and solutions that can lead to the breakthrough medical devices. They have to be validated and tested. Clinical trials have to be done, and an atmosphere for that has to be created through regulatory framework. Sometimes clinical trials could be for a shorter period and sometimes they have to be for a very long time. Ethical considerations also play an important role. At times more and more voices and maybe at times shrills are there as far as ethical considerations are concerned, but everything has to be taken into account. Whenever public says anything regarding ethical standards, ethical methods. So it has to be taken into account. Continuing education is another very important aspect. And we have to ensure that the professionals in the medical device industry, they stay updated on the latest advancements and best practices. Overall, the partnership between academia and the medical device industry fosters innovation, research, and the development of safe and effective technologies that improve patient care. Because at the end of the spectrum is the patient. Everything has to be done keeping the patient in focus. To reduce the difficulty of the patient, to ensure that the preventive, promotive, curative, all aspects of medical care, they reach the patient. And research and development in the MedTech sector, especially the medical devices and pharmaceuticals, will go a long way. With these words, I now request Naveen to take it further.
So thank you, sir, for your keynote address. Probably I was supposed to start with the context setting, then I missed it, so I went for the keynote address. The point is, if you see the stage on right now, you see the government, the academia, and also the industry sitting on the same stage. That is the vision which the government wants to put forth. The togetherness, I think this was, we were always been operating in silos. And this particular forum, whatever we have been sitting today, has given this opportunity to put it in the right perspective. I think that is the beginning, and it's a good beginning. When we talk of the role of government, regulatory, also, sir was talking about how to bring in academia or the schools and create a scientific bent of mind. In fact, when you read about literature, I think there was a very good example of how the vaccine was created. COVID vaccine was created with the help of University of Oxford, which is a global university, and also an Indian company, Serum Institute. That is how the research, the MedTech industry or the pharma industry has been moving. And if you also look at many other examples where the big tech is coming inside MedTech acquisitions. In fact, there are stories where a company called Dexcom is working with Eli Lilly to bring in collaborative structures. I would also point to a different way of how the healthcare is moving. Earlier, healthcare was always in the sanatorium model. If you look at the early stages of healthcare, we had sanatorium model. Then comes the hospital model, and then the ambulatory model. And we have a very strong future of home care. With the coming of home care, we would have more of MedTech coming in. In fact, you would need people to be, and with the emergence of NCD, I think if you look at the disease pattern right now, 60 to 70% of the diseases which would come in the future would be from 4 of these things: your cardiology, cancer, and hypertension and diabetes. These would need continuous care of, healthcare. In fact, you need strong structures to continuously monitor the patients in the long run, which means that MedTech becomes very important part of this growing healthcare system, the growing healthcare continuum. And it is obvious, I am told that the MedTech industry has grown by 37% in the last, reported last CAGR. So which also makes it very important that we should bring a very important dialogue between the government, academia, and industry. And I think no better than ICMR, which is part of government and also interacting with the academia. I think that's how I would look at ICMR being the bridge between the government and the academia. So, Suchita ma'am, I think, so you can start with your presentation.
Thank you, DOP, for giving me this opportunity. I'll request the team to kindly start with my presentation. I have a presentation.
Do you have a presentation? Yeah. Is the presentation on the computer? Somebody has put a presentation.
I think there was some confusion, so now things are sorted. So thank you all. Yeah, thank you DOP for giving me this opportunity, and it's great to be here with you all in the presence of such an august gathering. So without taking much time, I thought that the key takeaway from this panel was also to talk about the key government initiatives which are being taken to strengthen the MedTech ecosystem in the country. And I also have made some thoughts on what should be the way forward, because our MedTech sector has the potential to be global. So what are the key things on which we can deliberate so that from local to global also, that agenda also we can achieve. We all know here in this room that MedTech sector is in our country is highly import dependent, but I would like to draw your attention to the fact that it has huge market potential. It's fourth largest medical device market in Asia after Japan, China and South Korea. The medical device sector in our country is currently valued at 12 billion US dollars as per the Invest India report, but it is poised to be a 50 billion US dollar industry by 2030. It's growing at a CAGR of 15%, as we can see in the other parts of the world wherein the market growth rate is 7% CAGR. So we can see that our sector has huge growth potential, and the way our medical device industry is growing is far at a much faster pace as the world is growing. So this has been clearly realized and seen by the government, and we truly believe that it's the sunrise sector of our country, as was also said by the Honorable Minister yesterday. So as the Honorable Minister said yesterday, that to cater to this sector, it's not only one government agency which has to work together. It is all government agencies which are all working together hand in hand, not only government but government, academia and industry. We all are working together to foster this sector, and we are taking a 360-degree approach to cater to this sector, because it's not only funding which is going to help. We have the right people in on the ground, we truly motivated to make devices for the country. But the way government is handling, we are trying to create appropriate enabling policies. Right infrastructure is being put in place. We are setting up centers of excellence across the country. Madam, yesterday Dr. Aparna told us that lot of initiatives in terms of MedTech parks and other key initiatives regarding infrastructure are being done by the Department of Pharmaceutical. Apart from funding, we are also working to do regulatory streamlining, preclinical and clinical trial support, health technology assessment, and government really wants that some of the success stories if we can create by public procurement, and we can see Make in India innovative technologies also reach the masses. That's our ultimate target, for which we are trying to create the appropriate ecosystem. Now coming to the role of ICMR in the MedTech ecosystem, I would just take few minutes to give you some perspective. One is definitely we are playing a major role in terms of creating enabling policies. We all know in this August gathering that the medical device innovation should be linked with the unmet need identification, and we observe that the doctors in our country cannot work with the startup companies, industries. So how can we break that challenge? So our secretary thought that let's come out with an entrepreneurship policy which will allow medical hospitals, doctors to work and form startup companies like engineers can do. So now we have that policy as a national policy already rolled out, and lot of medical institutes are now developing their own startup policies. So that's a very major and new initiative I wanted to bring to your notice. Then having the Clinical Trial Registry of India, ethical guidelines is AI guidelines, depending upon the requirements of the country, we come out with the right guidelines. Then our role also stands in the case of infrastructure development, particularly for MedTech sector. We have set up centers of excellence for preclinical and clinical studies across the country. We have an ongoing call every year for setting up centers of excellence for MedTech innovation once in a year. So that's how we are trying to foster infrastructure development, particularly for MedTech. These are the funding opportunities we offer, ranging from 2 CR to 20-25 CR, all linked with the national health priorities. We also have some fellowship schemes. ICMR plays a very important role when it comes to evidence-based research and disease surveillance, which we have seen very clearly in terms of COVID. I won't take much time because maybe this comes up around the discussion. We can discuss this further. We do a lot of evidence-based research, which is helpful for the country to develop the right kind of devices, diagnostics. Preclinical and clinical evaluation or validation is one of the core areas of ICMR, in which we are putting in a lot of emphasis. And most of our institutes across the country, nationwide institutes, have the capability to do validation, and we are extended that service to the industries as well. And then health technology assessment, DHR, ICMR is doing the health technology assessment as well, which helps us to take a decision on the cost effectiveness of the device for public procurement. So that's the way wherein ICMR plays a role. These are just the glimpses of ICMR contribution in the past, maybe last 3 to 4 years. These are the kind of guidelines we have put in place to foster MedTech. Then vaccines, I think everybody knows, we generally work to address the public health problems. So we try to develop vaccines to address those challenges. And then some of the diagnostic kits. I've just given representation of the work in the past we have done in terms of diagnostic kits. Diagnostic kit development and validation, we try to cover both. I think it doesn't need any more explanation that Covaxin was the very dedicated effort of ICMR with BBIL, and it was a true example of Make in India product for addressing the public health challenge. And we not only made this vaccine for our country, but for the world. So that's how we've had a very global strategy working with the industry to bring this product globally. This is a very interesting example of the mindset we need to have for our country, because what happens that the medical devices which are imported in our country, we know 80% of them are imported. They can be afforded only by 20% of our population, because 70% of the 1.3 billion population we have in our country is rural health. So we really need to have the Gandhian approach to MedTech innovation. We need to develop frugal technologies but highly robust, validated, state of the art. So that's the key mantra which we keep in mind when we do things. That is clearly exemplified in the times of COVID, when we developed lot of technologies, validated lot of COVID diagnostic technologies, and ultimately we brought down the cost of test for COVID from 1500 to odd 50 rupees, and that too equally robust. So that's the beauty of our country, and we must leverage our strength in that direction. We did a kind of survey and saw that lot of innovations is happening. Government is doing lot of funding, like BIRAC, DBT, other organizations. All of us have done lot of efforts in developing innovations. But why don't we see products coming to the market which are innovative products? Definitely industries are doing their job very well, but we have to look at the startups also, young innovators. So we thought that maybe there are some valleys of death wherein government needs to join hands with the innovators, and we can surpass those valleys of death. So this is the area wherein we identified that maybe till POCs academia can do very well. But how about validation, preclinical, clinical, HTA, and then definitely we need the industry to come on board for scale up. So keeping that in mind, that these valleys of death really need to be crossed, ICMR thought of setting up Medical Device and Diagnostics Mission Secretariat at its headquarters, which I am leading from ICMR headquarters. And our primary mandate is, although we adopt a multi-pronged approach to foster Make in India for the medical device and diagnostics, but the area which I'm showing down on the below portion of the multi-pronged approach is where we are mainly focusing upon. The preclinical, clinical validation, creating enabling policies, and then HTA is what we are trying to concentrate on, so that we can help the entrepreneurs in crossing the valleys of death. we thought that let's do an experiment to set up centers of excellence at IITs in collaboration with medical institutes, because these engineering institutes are bubbling with ideas. They have the startup ecosystem very well developed in these institutes. So why don't we go and talk to them, try to identify the right technologies which have alignment with the national health missions, which can actually help address the problem of bottom of the pyramid. So that's how we thought, let's set up centers of excellence at various IITs. We have 7 odd centers at IITs and multiple such centers at medical institutes across the countries. And these are some examples of the kind of strategic product development which we are fostering through these centers. We go and see the technologies which are aligned with the national health missions, health and wellness centers, Ayushman Bharat, and then give them a support. This is an example, say this is a this is an eye screening device. It's a replacement of slit lamp. This we have also displayed in our exhibition here. This has clear alignment with the National Program for Control of Blindness. So we thought let's validate this technology because it can be deployed at all PHCs, and so that's how we are evaluating this technology. This is a technology with strategic focus with the maternal and child health domain. It's a very small device which can be put below the foot of the baby for monitoring of the vitals of the baby continuously in the ICU settings, or it can also be used in home settings. So this is the kind of few examples we are trying to validate so that we can see if they can be deployed to the public. Another example is handheld X-ray device for TB diagnosis. This is also there in our stall. So this is the kind of interdisciplinary research-based network we are trying to create in the country, and these are the centers which we have already created. The mantra is let medicos, engineers come together, and the machinery for work should be startups. Ultimately, the technologies, when we validate, will be reaching out to big companies to absorb them, because they are the ones who will be able to bring them to the market. So we are working very strategically, very focused. These are some of the centers we have created for doing technology development, some centers for testing of those technologies, particularly the ones being supported under MDMS. These are some of the preclinical research facilities we are trying to create, and the clinical trial network is already there in ICMR's machinery. We are leveraging its strength, and we are also creating some more centers for clinical validation, and for HTA we'll be working with DHR. So this is the kind of ecosystem through ICMR MDMS we are trying to create to do an experiment of few technologies. If it works, we'll scale up. So that's how strategically we are trying to create these kind of centers, looking at the problem statement and working very strategically. The beauty of government is that it's not only for primary healthcare, CHCs and all, not for tertiary healthcare. We also try to reach to the last mile. It was very well exemplified at the time of COVID by virtue of drones. We also tried to take vaccines, devices to northeast regions which were hard to reach through roads. Likewise, we have Lebaik, we have Mission Delhi for looking at the heart issues. We have a mobile stroke care unit for the stroke patients. So we try to go to we don't want that all patients should come to us. We should also create mechanisms of reaching out to the people in need. We always have the mantra of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, wherein we definitely consider that whatever we are doing in India should have a global positioning, and that's how our basic milestone of how we are working is lying on the Sustainable Development Goals, WHO's mandate of universal health coverage. We have our national health policy aligned with that, and now we have national medical device policy which has been developed in sync with the basic principles of achieving the SDGs and national health policy. They are aligned. We then make the right laws, our country. And interestingly, we all know here in the room that national health policy of our country, earlier we would say that we wanted to achieve health for all. Now our government has taken a decision that all policies will have a health component. Now we say that health in all is our policy, that every policy which comes out from our country should have a health component. So that is the value which we give to health. And these are some of the branches and leaves showing the kind of leading initiatives our country has taken so as to address the issues, challenges of our country and foster Make in India for the devices, for the medical device sector. We have schemes for the infrastructure development, very big schemes. I'm sure everybody here knows about PM-ABHIM, the PMJ scheme, wherein we want to provide the insurance coverage to the people. And then regulatory streamlining is there. Earlier we didn't have any rules or regulations for medical devices. Now each and every device in our country is regulated. We have very leading initiatives of Make in India and Startup India for the MedTech sector. And lot of initiatives happening every day maybe. Each month we'll look at new initiatives in the MedTech sector for capacity building and addressing the ecosystem challenges. So we have reached this stage. We have the amazing ecosystem in our country. Now how do we go from local to global? These are some of our thoughts. We now cannot think of humans alone. We need to have a One Health approach. I'm sure everybody in the room will agree that we have seen in the COVID times that humans, animals, ecosystem all have to work as one family. So ICMR is also adopting, government is also adopting a One Health approach. When it comes to health, we also need to look at open sourcing of IP to take away the IP barriers. We have very good regulations in our country, but if we have to be global, we need to have global harmonization of regulations. Lot of problems need to be answered when it comes to a country like ours. So, and our problems are similar to the global problems. So I think all of us need to sit together and look at the global priority setting on how do we prioritize the issues we are facing in terms of MedTech and then address them one by one. We need to do a lot of technology transfer. If we start making all technologies within our country, I think it will be too late. So we need to adopt the best practices of other countries, international best practices, do a lot of technology transfer, bring the best technologies in our country, and that's how having a multi-pronged approach we'll be able to address this issue. And capacity building is definitely required, and whatever capacities we have, if we have to address the problems of the globe, we have to definitely ramp up and scale up our capabilities. That's all from my end. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you, ma'am, for a comprehensive presentation. In fact, I think I think when we started doing the Covaxin trials, nobody wouldn't believe that you could come up with a vaccine in the shortest time. In fact, all the countries in the global arena were fighting to make one vaccine, and I think efforts of ICMR is well known for bringing a vaccine in the shortest span of time. And I think this also given us an opportunity to learn from others. So it is to Dr. Sara to make her presentation now.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Didn't hear you. Good morning, everybody. Morning. All right. Has anybody here had a chance to engage with FDA or another regulatory body? See a few hands. All right. How many here feel that regulators are barriers to innovation? Okay, I see that hand. Well, here today, I'm hoping to change your perspective and tell you about how regulators and harmonized expectations can actually enable innovation. So I wasn't quite sure about the format of this, so I actually have way more slides than I'm going to cover today. But if anybody's interested in talking more or more in depth about some of the work FDA is doing in this area, please feel free to come see us after the session. Myself and my team are here. But I want to talk about a little bit of context setting to really support that argument that regulators and regulatory expectations, when applied consistently, can actually enable innovation. So FDA actually has a product-specific center called the Center for Devices and Radiological Health. And as the name suggests, they actually provide the oversight and the guidance for medical devices and products that emit radiation. I want to talk a little bit also about how we oversee medical devices. In February of 2022, the FDA issued a proposed rule to amend the Device Current Good Manufacturing Practice, or CGMP, requirements of the Quality System Regulation through incorporating by reference an international standard specific for device quality management set by the International Organization for Standardization, or ISO. and that's going to be ISO 13485. How many people are familiar with ISO 13485 in the room? All right, I see way more hands for that, so that's a good sign. When you ask yourself, what international standard setting organizations is FDA involved in, that answer is going to be the International Medical Device Regulator Forum. That's IMDRF. And then we also use third-party information to make regulatory decisions, and we do that through the Medical Device Single Audit Program. I'll get more to that in a minute. So why international harmonization? Why is that so important? We want to highlight that there's benefits to international harmonization for both regulatory and industry stakeholders. The goal of this harmonization is to improve the efficiency and clarity of product development and evaluation process, and to promote and enhance product quality and public health. Ultimately, international harmonization activities result in patients having access to innovative products faster and ensuring products of consistent quality across varied markets. We all remember that during COVID-19, how approvals that were done through FDA's Emergency Use Authorization Program were leveraged to minimize turnaround time for EUAs in other markets. In the next few slides, I'll quickly run through some of our international efforts that we've undertaken in recent years. CDRH's top priority for international harmonization activities is the International Medical Device Regulator Forum, or IMDRF. As a member since its inception in 2011, CDRH has actively worked with international regulators worldwide towards regulatory harmonization and convergence. The mission of IMDRF is to strategically accelerate regulatory convergence. We want to highlight that decisions are made by consensus, not by voting, and working groups are actively tackling strategies for innovative technologies, especially those groups working on artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, personalized medical devices, and software as a medical device. Here are the current members and the various membership tiers of IMDRF. Of interest may be the new category called affiliate membership, of which South Africa is the first member. This membership category is a way for regulators to show commitments to principles of IMDRF without resource-intensive requirements of the other membership tiers, such as hosting meetings. So who here is interested in helping in the process of regulatory convergence? Should be everybody, all right? We all want harmonized expectations. So there's opportunities for industry and not just regulatory stakeholders. So both regulators and industry can comment on proposed documents and participate in the working groups as possible. In addition to these activities, regulators can chair and participate in IMDRF working groups, as well as apply for membership, including affiliate membership. And this is encouraged especially for emerging device regulators to show commitment to the principles of IMDRF and to enter the conversation regarding device regulation in the global arena without more resource-intensive commitments. So I'll move on now to talk briefly about MDSAP. MDSAP was born out of harmonization efforts of IMDRF and uses a global approach to auditing medical device manufacturers. The Medical Device Single Audit Program allows an MDSAP recognized auditing organization to conduct a single regulatory audit of a medical device manufacturer that satisfies the relevant requirements of regulatory authorities participating in the program. So who here thinks that it'd be great just to have one inspection that would meet multiple markets? Okay, good, I see some hands. That's possible, leveraging programs like MDSAP. So MDSAP also has different levels of membership, just like IMDRF, and these are the different levels that can be participated in. Finally, I want to circle back to consensus standards. Another effort that we promote and prioritize is participation in consensus standard programs. Consensus standards are a key component to regulation of medical devices and contribute to public health and safety because they are, shall we say, crowdsourced by experts from all areas of expertise around the globe. They're well suited to drive quality. In addition, standards require far less time than legal or rulemaking approaches. We want to emphasize that appropriate use of consensus standards encourages innovation and competition among product developers by providing a level playing field, while at the same time reducing the burden by harmonizing expectations across multiple regulatory jurisdictions. Consensus standards also lead to a more efficient review process, and all of these advantages promote good regulatory science both in the US and around the world. I'll halt my presentation here. We have a lot of work that's ongoing in the digital health space, in innovation. We do some really great guidances, and I hope to highlight those during the panel discussion. And we're always available to talk more afterwards, but I thought it was important to sort of set the context for how we do and how regulators can actually help with innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sara. I think this is something what we always have to do, right? Cross learnings and building a symbiotic relation. I think one of the things which she also spoke about is consensus guidelines. In fact, if you remember, the National Cancer Grid has a consensus guidelines of treatment. I think very soon probably they'll also come into cancer research. And we need a lot of research coming in those. In fact, most of your the product developers would be from India also. So it needs a very good ecosystem. I would call it an ecosystem to induce more research to come in. I think that's the way forward. With this, I move to my first speaker, Neeraj Jain. I think I worked with him in UP and also with AP. So I have the liberty of changing the question. I was just thinking, is MedTech an elite option? In fact, do we take it as a thing only the elite can access? When I call elite the top or the stratum of the society, or is it for everyone? Can it be democratized? The second question would be from the same thing. Can we make it affordable? I think that's one question when you talk about healthcare, accessible and affordability. So can we have accessible and affordable MedTech solutions for everyone? And I think he has been on the ground for a long time. He knows it. There are gaps in the healthcare system. Can we fill up those gaps using MedTech? That's one of the questions we always ask about when you do an NCD survey. We can't put cardiologists everywhere to look at your ECG. Can we look at solutions which can come from the ground? So over to you.
Thank you, Naveen, and it's an honor being on a panel with you. I know we've been working together for many years. Manoji, thank you so much. I also want to thank you for the hospitality. We have been eating too much. We have been, of course, lots of very strong conversations. I've been here for 3 days now and in the G20 conversations, but Gujarat is just fantastic. So thank you so much for that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, because Gujarat is famous for its hospitality and hundreds and kinds of food varieties.
You need to get me a gym membership now because I've put on a few kilos in the last 3 days.
We'll try to invent something on the reduction of the weight and obesity. Already some new medicines have come out and being used in USA, and maybe they'll spread around the world. So that is again an innovation.
Thank you so much.
But that is in the lighter vein. You may please proceed with the...
Thank you. So, Naveen, to your question, I work for an organization called PATH, and I don't know if you know, PATH means Program for Appropriate Technologies in Health. And we work on health equity. And we've been doing it for 45 years now, so it's a long time. Frankly, to all the innovators out there, all the people working in the MedTech space, I think we must understand we are a large country. We are a lot of people. 1.4 billion is what I'm hearing. And there is no way that we can reach all these people to be able to really provide health and, more importantly, wellness without the use of technology. So MedTech is going to be absolutely critical for that. Are we able to screen population? Are we able to do early diagnosis? At the moment, our health system has mostly, for the last many years, been doing more of therapeutic, where people who are sick, they come to the health system. But how are we thinking about wellness? And that can't happen without technology. Absolutely not. There's a misnomer that technology is for the rich. It's absolutely incorrect. We've seen so many fantastic technologies which have actually been game changers across the world. And I must say, I'm very proud as an Indian that this is all happening now, right here, right in front of us, with so many innovators who are building these technologies which are making impact. I think the thing to remember is that, as the very famous management guru C.K. Prahlad used to say, the fortune at the bottom of the pyramid. There is money because the population size is so large. And we've seen that with many technologies which are being used now on the ground. I mean, if you think about all the point of care diagnostics, if you think about screening technologies which are using artificial intelligence for TB screening, for screening for breast cancer, cervical cancer, these are all happening at our primary healthcare spaces. Now let's think a little bit about digital. I mean, you know, India is going through a digital revolution. I think I want to see hands. How many of you use UPI, money transfer? All of you who don't, I'm surprised because everybody in India uses it. And that's technology. You can transfer 10 rupees and you can do it in 3 seconds, right? So this is technology, this is what technology can do. And with Ayushman Bharat digital mission, what India has created is a platform which anybody can hook onto, which actually brings the whole country together in terms of health records, in terms of health information, and it also ensures, you know, personal information is kept secure, etc. It gives all the innovators the option to actually go into the sandbox, connect into ABDM and get on board. And you, I mean, you were in Andhra when you broke all records. I remember when the ABDM review meetings used to happen, there was Andhra and there was the rest. So and now you're in UP, so you have another job to do there. And sir, Gujarat also, we need to get more people on ABDM. Because the more people that come on to ABDM, all of a sudden you have all the data in one place. So the next pandemic, we should be able to know from ABDM. From the data which is going into the system, we should be able to predict what is the next outbreak, what is the next pathogen, where is it coming from, and really be able to go more on the preventive side. So I think, you know, to your point, for us, for India, for low middle income countries, if you're going to focus on health equity, where we take everybody along, it's not going to happen without technology. So my appeal to all of you out there who are innovators, I know it's difficult to get into the public health system, but the public health system is here. They're telling you that you need to bring it into the public health system. So please focus on that because you are going to make a huge difference if you are able to roll out your technology in our public health system. Thanks. Back to you, sir.
A small observation that Ayushman Bharat, Prime Minister Jan Arogya Yojana, Prime Minister Digital Health Mission, Prime Minister Health Infrastructure Mission, they all, and Prime Minister Health and Wellness Center, these 4 pillars of Ayushman Bharat are changing the health scenario right from the lowest level. Recently, I was with the WHO chief, Dr. Tedros, and he visited Health and Wellness Center, that is the sub-center, and he spent around 1.5 hours, and he was highly impressed. Now that is also under the Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Center. Even telemedicine was available from there to a higher center. And all those who come there, their names are immediately captured in the ABDM. So ABHA card is created and which remains with that particular person. So I think as far as these basic pillars are concerned, we are moving in the right direction, but as shown by the various presentations till now, by ICMR, by Ms. Sara of FDA, we have to move ahead, and definitely today the tone can be set through this session that how exactly we can achieve those strategies. Okay.
Thank you, Neeraj, for. I think we have been having a sound issue from the morning. I could not hear what I am speaking. Back to the topic which Neeraj was speaking. What we also did in Andhra was to bring in a lot of technology. In fact, the cancer screening started with a lot of technology. We tried out. In fact, if you bring in solutions, we were ready to accept solutions. The only challenge which we could think of is bringing value to the ecosystem. And I think that's the most important thing. I think most of you sitting here who should look at how do you bring value to the ecosystem. I think we also would talk about moving from product, making products, then discovering outcomes. I think that's the way forward. I think that is a continuum we should look at innovation. So now moving to Mr. Gurmeet here on the stage. I have two questions for you, Gurmeet. Innovation it's a continuous cycle, right? So you have your product discovery, validation, testing, you keep doing it again and again, right? How do you think the company should engage itself? In fact, you have bigger players, the newer players, and the startups coming into this MedTech. How do you think this entire ecosystem should be created? The second part of the question would be to ask you, how do you think, given that NCD is going to take up the biggest burden in the future, coming future, and cardiovascular diseases would be number one in that NCD pattern, how do you think your own company and others should have a vision for the future? That would be my question.
Thanks a lot. Thank you for the question. So, first of all, before I answer this, I'll just introduce briefly. I'm the founder of Translumina, and it's a company totally dedicated into cardiology implants. And over the last, starting in 2011 and now by 2023, we have some very strong technologies in cardiac, in coronary interventions coming from Translumina. So coming back to the question, before I answer, I think it's a little nostalgic for me because I go back to my 2010 and 2011 where I started the company. I was very lucky that I was in US and I could attend one session of an economist whose name is Edmund Phelps, who got a Nobel Prize in 2006 for economics. And the topic of the session was the future of small enterprises in the era of big multinationals. And one question which I asked him in the session is that when do young companies start innovating? When do young companies start doing R&Ds? Because about budgets and all. And his answer was day zero. And I still remember his, the context. He said, unless small companies and young companies start innovating on day zero, you will become the slave of the market. And the biggest company will decide your cost structures, your pricing, your market patterns, your segmentation, and the way you exist. So continuously you will remain the slave. So the first and the foremost thing is that the young people sitting in this session who are budding entrepreneurs must understand that R&D is inherent to an entrepreneur journey. So for us, when I talk from a perspective of a young company aspiring and now already implemented since last 6-7 years the R&D environment within the company, the most important part I think today, which I feel is the lack of companies to get into partnerships. Here are companies who would like to do all the things themselves, which is impossible in today's era. When I talk about the journey of Translumina, the first few technologies, when I came back and I wanted to start the company in 2011, trust me, I went to all the R&D institutes of the country. And one of the things which I felt, and even today I speak very aggressively in a couple of forums about this, we are overwhelmed in academic institution with patents. We create patents, but those patents, are they seeing the light of the day? Commercialization of the patent is brutal, and we all must understand it. So young boys and girls sitting in these schools where they do R&Ds or they are in academic institution at the age of 25 to 30, they stuck upon a brilliant idea and they think out of a scale of 100, they have reached 70. Now, one must have the humility to understand that you are not at 70, you are at 10. Because when you are commercializing these technologies, the real challenge would come. The second issue, which I see a lot of times with young companies, is the market knowledge. The gaps are existing right there in the market. Now, how do you pick a gap is most important. I'll give you an example. We created an expertise in drug-eluting stents. So there were big companies spending a lot of money in creating distinct technology. We went to the market and saw what are the problems in the market. The problems in the market when we talked to the cardiologists, we went to the hospital, in fact, also interviewed the patients, and we came back to the drawing board, and we felt one of the biggest problem in a drug-eluting stent for delivering a therapy is a polymer which is used. It is not the drug, it is not the implant, it is the polymer. How do we replace this polymer with a better idea? So everybody was using a permanent polymer. We innovated and we partnered with big German Heart Center, University of Bavaria, in fact, also to a couple of other big institutions within the country, and single point agenda. How do we innovate a better polymer? And we did innovate a better polymer. And today I'm proud to say that we as a company represent today a technology, the only technology that exists in the world, where a drug is given as a therapy on a drug-eluting stent without the use of the polymer. So there is the second biggest learning. The second biggest learning is that don't try to overdo everything by yourself and be absolutely targeted in your approach. The more vague you get, we ask companies, what is your R&D budget? They say, oh, we spend 8%, we spend 10%. That's not the question. The question is, how much are you really able to get up? And the last point, I think this is again very important from our perspective. Please begin with end in the mind. If you are innovating a technology which cannot be provided to the patient because of the reason that it's a complex technology to manufacture, it requires a huge timelines. By the time you will launch the technology, it will become very costly. Don't innovate it. Otherwise, they will light as a patent. I'll give you a small example. Nowadays, there is something called TAVR. So the valves, the aortic valves are replaced by this therapy, whereby transcatheter route, they are changing the valves. This therapy, this is a great innovation done in US. This therapy in India is costing 18 lakh rupees, or between 15 to 18 lakh rupees. Today, a surgeon can replace your valve in 1.5 lakh rupees in India. Why would somebody go get this therapy where it is so convenient? The patient can go back the next day home, they just put a cut in your groin, give this valve. But it's unfortunate that we cannot afford it. Now we are working with an Israeli company, and we said, what is the problem of aortic valve? There's a disruption in the flow. Can we do something else? We innovated and we thought, if you just put a flow diffuser in the ascending aorta, which cost something like 40,000 rupees, you can actually give relief to the patient for at least 10 years. So can we, rather than creating another transcatheter aortic valve therapy, can we innovate and create this flow diffuser? So I think for Indian companies, the message is loud and clear. Instead of spending R&D in the areas which is not your expertise and core competence, go in the areas, please understand the market well, see the gaps, and deliver in the gaps. That's I think, the mantra I would like to give it to the people.
I think the words are pretty clear that innovation is the future. I think that's one thing which we should always look at. In fact, I have two examples of how the robotic surgery, I think there's this Da Vinci machine, which is very famous for robotic surgery, but there is a team of doctors and engineers in Gurugram creating a similar setup. I was also told a story about how gamers were used, gamification was used to solve a problem, which is, I think it was something related with HIV, where this problem would have taken 2-3 years to solve, but hundreds of gamers came together and they were able to do it in a couple of days. So I think we should look beyond our reach. I think when you look for a polymer, there could have been the gamers could have done the polymer for you, right? So that's one of the things which we would look at. Now moving to Mr. Shashi Kumar.
Just before Mr. Sashi starts, sorry, I'll just interrupt. A very good example before all of us is regarding the development of COVID vaccine. See, earlier, how much time it used to take to develop a vaccine? It used to be in many, many years. Sometimes 15, 20 years, 10 years, 12 years. Now when the whole world came together and started working, I think within how many months? It was in less than an year that a COVID vaccine, and it happened one after another. It was not only that one particular company came out with the COVID vaccine. Large number of companies could come out, and many of them very successfully were adopted by the society. So that is the power now the world has got, and I think it has to be leveraged in all spheres, including medical devices, research, etc. So now, Mr. Sashi Kumar, I'll request you to give your very brief 2-3 lines introduction and then start.
Let me ask my question to him, because he also comes from Madras. We also share a couple of professors together. In fact, he comes from, in fact, we both have a professor who was an engineer and also a doctor. So I always used to wonder how can a professor would have been a doctor and also an engineer. So he is also the one who created the Pneumo, which is the smallest and the fastest made ventilator. So given this question, I think how do we go about doing the product discovery? I think that is one of the questions, design thinking. And how do you think that, in fact, you also come from associated with IIT Madras, and IIT Madras is one of those institutions which has research park also. And if you look at IIT Kharagpur is coming with a medical college within the campus, and I think probably IIT Delhi is also looking at it, and most of the IIT Bombay also has a digital health center. How do we look at creating this symbiotic relationship between the medical fraternity and also the engineering capabilities of this country to create better MedTech products? That is the question for you, Sashi.
Yeah, thank you. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Sashi Kumar, Managing Director of Phoenix Medical Systems. And just like what all the youngsters here, I started off this company way back in '89. And that was possible because I went to a hospital to look at what was going on in a neonatal unit. And I found that a lot of babies were needing warmth, and they were all, not having not having that system which was required for it. There were so many systems in the hospital, but none of them working because most of them were imported. So the purpose was there to see that something is made in India for those babies. And I think that's very, very important. Anything and everything starts off with a purpose. So similarly, when a ventilator was needed, and that was needed, need of the hour. Everyone knew that ventilator was a requirement when the COVID started, and that I'm talking about the first phase of COVID. So at that time, everyone was looking around. Everyone, I'm sure that every one of us was looking around to make something, do something, because everyone was available. Time was available to do something about it. So what was that different which made us do this ventilator 100 days? So what happened was, during that particular time, there were a lot of people trying to ask us to do this because we had the background of the knowledge which is needed to make a ventilator, starting from how the systems work inside a ventilator and so on. We knew, but we didn't make a ventilator. We had a CPAP, which is made for newborn babies. So from there, of course, one of the key things is we know the demand, but we also needed something called as somebody pushing us to see that it is done. And that's the time when Andhra Pradesh Medical Technology Zone came, headed by Dr. Jitendra Sharma, came back and said that if you can make a ventilator, I'm giving you a purchase order. That is fantastic, but that's the starting. Unless and until somebody puts some money behind you, it's impossible to start off innovation. So that was one very important, milestone for us. And we looked around. There were so many technologies available at that time. I'm sure most of you know that the easiest was to make a bag and mask to just pump. That was not a ventilator. Everyone was confused. So lots of people, including those who came because of Tamil Nadu government, so many companies, the automobile companies came to us. One was Ashok Leyland and another was Ford, coming to us and telling, okay, it's simple. Let's make a bag and then just pump it. That's what is a ventilator. Of course not. So it took us a lot of time to first put onto the drawing board what the specifications are, and of course assemble a team. When I say a team, one member for everything. Assembling a team for understanding the specification, understanding regulatory requirements, beginning itself. And a good design team who understands mechanical, electromechanical and so on. And of course the dedication. The total team stayed in the R&D facility for 100 days. That's how it happened. It can't happen otherwise. And everyone was tuned to regulatory system. So safety was primary. So when you do the safety as a primary thing for whenever you're starting off something, then you will certainly hit the target properly because you've taken care of safety from the day one, not at the day last. Okay, so that's one very important thing which we did. And of course, because of that, we did a lot of redundancy inside the system, and we could easily get on to regulatory C marking very quickly. We were the only one who got the regulatory C marking for a product developed very quickly. So this is one thing which happened. Of course, as what Naveen has asked on the collaboration between institutions, that is engineering institutions and like IITs and hospitals, I think that's very, very, very important because if I started my career, it's because of our hospital. An engineer going into hospital and started off. So if you have hospital and the engineering together, it definitely brings out quite a lot of innovation. And to that example where we have doctors being an engineer too, it's fantastic because you know what's possible and what is needed for the clinical side, and that's what the marriage is all about. And if you are sitting inside your room and thinking about the problem outside, it'll never come out because you will innovate something which may not be required by the hospitals. And another key thing as far as the innovations are concerned, which is pretty critical, we have worked with quite a lot of innovations in assistive technology also. One of the things which happens for innovation is the amount of time you're able to iterate. That means you did a design, you went back, you checked whether the design is okay with the clinical trial, changed, came back, changed, came back, changed, came back. This has to happen before you put the product into the market. This is one major mistake which happens because you think everything I know, I've done it, it will work well. Never. You have to put it into the, into the field, look at it, and iterate many times, and that the product comes out very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sashi. And now we have with us Mr. Ashmukh. In fact, I like his company's name, which says My Lab Discovery Solutions. In fact, it puts everything into order. In fact, the discussion which we are having today is ideas, solutions. I think that's how I think it's a beautiful name you got there. I want to ask you two questions. The one would be, how do you think that Indian companies, when you look at Indian companies, how do they catch up with the regulatory framework of other international countries? That's one thing which probably you had faced it or challenged it. And what is that you want to tell your colleagues, I think the junior colleagues who are coming into that system of discovering solutions, right? And then the second point would be, how do we as a country opened up post-COVID in terms of, liberalizing our ecosystems and, more engaging with, industry to, make it more friendly. So what is your take on it?
Sure, Navinji. Thank you so much for the questions. I would like to introduce myself. I am Hasmukh Rawal, co-founder and managing director with MyLab. We were the early company which has built the first RT-PCR test for COVID, and then again eventually we launched automation, first antigen test and first home test COVID self as well. So of course there are a lot of things which we have learned, and maybe before that, before we started a journey as a manufacturer, there were many things which we needed to learn. We are talking about year 2012-13 where the Drug and Cosmetic Act 1940 was still followed for most of the approvals, and which was very old one, and there were no new guidelines. And for us also, to how to build a facility, how to start a setup, what kind of infrastructure requirements are needed for a medical device IVD company, which is not as equivalent to maybe a implantable medical device. So there are many things which we needed guidance as well. But as we know that the law that time followed was the 1941s, where drugs and medical device were considered similar, though unlike they have a different activities. So there's a lot of learning which we needed to do in order to understand what kind of manufacturing facilities and setups are required. But I think the government has moved very fast from there. We have got a MDR, Medical Device Regulation 2017, which was implemented from 2018 from the government, of course, which was a first move where there was a separate mention of a medical device. Now also there is a act which is in discussion. One thing which I would definitely like to request, of course, to both of you as well and to the government as well, that medical device has to be looked as a separate area. We are talking about, Suchita madam just spoke about $50 billion industry in next 10 years. That's only for India. If we are taking it at a global level, we are talking at a huge revenue only from one industry if we just make it right. We are still 80% import dependent. We need a lot of attention on this area, and maybe a right handholding from the government from the beginning for all the manufacturers of how much to invest and how much not to invest, how much trials are needed and how much trials are not needed, how much things they are must to do and what overdoing things should not be done. So I think that kind of guidance from the government for the new manufacturers are must needed. On terms of R&D, I think from COVID-19, many things have changed. Maybe I'll just give you scenarios where before COVID-19, we as Indian manufacturers were not looked so comfortable by most of our users as well. Of course, there are US-based companies, Europe-based companies which are doing pretty well, but there was an opportunity for Indian players as well. What COVID-19 has proved that Indian companies can also do and serve better. If you've seen that we have built a testing solution for ourselves, we have built treatment like Ramdesivir made in India, and we had vaccines also made in India. So right from detection, treatment and prevention, all of these three activities were done by our country self-sufficiently. So what I understand is now it's a time for Indian innovators to bring R&D efforts and bring more and more solutions for the globe. What two advice or two requests what I would still have is, one is the way we have production linked incentive for medical device companies, we should also have a research linked incentive for the companies so that more and more innovations are promoted. We are still talking about 80% import in medical device. If you see last 75 years from our 77 years from our independence, we are the drug provider to the world. We make the pharmacies. We are the largest pharmacy producers. We are the largest vaccine manufacturers of the world. But in medical device, we are still the major importer. And the time will only change when more and more R&D is promoted around this. So a research-linked incentive to remove the import dependency is one idea. Secondly, the way, for example, company like us have invested in R&D heavily. We have 250 people at least working from multiple disciplines only on R&D and building medical devices. So we have a huge infrastructure. We develop products. We go to the government. We give them an idea. I think it's a time where government also can come and tell us that, look, we have this problem. We need to build this, and we want to give this project or R&D to you. Because these kind of capabilities are now with many companies, and I think it's an opportunity where government, academia, and private people work together on the problems which are faced by the masses. So I think it's a time where we all have to work and make sure that the R&D brings more and more innovation and promotion for the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashmuk. I think you hit the nail. Calling it MedTech is very important. I also strongly believe. In fact, under ABDM, I was always requesting the last CEO that he puts up a MedTech unit within the NHA, National Health Authority, to give a lot of scope for research and development, because NHA also has a lot of data with it in terms of insurance give-outs and also the insurance payouts and also the data which is accumulating in terms of ABDM. So that's the scope which we look at. We also have with us Ms. Neha Rastogi, who has also created the smallest ECG mission, right? It's smallest ECG mission. I remember when Sashi was talking about creating MedTech products, we also have to have a need finding. I think that's the stage one of creating a product, and then you go for a product concept, and then you validate and you test it. So how did you go about doing your the product which you created? And the second question would be, how do you think this ecosystem should also talk to other people? I think one of the challenges which when a startup comes in is they need resources which is expensive. For example, you need a doctor or medical fraternity. And I think we also talked about team building, right? So when you might have an engineer, you might have a coder, but you might not have a design thinker. Can we create a system of shared resources? I think that's what we look at. How do we create a system of shared resources among the communities to talk to and share these resources and quickly innovate on them? So what is your take on it?
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Naveen. To introduce myself, my name is Neha Rastogi, and I'm one of the founders of Agatsa. Agatsa has built, innovated world's smallest ECG device, which does 12-lead ECG just by touch. So no leads and no wires are required. So definitely when you are innovating a new technology, a lot of challenges are there, and you start from scratch. You only know the problem, and you only know the solution that you aspire for. And then the whole journey is full of challenges. And when we started, we were clear that if we have to create a device which is as small that it can be carried in a pocket, and anybody can do his ECG in the time of any symptoms like chest pain or anything, it has to be very easy to use, and it has to be connected, because the time when we started, internet was getting penetrated in the country, and the affordable smartphones were getting launched. So definitely we had to make them connected. And the challenges were huge, because India is not known for electronics manufacturing per se. And we have to see towards China for everything, you know, for small components to PCB manufacturing to even the designing part and everything. So obviously, coming to your next question, you know, team building and finding the right resources in India so that we can make the product affordable and convenient to use, and also validated, you know, so that it is accurate and, you know, it is doing the job it is actually made for. I would like to mention, because there's a lot of talks going around regulatory framework around medical devices. And although the medical devices policy has been launched, medical devices has been categorized as a separate entity than pharma. But to be honest, in India, there's still a huge gap. And you know, when we have done our validations, we have done our trials, we actually have taken the Indian regulations, the certifications and everything. But still, when we go towards, you know, any hospital or any buyer, even governments, they want to do the trial themselves. They don't believe the Indian regulatory certifications, and that's where the harmonized regulatory framework needs to be in place, because we have created something which the world needs. You know, when a pandemic arrived, everyone was in a jiffy, and, you know, the vaccine was created. The pulse oximeters were imported because there were no pulse oximeters in India. They were not getting manufactured in India. Nobody had thought that India would need pulse oximeters, and they were actually getting imported. But I would like to mention that cardiac diseases, cardiovascular diseases have already been an epidemic since a long time. And we have to look, the government has to put its focus towards those areas where, you know, such devices have to be in place, and the regulatory framework has to be such that it has to be accepted, not just in India but also globally. So that once there is a certification, then definitely no more validations are required. Coming to your next question, definitely shared resources very much required, because as I said, India is not known for electronics manufacturing, and when you're creating a medical device which is a piece of electronics, it has a software running on it, it has a lot of other components, and, you know, definitely we want to include AI and every new technology, because in the coming times it has to be connected, it has to be intelligent enough for the normal people to use it and to understand it. So definitely I think in this direction, AMTZ is a very good initiative where they have created some shared resources, some shared pieces of, you know, ecosystem under one roof. And definitely, you know, the industry, the government, everyone has to come together to identify that, you know, medical devices are needed in India, they are getting innovated in India, and they will solve real problems, the real problems which actually India is facing already. And yeah, I think that's what we need, and we are moving in the right direction, but still a long way to go.
Thank you, Neha.
Go to our next speaker. So, very small but very, very important statistical fact. In India, our expenditure as far as health and medical sector is concerned, and maybe in many other countries also, if we compare it with the developed countries, so in developed countries, at times it is in double digits. It is as high as 11, 12, 13% of the GDP that is spent on the health sector. In India, we are still close to 1.5%. And if you look at in a slightly different way, that what is the percentage of budget which is given to the health sector. So again, various think tanks, including Niti Aayog, it suggests that it should be at least 8% of the budget, state budget. So many states are still nowhere close to that figure. So I think, as mentioned by Neha, that more and more finances, more and more budget should be allocated, resources should be allocated. That is very correct. And all the states in the country, when we are discussing so much about the research, we are developing medical devices, APIs, formulations. So we have to spend more and more and provide the health, accessible health, cheaper health, reliable health to the people.
Before I move to Mr. Sanjeev, I think I wanted to add something to what Manoj sir was speaking. I think when I was in AP, we were able to move this, the expenditure closer to 8. It was 7.6, which I clearly remember. And then when I moved out of AP, it was only 6 super specialists were not available in the entire public healthcare system. I think that's one of the things which we did. We started paying out in excess of their regular salaries. In fact, the payouts were as close as 5 lakhs, 3 to 5 lakhs for people to be, located in far off places to serve the community. I think that's most important thing, sir. As you speak about the expenditure on healthcare should increase. That's also, it's also a way why MedTech companies would be, attracted to come in. That's when I talk about, I think I spoke about value creation. The government should also create value creation by putting its money there. I think when we talk about infrastructure, we put a lot of funds there to create assets. I think this is one of those things which you should also look at. Moving to Sanjeev, I think he has put in about 20 years in Boston Scientific, and I'm told it is one of those institutions where people don't move out. What do you think that when I also spoke about shared resources, right, with Neha. What do you think that, what should be an ecosystem within the company or the culture within the company which should promote innovation and R&D and also retains people? I think that's one of the challenges which MedTech faces. When you grow up, because of the shortages, I think I'm told that there's a lot of poaching which happens quite often, right? So how do you look at it? And IP issues, I think that's one of the things which are very serious. When the poaching happens, IP issues are also there. And what do you think that you also been in Minnesota and also been in Gurgaon, I think 2 different landscapes. What do you think is the continuum between them? And what do you think is the difference between them? I think that's a question for you.
Is it on? Is it on? Okay, all right. So I can probably go on for 10 minutes on the topic, but I'll keep it short. So the first question about the company and the innovation within the company, what are the things that need to happen? Boston Scientific has some core values, and one of them is meaningful innovation. So innovation for the innovation's sake is not good, right? What you want is you want to fill the gaps, fill the unmet needs in the industry, and you want to make sure that you're solving a problem that needs to be solved, not just solution that is looking for a problem. So the company's culture is basically built around that, and what we do is engage early, engage the customer base, and make sure that we are doing a very good job of identifying user needs, and then ideate and innovate, and then do product development. So overall, the company's innovation engine is kind of built around that. Now, the difference between what I've seen in in the US, where I've spent most of my time, except for the last 5 years when I've been associated with the India office. It's a challenge and it's also a benefit, right? India and the innovation that happens here in the scarcity of resources that we've seen, the jugaad and the positive connotation is what I mean here. is basically innovation in itself. Innovation does not happen only in the lab. Innovation happens on the street. Innovation happens in business model. Innovation happens in all kinds of areas where you're trying to work with limited resources but do a lot more. So the dollar that you have in the US kind of stretches a lot more when it's in India, not necessarily because the cost is lower, but because of that innovation mindset that gets added on top of what is innovation in a traditional sense. That's the biggest difference that I've seen. And that is what I think we as an industry in India need to do more. I think it was Gurmit earlier who talked about this, is that although funding, incentives, all of that in the policy area is important, what we need to find is areas where India has strengths and kind of accelerate those. So having a ecosystem of incubators, accelerators, how do we treat startups? How do we provide mentorship? How do we leverage companies like Boston Scientific? There are plenty of other bigger players in the country. How do we leverage their presence and form a collaboration between the industry to kind of solve those problems commonly? Thank you.
It's over to the chair to conclude the remarks. I think we are on time, so we'll finish this.
I think I have to thank all the panelists and speakers, Sara and Suchita also, for making very insightful and focused presentations. And of course, Mr. Gurmeet, Mr. Neeraj, Hasmukh, Sashi, Neha, Sanjeev. And a lot of inputs have been given. And all those who are present, maybe they'll take away something. And of course, the policy makers also will be able to get a lot out of this session. As explained by ICMR and FDA, the regulatory framework, the quality of the devices, they play a very important role. Now, time and again, it is being, I have been told by many, those who are involved in the medical sector, that the medical devices have to be brought out from the Drug and Cosmetics Act. So that is one important takeaway from the session. And already I think we are moving in that direction. And very soon some concrete decision will be taken. As told by Neeraj, there is a lot of innovation in breast cancer, cervical cancer, so that it can be taken to the doorstep. It can be taken to the far-flung areas. And the artificial intelligence, which has to be used for the benefit of the people in the primary, secondary and tertiary institutes. Mr. Gurmeet also talked about the innovation from day zero. That's so correct for the startups, because innovation is the key for all research and development, and a continuous focus on that is very important. Collaboration between hospital and IIT was talked about by Mr. Sashi Kumar. Definitely, this was one of the main focus points of the discussion, that how the industry and academia has to cooperate continuously. Hasmukh talked about how the home-based COVID was developed during the COVID period in a very, very short time. And a lot of things were done by his company initially. Neha talked about the small ECG, which was also created through a teamwork. So teamwork, team building, resource availability and regulatory regime, they are so important. And then Mr. Sanjeev Pandya talked about the research and development. So all in all, I think we have a very fruitful discussion. I'll also thank our moderator Naveen Kumar, who could raise very important questions before the speakers, and speakers came out with they tried to come out with the solutions and what they have done till now. So with these words, I think we have reached the end of the session. Thank you very much to all the participants, and thank you all those who have joined us. And I think we are all a bit richer today. Thank you.
And I think before we conclude, also thanks Mr. Manoj Agarwal. I think it was excellent, your comments and the way you summarized. Mr. Naveen Kumar, excellent moderation. You spent quite a lot of time in drafting these questions, so thank you for that.
Thank you very much, the session chair and the moderator. I request all of you to kindly step forward for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to kindly assemble for a group photograph. We would also like to recognize their presence, and as a mark of gesture, we would like to give away the mementos to all the speakers, session chair, moderator. I request moderator sir to kindly hand over the... Okay. I'll request Saurabh Shekhawat from FICCI Delhi to kindly hand over the mementos to moderator sir, session chair, and all the panelists. Thank you very much. And can we have a big round of applause for all the speakers and the panelists over here? Thank you. We are now moving towards the future trends in skill development in MedTech sector. In current scenario, India lags behind in terms of density of healthcare professionals and skilled manpower in manufacturing as compared to other developed countries in this space. India has approximately 541 medical colleges and variety of nursing programs in the country. Yet, there is an opportunity to standardize learning to elevate the quality of healthcare delivery in the country. Similarly, there is a need to accelerate addition of skilling and reskilling programs for technicians and assistants in MedTech ecosystem. Healthcare Sector Skills Council is actively taking up trainings in this field, and in near future, the NIPERS will play an important role in filling the skilled manpower gap. However, there is a need to emphasize on adherence to quality management systems and compliance standards, as well as quality engineering, which includes knowledge base around statistics, data management, technical writing skills that are important when firms strive for other country FDA certifications. There is also a need for more courses around biomedical engineering and biotechnology. The key outcomes of the session will be mapping the gaps and building a future-ready workforce, industry, government, academia collaboration for the skill development programs, policy intervention for industry-led skilling programs and certifications. We just wait for 2 minutes and then we shall invite our session chair, session moderators, government panelists and the industry veterans. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall commence this session. And for the same, as a session chair, we'll like to invite on stage Ms. Sonal Mishra, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurs. Welcome, Madam. We also would like to welcome on stage session moderator, Dr. Pavindir Lal, Head of Surgery Department and Chairman of Division of Minimal Access Surgery, Maulana Azad Medical College. From government panelists, we have Professor Shailendra Saraf, Director, National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Naipur, Ahmedabad. And from industry, we have Mr. Ashish Jain, CEO, Healthcare Sector Skill Council, Mr. Abhirup Gandhi, Co-founder and COO, Enlighten AI, Dr. Ambut Chaturvedi, Director and Head Professional Education, J&J MedTech India, Mr. Prateek Tiwari, Senior Director, Neurosciences and Specialty Business, Medtronic, Mr. Thomas John, Managing Director, Agape Diagnostics Limited, and Mr. Sunil Khurana, CEO and MD, BPL Medical Technologies. Let's extend a very warm welcome and a big round of applause for all the speakers. And now I humbly request the moderator, Dr. Pavindir Lal, to take over. Thank you.
A very good morning to everyone, and pleased to have a grand panel this morning discussing on the future trends in skill development in the MedTech sector. As we all know that India is a vast country with more than 700 medical colleges and health institutions which are delivering healthcare with the help of equal and large number of private institutions backed by industry to provide optimum healthcare to the country. But in this situation, it is important as well to ensure that the skilled manpower, both in the medical and in the paramedical sector, remains abreast with the latest technologies that are being used, with their usage, and the advantage of skills is percolated to the last man. To set the ball rolling, I'll request the session chair, Ms. Sonal Mishra, who is Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Skill Development, to give her opening remarks, please. Ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. It's a great honor and privilege to be chairing the session here on future trends and skill development in MedTech sector. So medicine and technology, I think, is the need of the hour. Possibly we all were much aware of it, but maybe because of COVID and post-pandemic, the whole of the globe has started taking a view on this, and the requirement has started resonating not only in India but globally. So I think we would have 5 minutes to say something, like
Yes,
how do you wish?
couple of minutes,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
So maybe yes. So I would be wanting the way maybe is like there are different set of skill sets or the job roles or the collaborations or the innovations or the researches which we may be talking about. One can be the bottom of the pyramid, how we have the new technology, the AI, the advent of innovations, the advent of cross-sectional discussion coming up at the bottom of the pyramid, which would lead to the larger section of the society. The predominant, which is the, I would say, the future trends. Again, how do we look at the future trend? Future trend can be the niche area, the area which may be limited to certain very selected or precise or more personalized way of looking at the medical and the innovation, or the medical and the technology. So that can be one way of, or maybe a bigger way of handling or taking forward the discussion. But I think I would be keenly interested in hearing the industry, what the industry partners have to say, how the industry wishes to collaborate with the academicians, what kind of changes or innovation or maybe curation they are expecting in the curriculum, what kind of skill sets are being looked at. Because what we understand, like I am not a doctor, what we understand, like there is something like something at a very high level is the doctor, but many a times as a common man, as a citizen, my job is done by the technician. My things are taken care by the paramedic. So that is a bigger chunk, and that is where, when I say the bottom of the pyramid or the major portion of the pyramid is being dealt by this skill set with the public at large. So how the future of skills or the future of work or the future of technology is handling this major portion is what I would be keenly interested in finding out. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll just quickly come to the podium, and if I can have the first slide, which I had just prepared to give a little overview of the way in which we perceive skills. So this is the institution from where I come, which is Maulana Azad Medical College in New Delhi, and we got the opportunity to make one of the first skill center in India in any medical institution to train both the doctors and the paramedical staff that work in our hospital. And this was also the center which trained all the doctors and paramedics for the Commonwealth Games in 2010 in Delhi. And I'm very happy to say that we also won the FICCI Healthcare Awards for 2014 when they were held. So before I come to my eminent panelists, I would like to start with Mr. Ashish Jain, who is CEO of the Healthcare Sector Skill Council. Could you please apprise apprise us of the way in which your institution is taking a lead to strengthen skills development in the country as a whole from the perspective of the technology that we work with.
Thank you, Dr. Lal. As I represent the organization called Healthcare Sector Skill Council, which works under the ambit of the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. So we are one of the functional arms for the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship to see what Sonal ma'am just said about looking at different skill sets, how can we help create those skill sets which are required by the industry today. So our process starts from identification of the needs of the industry, what are the skill sets which are required and desired. We work very, very closely with all the MedTech partners which are sitting here as well. We are in close touch with them to understand what would be their needs today and going in future as well. That is one. Based on that, we then create programs, training programs, curriculums which the people can be trained for that. What has happened within the Ministry of Skill Development and the sector skill eco-space today, there's an entire ecosystem has been now created where skilling can happen for any of the areas, any of the economic areas for the country. We work on the healthcare sector. We have the institutions where we have the hospitals, the MedTech companies, both from private sector and the public sector, which works with us to train today. MAMC is one of the centers, and AIMS Delhi is another one which works very, very closely with us. As you rightly pointed out, I think MAMC was the first institution which set up the skill lab in the country in that sense. I think we started from there. MAMC was one of the founding members for Healthcare Sector Skill Council. And I'm saying this, that the envision of the entire ecosystem was created in a manner that industry participation was kept as the central theme for this. So whatever is required by industry could be created through this mechanism, through this platform. So Sector Skill Council, Healthcare Sector Skill Council is a platform where industry brings in their requirement. We are backed by the government where we can create qualifications and get them the sovereign backing for those qualifications, and those becomes qualification and people can be trained and certified on that. We also work directly with the industry for programs which they have, internal programs which are there, which are not qualifications right now, but small CME kind of programs which are required to train for doctors, nurses and paramedics, etc., which can be added to them. We also are trying to see under the new National Education Policy 2020, which was launched, we are trying to see how we integrate government, industry and academia, how we bring all three of them together. Like say, for example, in one of the earlier conferences, we were discussing how can we actually add electives to biotechnical engineering graduates. We heard from the medical device sector that there's no specific program for medical device industry right now, and there's no provision for creating the medical devices professionals in the country. So we deliberated on it. Can electives be added to the biotechnical engineering itself so that you get a ready pool of those engineers which are required for the medical device sector? So that's one of the things which we are working. As you know that we have the new policy NMDP which has come up in 2023, which also talks about the human resource development, where the Ministry of Skill Development and the Department of Pharmaceutical is working very closely to see how we will meet the requirement going forward. So we have seen a lot of progress happening right now in the medical devices. We have PLI which has come in, which is supporting manufacturing. We have medical devices parks which are coming in, where a lot of manufacturing would come in, which will require a lot of, we can bring in equipment, but how and who will work on those equipments? We need to train people. Any MedTech company would require a lot of trained manpower, trained workforce, starting from the lowest, the lowest of the what we call bottom of pyramid to highest technologies. What we look at different categories which are identified in the NMDP today, we are largely in the category C and D. How do we move up the chain now to category A and B also in the country, so that we see that more and more RNA research happens in country, and we can start developing more and more equipments within the country today. As we are all aware, most of the medical equipments are imported. It's very small, which has been being manufactured in India. I was visiting the exhibition. I could see many Indian manufacturers today are being exhibiting their products there, so which is a welcome step, and which really good to see that so many Indian manufacturers are now coming up and setting up their own facilities in India. So if they have to set up the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and we are working together with DOP to see how we support them to make in India, how do we make India as an Atmanirbhar Bharat. So that's the idea and that's what we work on. And I think we can dwell on in more details later on. So thank you.
Thank you, Ashish. As you know, we'll like to, kind of engage with the panel in 3 rounds. In the first round, I'd like them to tell their current perspectives about what they're doing and how they visualize skills development. In the second round, we'll talk about the challenges which they feel they're facing in their sector. And in the third round, we'll talk about the solutions that we can propose to the government, especially with Madam being here. A lot can go to the government through this panel. So, Dr. Shailendra Saraf, you are director of NIPER at Ahmedabad, and there are 7 NIPERs in the country. How do you see yourself contributing to the challenge of skill development in the country?
So, thank you very much. I'm representing system of NIPERs, and presently I'm director of NIPER Ahmedabad and additional charge of NIPER Hyderabad also. So, to those who are not aware about the NIPER system, this system was established, started in way back in 1998 when NIPER Mohali was established. Later in 2007, 6 more NIPERs were established. And the very purpose of the establishing of the NIPERs was to cater the needs of the industry with industrial thrust. And with the new NIPERs, the real journey was started after 2016, and precisely in last 3 years, all the NIPERs are now, we can say, in good shape. They have well developed infrastructure, manpower, and connect with the industry as well. As far as this NIPER system is concerned, so we have roughly produced 8,000 leaders who have filled the vacuum of the top cone of the, we can say, hierarchy, and all our leaders, we are producing leaders. And as far as the skill development is concerned, so we are offering 17 specialization across the NIPERs. And if we specifically talk, so this was the vision of the Department of Pharmaceuticals way back in 2012, then first of its kind master's course in medical devices was started with NIPER Ahmedabad. And we have so far produced roughly 100 leaders. At the same time, we are also training a lot of industry people for the medical devices. As far as this particular further skilling is concerned, so it's my pleasure to mention today, on 16th of August only, the government had published a notification, and out of this notification, 6 Center of Excellence has been established with the support of 700 crores. And we are fortunate to have medical device Center of Excellence in Ahmedabad. So we are really geared up to cater the needs of the industry as well as to cater the needs of the research as well. What I personally believe, there is a connect is missing. This is the true picture of academia. We all are excellent. We are all are sacred islands, but connect is missing. So while we are talking about the connect within the pharmaceutical sciences, this is time to come out of the shell and connect with other disciplines as well. So I believe there is a need to underline the gap with the help of interprofessional communication among all stakeholders who are working in the field of pharmaceutical sciences. So this is all about the NIPER system, and whatever questions will come, I'll be happy to respond to those questions.
Thank you, sir. I think it is a huge opportunity to engage with NIPER in the country, because you're present in the whole country, and if you have started courses on medical devices, there is an opportunity to engage and improve the skills delivery as well. I'll come to Dr. Ambu Chaturvedi now, who is one of the 2 neurosurgeons on the panel, who is currently the Director and Head of Professional Education at J&J. And I know that J&J contributes immensely to education of trainees, surgeons. Being a surgeon myself, I know. How do you visualize yourself and your company in the paradigm of skills delivery in the current perspective?
Thank you so much, sir, for the question. And a very good morning, good afternoon to the entire audience and to my co-panelists. Thank you for the opportunity given. Let me give you a brief idea about what Johnson & Johnson believes about skilling in the healthcare space. So at least for Johnson & Johnson India, the entire skilling journey or the story started sometime in the mid-90s with the help of a couple of institutes. There were 3 in number. They were called Ethicon Institutes of Surgical Education. They were set up in Mumbai, Chennai, and Delhi. And the initial focus was to look at providing skills labs. You provide the entire set of dry labs, wet labs, which are required for surgical, not just didactic training, but also looking at hands-on training. In fact, as a surgeon, in the early 2000s, I remember in my second year surgery residency, I did get my basic laparoscopic skills training at one of the AISCs in Mumbai. So that's kind of a connect that my organization has with the surgical community and beyond. It was then followed up over the next decade with fellowships across, partnerships across with different institutions. And so you had partnerships in terms of observerships, preceptorships, the entire range of leveraging on proctorships as well. And then subsequently, you started looking at building what is called as Johnson & Johnson network of skills centers. So in today's time, we have 100+ skills centers, skills labs, set up in partnerships across with different academic institutions in India, and we're growing. There is a concept of annexes, which is slightly more than a skills center, so you're doing wet lab. So you're doing the entire gamut of training, complementing the training that is provided in medical colleges all across. Then there is something called as Johnson & Johnson Institute on Wheels. And I would urge and request the audience and the panelists to do pay a visit to our stall here in Hall 1. You will see one of our buses stationed there. So you can, all of us are more than welcome to visit the stall, get inside the bus, and take a tour of how a surgical setup looks. So the aim there is to reach out to tier 2 towns across the country and then connect with medical colleges which may or may not have those type of facilities and provide those facilities on a mobile unit at their doorstep. And then of course we also have Johnson & Johnson Institute online. So we can go on and on, but the bottom line is we train, engage, and connect with more than 20 to 25,000 healthcare practitioners annually. So that's what we are currently. In terms of the vision, well, if we have this sort of a number that we reach out to, our vision is to see how can we look at partnerships or maybe platforms where we can scale up this sort of education delivery and still maintain the quality standards which are required to deliver superior patient outcomes. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Ambuj. Just wanted the audience to have a look at the challenges that we face in this vast country. We have more than 700 medical colleges producing nearly 108,000 MBBS students currently, around 28,000 dental students, around 56,000 postgraduates. That is your medical manpower in front of you, which needs to be trained on an annual basis. So we are talking of numbers which are not in thousands but in lakhs. And every year this number is adding. And then we have got nurses, and you will be astonished that the nurses are nearly 80 to 90% of the hospital strength of the hospital. So if you've got a 5,000 bedded hospital, for example, AIIMS New Delhi, I checked up yesterday, has got 4,600 nurses. You can just imagine, the nursing staff itself is running into lakhs and lakhs. And then around 10% of the hospital strength is technical staff, which is using technicians in the operation theater, all the medical devices, radiology, radiography, medical equipments in the laboratory, where all the blood tests and all the high-tech genetic work is being done. It's a huge number that we are talking about. So just to give you a perspective that this is a huge challenge in the country, I want to come to Pratik, who is also a skilled neurosurgeon and who changed over and has come over to Medtronics. What are your views about the challenges, not the challenges, but your current scope in skills development as your country, as you're leading the business in your particular country?
Thank you for the question, sir. I'm not a neurosurgeon, first of all, but really honored you called me a neurosurgeon. Talking about Medtronic, sir, just to give a little background, Medtronic, we operate in practically head-to-toe all kind of procedures, and our products are being made for different type of procedures. On an annualized basis, what we do is we train more than 30,000 surgeons. We train more than 7,000 to 8,000 paramedical staff, technicians, OT technicians, biomedical engineers. And our objective as an organization, and when we talk about our key strategy, every year we put a lot of energy, lot of resources to upgrade skills of a lot of surgeons. We work with a lot of government hospitals, private hospitals, teaching centers, some of the top surgeons in India who are really skillful, and there's a knowledge transfer which happens. So that's what as an organization we do. And we are really happy to be part of the session and really happy to be part of such panel who are having diverse experience and sharing their experience and knowledge about what we need to do in future.
Thank you, Pratik. We come to Sunil Khurana, who is representing BPL Medical Technologies as its CEO and MD. Please tell us the scope of work that your company has related to the healthcare delivery in the country, and your perspective about skill training from your viewpoint.
Thank you so much to have me here, and wonderful panelists. I mean, really, two neurosurgeons and all the people. It's very, very great to be here. Now, we do end-to-end. We start the product from the concept level, from the whiteboard, create a product in India, then go for the manufacturing, again sourcing and all the challenges which we all know, and then we have to take it to the market, go to market strategy, selling, and then servicing. So this is what we do internally. I want to just tell you something interesting, because I am in this space for nearly 42 years. This was not a very attractive when I started my career, or probably even until 10 years back, it was not attractive. Last week I was in IIT Delhi, and I openly asked that how many IIT students are keen to build their career in this space. It was very few. Because if you see, out of 10, 11 billion, it's only 3 billion is what you make in India, which is probably going outside. And most of them want to come for the R&D side. So you don't get a very high quality manpower. I think this industry is changing. I'm pretty sure that if China is today 100 billion and we are 10 billion, very soon we'll catch up. And as it becomes attractive, you will see a lot of talent coming in. So that is at the top level. But what we need at the manufacturing, we also go to diploma institutes. We go to ITIs and then bring them and train them. So that's the way we do. And we run a continuous programs, internal programs, when we hire from the biomed institutes. I'm happy that last 15, 18 years now, a lot of biomed institutes have come, and many of them want to come and work with the companies like us. So we train them end to end, up to the extent that how they have to handle the products and go and do the application training to the end customer. Because if product is good and if it is not well understood and not used well, it is a loss of the patient. Ultimately you're losing at the patient and that it is not being utilized well. So we make a lot of effort. We are using a lot of digital tool on that. We have launched, when we sell a product, people download those tools, and because it's humanly impossible now to go and do those demos and those applications time and again regularly in the market. But I'm optimistic that this industry is growing well, and it is going to attract more and more talent as it comes. And we know that any organization, right skilled manpower is very key for two reasons. One is that quality delivery, and second is speed. If we miss that, then quality and speed both gets compromised. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunil. Thank you for that comment. Yes, so if you can see, it's very important to deliver correct delivery of medical treatment by using medical equipment, diagnostics, surgical intervention, ICU care, or ultimately rehabilitation, which all translates into patient recovering well with least or no complications. So that's the benchmark. And I always feel that if our patient is safe, ultimately the healthcare workers are safe. So everything to skilling up is aimed at making the patient safe. So with that in mind, I come to Mr. Thomas John, who is the Managing Director of Agape and who is into a lot of diagnostic tools. So please tell us about your company and how do you think about skilling the manpower at this time?
Yeah, very good afternoon, and it is my special privilege and pleasure to address here, and my thanks to the organizers for giving this opportunity. I am representing the part of the medical device area called in vitro diagnostics segment. It's basically a lab diagnostics. We are one of the premium manufacturers in this segment, where as far as the Indian business is concerned, about 2 billion is the business of the IVD business, which is just 2% of the world business, because in the world it is about 100 billion. And more than 20% of the world population is living in India, where the business is just 2%. So there is a big opportunity for this segment to grow. And during pandemic, everybody understood the importance of the IVD segment, and I'm sure that in the future this segment will grow. Now, when I'm talking about Agape, we are one of the leading manufacturers of in vitro diagnostics equipments and reagents, mainly focused on the clinical chemistry, immunochemistry, hematology, and recently in the immunology. And we have spent about 6 to 7% of our revenue for the R&D. We are a 1,000-member team, where again 10% of our team are exclusively for the R&D. Now, today, when in the Indian business is concerned, still 70% of the Indian business is managed by multinationals. Only 30% is managed by Indian companies, and we are one among them. The main challenge for us is the technology, development of the new technology, and skilled manpower. So to address that, we have made our own Gurukul. We are the probably first Indian company to have our own Gurukul, where we are partnered with one of the leading premium institutions, autonomous college, engineering college, where we have started with 120 students in a batch, where we select postgraduate science science students, engineers, and diploma holders, and we organize a 6-month training programs where we focus that the sales, marketing, then technical training, and servicing, production, QC, and research. These are the main 6 areas we cover, and we give a in-depth training, theoretical as well as practical training to them, and we make them as a ready-made industry people. So that is something which we are doing. And we always guarantee that 50 to 60% of the students we ourselves absorb to our company. So that way we are giving a lot of these sort of things we are doing. And again, we are partnered with a lot of academic institutions where we get a lot of support, and that is the way we focus on the skill development.
Thank you, Mr. John. Till now you were hearing about the way in which we were talking about skilling on the medical devices, on technology, on doctors. But now, as you all know, artificial intelligence is coming up in a very big way. And I would like to invite Mr. Abhirup Gandhi, co-founder and CEO of Enlighten AI, to say what is the current view about you and your organization in the way AI can deliver for the benefit of skilling up the health sector.
Thanks, Dr. Lal. Great to be here. Yeah, by way of background, I spent the last year I was with Google Life Sciences, also called Verily, and we developed this. I'm based out of San Francisco. We developed a bunch of sort of very innovative medical devices that range from the smallest continuous glucose monitor for diabetes, and working with Medtronic, in fact, on that. We worked with J&J on Verb Surgical to develop robotic surgery, and different sort of ideas and concepts that are becoming reality now. So AI is real, and just to take a step back, when we say AI machine learning, we're talking about essentially as much as possible reproducing or replicating human behaviors, human decisions, paradigms, frameworks, right, that now machines are doing, but obviously doing it a lot faster. So I definitely have a perspective on that. In fact, I have co-founded a startup in the epilepsy space, where we are developing personalized seizure management plans using AI ML. And then I also happen to advise a few companies, some startups in India, that have really, really promising sort of technologies and tools. And I think the question, of course, is it's not just the developing the AI product, but it's can we actually use AI to help upskill. One is really, and I do actually think AI can do three things, right? It can upskill and make much better clinical expertise, clinical knowledge to make better healthcare professionals. And we're not just talking about prescribers and doctors, we're also talking about technicians, medical assistants especially. I think AI can absolutely help with increasing the efficiency, so giving back hours, especially when the ratio of trained healthcare professionals to patients has a dramatic gap. And of course that beyond the efficiencies, how do we actually get newer and newer students, fellowships, or fellows or residents to enter the workforce and become that much better, accelerate that process. I will maybe share an example as well where Google actually deployed an AI technology for diabetic retinopathy. And actually this is something that we've worked with, or the company worked with Arvind Eye Care and then Shankar Nethralaya. So this is real. In fact, the same thing is happening for looking at AI for clinical studies for glaucoma. And again, it's, the issues with this, so to speak, the gaps are not necessarily, at least in India, in the tertiary centers. They're in the primary care, they're in the community. And I think AI, beyond just being part of the product, can actually help in terms of the workforce skill development as well. So it goes hand in hand. So, my startup currently, as we work on epilepsy, we're in touch with companies in India, we're in touch with clinical organizations, where it's apparent that from an infrastructure standpoint, the gold standard for epilepsy or seizure management today is still EEGs, right, brain signals. And there's definitely an infrastructure gap there. But I think importantly, as we start closing that gap, we have an opportunity to use AI to help train people on interpretation of EEGs, right? We will never have enough people to put behind interpretation of EEGs because it's still a fairly technical and a manual process. We could do that with AI, right? We need to train our folks on using that. But those AI models actually, or the techniques to use AI to help upskill are already there. We already have AR, VR, right? And we can speak to that in terms of solution, Dr. Lal, right? But I do think that's something we can do right away and is happening already.
Thank you, Abhirup, for that. I'd like the audience to have a look at the skill center as a perspective of, from the point of view of medical and paramedical skills that we provide. This particular room, as you can see, is there to have surgeons seated, and about 18 people can be trained at one time on actual hard skills. You can see here the tissue is lying, it's projected onto the screen, and the trainer can use the remote buttons to zoom in and zoom out and show the actual steps. And then we have got laparoscopic training, and you can see an institution like us also needs to partner with the industry to get donations of dry skill avenues of training people for minimal access surgery, which is the keyhole surgery. Everybody now goes for keyhole surgery, which is laparoscopic surgery, and therefore it is very important for the undergraduates and postgraduates to get trained into this art. And then we have got the higher end skills evaluators which can give the analysis on the shakiness, on how accurate the surgeon is, and we've got virtual reality trainers as well which can give virtual procedures. Then you can have microsurgical training with high-end microscopes, which also is a very, very intensive exercise, and all the skills of eye or vascular surgery or ENT or many reconstructive plastic surgeries need to be taught in these places. Life support training, from basic life support to advanced life support on very basic mannequins to very advanced breathing and circulating mannequins are available to give both individual training as well as group training, that if a mass casualty comes or a sick person comes, how do they need to act and take control and retrieve the situation. And then of course you need avenues to deliver the lecture or the talk. But it is all about mentoring. You know, you need to do hand-on mentoring. You have to hand-hold the trainee by an individual attention. This is where possibly AI or VR may not be able to deliver to that extent, but still there are views which are emerging which can compensate. There can be group learning, as you can see here, the surgical craft being shown, and workstation, people are working to do various knotting and suturing skills, and then appreciation of the teamwork that is being done, lighter moments which always call for team and leadership qualities to be built up. Life support training, as you can see, is going on. Basic surgical procedures, which actually took a complete hit, ma'am, as you said, during COVID times. We could not deliver these hands-on skills. And so there was a time when we used to ask our doctors, are you COVID period? You know, because they have not done anything. They were just not doing any hands-on skills. So you can imagine, when we talk about skills of actual medical skills or paramedic skills or skills for a device, we are talking about working with the patient or working with the technology or working with the medical device to skilling up the workforce. And of course, non-skills, soft skills are also part of it, and I think AI and VR is a huge opportunity to intervene in that particular area. Appreciating the trainers, Dr. Agarwal, who was a visionary and who got one of our initial skill centers to come in. Again, you can see animal material coming in to train the surgeons who are being trained. Documentation of training courses is very important. You can see just this one board which is having so many pictures of batches and batches of students who have gone through surgical training courses. MAS, laparoscopic skills courses being done, and orthopedic skills. They are plastering each other, and they all get involved. And then of course engaging, madam, with the administration. So these are all our IAS officers of the government. They said, you are asking for money for a non-hospital work, why should we give you? So they needed to come, they need to see that actually there is skills training that is going to improve the outcome in the patient ultimately. And so various seniors had to come in. This was the Commonwealth team when they came in to visit our facility. Dr. Katoch in the top picture on the left-hand side, who was the Director General of ICMR, and of course Dr. Talwar, who was the NMC Chairman of Board of Governors, who visited this place and said that skill center is a must in every medical college. So he visited our center and made it compulsory. So we personally believe that one needs to, in such a large country, you need to have some tier system. You cannot have large skill centers which have so much of investment being made everywhere. So you can have smaller ones in medical colleges, then regional ones in state capitals, and then more regional ones like north, south, east and west in the larger cities, and then maybe a national center, something like what you are contemplating at the Healthcare Skill Council. So with that now, I would like to move the discussion to the second phase, And I would maybe ask ma'am if you have anything to sum up from the first round, because in this round we will talk about the challenges which various panelists are facing in delivering this skill to the required level possible.
Thank you, sir. It is very heartening to hear my esteemed panelist encompassing the major the practitioners, the industry players, and I think the common thread which I could feel was that each one of them is contributing in their own way, whether by virtue of creating curriculums or creating the job roles, or by virtue with the, as Naiper said, that they're coming up with 6 Center of Excellence, or by the public-private participation coming up in the skilling in the medical world, or as you said, that the way you do the hiring from the higher end technical field and also from the ITIs and so on and so forth. So each one of them is having their own skilling centers or skilling labs where they are bringing out or the usage of AI or the machine learning. So I think there is a lot of which is coming up. But doctor, I would again like to go back to the slide which you showed, safe patient and the safe healthcare, because that is in a way giving us the umbrella picture of when we say skilling in healthcare ecosystem, it would mean something which is very, very complex, very, very specific, very, very personal. Like, again, as I said, I am not a doctor. Maybe I don't know whether I would be making much sense to you if I talk something which relates to medical, but just like a common man, my cardiac issue may differ from somebody else's cardiac issue, and so on and so forth. So medical intervention has to be very precise and very specific. So this is possibly one field of education which has very, very tough educational, I would say, challenges, and side by side with the changing world, with the changing technology, with the need to scale up, with the need to reach out to the millions, with the need to catch the speed which it takes to reach there, the use of technology also becomes immense, which is also changing parallelly. So in your slide, you had mentioned that starts from diagnostic, then something else, then something else, then something else, then you have technicians, then you have somebody who has to read the report which is coming up, and then as you showed further, that softer skills, even talking to your patient, even going for that rehab, all these things matter in the whole of the healthcare system. So I would say that as a policy practitioner, we are here to hear you more rather than possibly suggest things. So I would be more eager to hear what are the challenges. I'm happy to see that everybody is chipping in whatever best they can do, but what are the challenges, what are the expectations from us, what we can do to reach out to the millions. Now that we are conditioned, now that, yes, I agree, we may be only in 2% of the business with 20% of the world population. But the good part is that we are ready to change, we are ready to move ahead, we are wanting to do things which would make a lot of difference in the lives of the countrymen.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for those very important comments. I'd like to go to Dr. Ambuj and perhaps tell me or tell us the challenges that you feel are existent in the current state of affairs for upskilling the skills of medical and paramedical workforce. You know, your company makes equipment and things for surgeons. It also makes devices which are to be used and which requires technicians to be trained. What is your challenge in that area?
Yeah, so I was framing my thoughts while the entire discussion was on, and there were 5 challenges that I can think of when we look at healthcare upskilling. Now, the first one, so for that you need to now divide, trifurcate skills into 3 different buckets. The first bucket is the upskilling bucket, which is basically, something which loosely falls in the continuing medical, the CME bucket, right? This is where you have the skills, you just need to refresh them and you need to grow them. The second bucket is advanced skills. Now, these are skills that you do not have as a clinician or as a practitioner, and so this is what you look forward to the industry to provide to you. In the third bucket is the non-clinical skills. So this is where skills around communications or skills around digital technologies, digital literacy for doctors or for healthcare practitioners comes in. Within all of these, there is work being done in the ecosystem by multiple players. What is that the challenge today is to have a structured curriculum built, and so the solution probably could be, a group like this coming together at under some forum, under the leadership of an expert, to basically start looking at what kind of guidelines do you need to be able to develop this curriculum, and not just develop, integrate this into the existing medical education system, right? So for example, if it is digital literacy, the time has come for this country to integrate digital health curriculum into the core medical education system. So that's the first challenge. The second one is, how do you deliver these education services in a cost-effective manner? So for that, sir, when I saw your third 3-tier approach, I kind of found my answer, partially in what you've said. But cost-effective delivery of this area, because you're looking at training HCPs at scale, it's going to cost you money. And so there's an ROI aspect involved there. The third challenge is there is a humongous increase in the amount of clinical knowledge, explosion of clinical knowledge. 20 years, 30 years back, 40 years back, it was probably manageable for us to go through the books that we had over the three terms of MBBS. Today, it has gone through the roof. So now, therefore, how do you expect a single practitioner to be able to get all that knowledge onto? And so, therefore, you need solutions, right? We'll come to the solutions in the next round. The fourth one is access to healthcare education. But how do you deliver healthcare education out there into tier 2 and tier 3 in a cost-effective manner and at scale? Which is where I think what ma'am was talking about, leveraging technology. I think that is where we'll come. And the fifth and the final one, at least for me, is the preventive care aspect. How do you upskill, in the big tech world, they call them FLWs, frontline workers. In our parlance, we call them grassroots workers. How do you upskill grassroots workers to be able to deliver? Because whatever healthcare has been delivered at the center cannot be, if the last mile delivery is at fault, it will not have the desired outcome. So how do you deliver education to the last mile? So those are the 5 challenges I
think you've very nicely brought in all the points, Ambuj. And I think the first one and very important one, the digital healthcare delivery reaching the periphery, is something that we will discuss further with Abhiroop being there with AI and VR. But yes, everything ultimately depends on the benefit reaching the man at the receiving end, and we have to ensure that all our skills. So the question actually is, how do we ensure the skilling up of our workforce that is coming up, and then their reskilling over a period of time. And you can see with the numbers that I had given to you, and the challenges. The second is the increase in the medical devices that we are using. 20, 30 years back, we didn't have this plethora of lists in front of us. We now have entire paradigm of laparoscopic instruments, robotic surgery instruments. We have got ventilators and high-end equipment in the operation theaters. We have got ICU equipment for oxygen delivery of various types, beds and complicated transport devices, monitoring of patients, which is a huge amount of plethora of things, laboratory and radiology, which you have already kind of come in, radiotherapy. These are just listing some of the big ones. So skilled manpower to use it. I was discussing just now that some of our technicians keep pressing the button till the button goes inside the machine. It happens still in my hospital. Forget about any periphery. That this is not a feather touch button, that this takes only one touch, and if it is not working, something is wrong, check. But no, he is going to press it till that button gets inside the machine and breaks. So as basic as this is the problem at which we are facing. So very important points. I'll come to Prateek and tell me what are the challenges from your perspective. Another industry perspective in upscaling or skilling up the workforce.
So first of all, maybe I would divide the challenges into two buckets. As Dr. Ambuj also started, he divided into three. I'll divide into two. So the first is access and second is awareness. Now from an access point of view, I want to give an example. So suppose if I am joining an engineering college, I don't see products, machines from day one. And ideally I feel that engineering college should be in the campus of maybe like Tata Steel or any of the big companies where from day one they can learn and they can see what is happening. But the good thing when a person is joining MBBS, from day one they are able to see patients. And I think that's a very big advantage because that's the reason why doctors, what we have in India, like you sir, so skillful, so talented, and we are beating the world. We have some of the topmost surgeons in India who are really beating globally and in terms of the surgical skill, knowledge, everything. But the gap what I see is when we talk about access, so the first gap is like for example MCH seats, the number of seats, and I can give one example. MCH seats in India for spine is only 2 and that too in AIIMS Rishikesh. So the population what we have and the number of procedure volume what we are having in India, it cannot be only 2 number of seats. So we need to add more number of seats for MCH doctors, and since past I would say 6 to 7 years there's a growth of maybe more than 100% of seats, but I think still there's a way to go over there. And on the second point on access, when we talk about continuum of care, you have showed us very good slides where you talked about the complete journey, how a doctor is getting trained step by step. But maybe after the MCH, they should also, there should be a continuum of care in terms of whether first they should attend a cadaver workshop or a fellowship, or what kind of programs they should follow and how many procedures they should follow. Once they do those number of procedures, then only they can go to the next level of training and engagement. I think that is something which is, as of now, it's random. If we can put a structure, that will really help everyone to have an equal knowledge and equal capability. And from an awareness point of view, what I would say is, we have some amazing therapies and products. What we need to do is, maybe I can give one example, like what happens is, a lot of patients, they come for surgery at a very later stage, and it can be for any surgery like colorectal, thoracic. If we can do those early diagnoses, and that awareness need to be created at patient level, at physician level, at multiple level, so that the patients are reaching for surgery at a right time and they are treated very well. I think these are the two things which I feel access and awareness will really change the entire dynamic of the challenges what we are facing.
Thank you, Prateek. Yes, of course, there are limitations of the way in which we can increase seats, which is not our, kind of call at this stage. But I was mainly looking for challenges in which the company or the industries are facing to upscale the skills amongst the health force from whatever is there. So any inhibitions that Sunil Khuranaji you have in mind which are barriers to skilling up the workforce we can also include regulations, because that's another kind of a challenge that was that is part of the questions that have been posed to the panel.
Yeah, so how we have done it, my view is that always to catch young. So we go to institutes and we hire mostly a biomed team. The challenge which I have is that all of them don't stay long. They go for studies or some other areas. But I'm personally very happy that what we started about 9-10 years back is working pretty well, and that was a big challenge. Another thing which I feel that at the master's level, at least at the institutions, there has to be a proper curriculum where medical devices are being taught better. And participation from companies like us or all other companies, they should go and deliver lecture. I was talking to Shailendraji just now that I can depute my top guys to come and deliver lectures and take on the technology side. So we have to actually work together and build it. Today there is no ready-made solution. We all are working in our own way, what suits us most, and that is how I see. AI we have been talking, and I will talk AI slightly differently. How I see AI is the academia interface. We have to have a mandated academia interface, and there has to be a pairing between few institutes and companies, and then I think that will go on a very fast track. That's how I feel.
Thank you for those points as well. Mr. Thomas, do you think you face any challenges in the current scenario, both with respect to the way you have been developing or growing in the country, as well as with respect to the regulations that you find as an inhibition towards upscaling the skills of our health force?
Yeah, there are two angles where we face some problems. One is that we are working with a lot of, the academic institutions where India is a country where a lot of ideas are coming from the colleges or universities. So, but when we start working together, there is no continuity of that work, because once the student is passed from that, then we always face that the continuation of that project, automatically it gets died, and we are not in a position to continue with that. That is one side of the story. The second is that when we develop a lot of new products and all, we require, or we feel we face a lot of infrastructure incapabilities, because as a private company, there are some limitations to develop some of the new technologies. So there should be a clarity, or there should be some very organized support for Indian companies for the research-based things, so that definitely new products can come. And when it comes to the upskilling, definitely, because people or the workers require a lot of advanced training according to the new technologies, probably that requires a lot of foreign collaborations, and that sort of trainings are required. But personally, as an individual company, we have a lot of limitations on that.
Okay, thank you for that. I think it's definitely perceived that most of our institutions, especially in the government sector, do not have anything like an organized biomedical engineering department from the hospital side. It's not for the doctors, it's for the technicians, where somebody is training them on a day-to-day basis, and this will involve the industry to participate in their training program wherever they are located. So that starts from the district level right up to the tertiary care in the main city. So I think that's a point which I can bring out from the discussion which has happened. Ashish, do you think there are any regulatory hurdles in terms of academia, professors working in government institutions engaging with industry to contribute towards progress of science in the current day and age with the current regulations and practice? I'm asking a direct question because our industry has been silent on it.
Sir, I'll start by saying that I may not be the appropriate person to answer that, but having said this, I like to dwell a little bit on it. See, I spoke about the new education policy which has been there. I think which clearly brings in the point how industry can interface with academia now. And I think sir mentioned about NIPER and the you know, how the, I think there are many cases now, and if you walk into the exhibition center, which is being just next here, there are many places which are actually integrated with academia. So look at IIT Madras or IIT Bombay, which are integrating and seeing how they're incubating so many, you know, so many organizations now which are bringing up new products, new research is being done. So only thing which we need to do right now, there is already an existing ecosystem which is created, given by the government now. I think we need to understand and utilize it. That's what we need to do. There is enough policy regulations which are given how industry can collaborate with academia. And as I said, you know, we'll be happy to, you know, bridge that gap wherever industry can come to us. We can, you know, create that mechanism, bridge between academia and industry. We'll be happy to do that. Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship is actually empowering us to see how we do it. They're engaging in discussions with the AICT, UGC, etc. They have brought in now what we call new national credit framework, which talks about the credit which are given for skilling courses for a student, like you mentioned about. There's no specific course. NIPER has it, you know, some courses already on that side. But having said this, I think each engineering college can run, you know, can produce a person for a medical devices sector. We only need to sit together and figure out what is that you want. We can create a curriculum around it together, and that can become an elective, at least, you know, specialization program for all the engineering students who wants to opt for it. So that will become a ready supply side for skilled workforce in that. So I don't see there is any hurdle in terms of policy regulations right now, how industry and academia can collaborate. I think there's some push which is required for both for academia and industry, and we'll be happy to put ourselves in between to see how we can bring them together on the table, and that's what we are created for. We'll be happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashish. I think that's a very important point you said. I had also made this observation that in IITs, madam, there are incubators from the industry working, and there's a very close collaboration between the professors and the academia of the IIT with the industry. But unfortunately, it is not so with the medical doctors. Professors working in the government institutions are not obliged to work very closely with the industry, although they are the people who are actually using the equipment, and they can be an important research and design contribution to the evolution of a particular device, just because there are conflicts of interest and because it is a perceived conflict from the point of view that the same company may be supplying items in the hospital of which you may be contributing as an R&D. So this is the point which possibly needs to be considered separately and specifically through your and other ministries, maybe ma'am and maybe the health ministry, to essentially ensure that this conflict of interest gets protected officially as a contribution towards science, because they are scientists. And if it is happening in the engineering sector with the same government servants, then what is the doctors and how are doctors separate and barred from that particular privilege? So with that, I would like to come to Abhirup, and maybe if I can have the slide here. The slides have gone back. Yeah, they're there. So if you can see, this is a particular virtual reality sequence that is being developed in a partnership with a UK organization, where we were able to capture the cesarean delivery, madam, in the operation theatre and relay it through the virtual reality device to the audience who was remotely placed. And so they can actually be inside the OR as if they are in the OT. They can see the baby delivery, they can understand and being taught what is the nuances of it. And the same thing possibly can be extended to the use of devices, where you are into the area, you can show these are the buttons, this is how to use. You have got nothing there. You've just got wearing the VR device. That's all. And that's all. So I think that is the power with which we can move ahead, and I would like to seek your comments. This is the another kind of device, and with the Verti from UK, with which MAMC is trying to collaborate now in various ways to see how we can bring teaching into remote. Even teaching, madam, has become a challenge. 250 medical students in each batch, or 200 students cannot come into the operation theatre. So we will need to bring the operation theater to the classroom. And that is a possibility in the realm of AI. I would like Abhirup to give his views.
Yeah, I think those are really good points, and maybe I'll highlight 3 very different examples and then maybe get to what we need, both the challenges and potentially a solution. You know, one is, I think, Dr. Mishra, to your point on personalized medicine or precision medicine, right? Genentech worked on this drug for macular degeneration for the eye, the people who would go blind. And they were looking at a drug delivery device because it required a specific titration of the drug based on the patient, based on the individual's patient, disease progression, age, you know, other characteristics, you know, potentially blood pressure, etc. So they worked on an AR VR device because the device implant is the size of a grain of rice, right? So obviously you can't get it wrong, but there's ethical and practical challenges in, to your point, Dr. Lal, in bringing them to the OR every time, against sterilized facility, etc., etc. So Genentech worked on this AR VR device that they took through the FDA, which essentially has a step-by-step, role-based, right? It's not just for the ophthalmic surgeon, but it's again, 90% of the work might be done by the technical staff in terms of preparation and cleanup. And so they worked on this AR VR, which is absolutely incredibly easy to use, incredibly easy to scale. The maintenance and changes are easy as well. And because it went through the device pathway as a regulated device, it makes it that much easier to operationalize over time. That's one. The second is, I think I've heard a lot of the panel members mention, how do we, the education, discussion, right, in terms of the content itself, but the reach. And so there's a lot of potential with AI in terms of developing very targeted use cases, right? And doing it much faster than humans. It might take us 3 to 5 years to come to consensus in terms of some specific use cases, even to start talking about a clinical discussion. AI is doing that a lot faster. The third example is, I think it's very new, but it's generative AI, right, that we know as ChatGPT being the best example. Virtual patient simulation, right? You mentioned this a little bit, but we are sort of forced to work with physical objects, mannequins as example. There's a limitation, space, upgrades, maintenance, etc. With generative AI, now we're talking about adding text, images, we're talking about conversations coming in. So it's not just the verbal conversations between a physician or healthcare staff and a patient. We're talking about non-verbal, right? So this becomes a full immersive experience. We can bring that, and we should bring that to the healthcare staff, right, to the team that's treating these patients. So generative AI has a lot of potential, right? For all 3 of these though, but there are certain challenges or certain things we have to get right. One is, in the end, there's still going to be an individual expert that is putting together these use cases, these VR AR, right? We need to build the incentives that, whether it's a physician, whether it's a staff, that are incentivized to give time, right? These are physicians who already have no time because they're not seeing enough patients. They have to provide a level of time to provide their expertise. So we need to provide that, that system for them, right? That forum for them and those incentives. And 2, I think a lot of people already mentioned, but from a policy and regulation, we have to think ahead, right? There is a level of trust, again, to your point, Dr. Mishra, right? The patient has to trust this, right? The doctors have to trust. It's evidence-based medicine. But patients have to trust that they're talking to a machine, or a machine is doing the diagnosis. And to that extent, we need the right policy in place that will help both the physicians, the patient, or the multiple stakeholders that will believe in it, and the regulation that comes with, right? While we are upskilling our people, do we understand the ramifications, be it from an ethical standpoint, be it from a regulatory standpoint, or a legal liability as well, right? Because, right, we may not be directly using AI in this case with the patient, but we are training our people around it. And so the very dilemma that industry has is, if I am providing the solution, does it become my solution? Who's going to take the liability if something were to be wrong in terms of the training? So we have to have the right safeguards. So I might be getting into the solution mode a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you so much. Yeah, so this was important. I don't know whether we can, yeah. So Professor Shailendra, we have had handbooks on training for medical equipment, technology assistants, and many other books in collaboration with the Ministry of Skills, which has been released by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And you mentioned that at NIPER, you have started a master's program. How do you think you can contribute, or your institution Pan India can contribute in upscaling the skills and using both the physical as well as the futuristic AI virtual reality through your institutions?
So, thank you. Most of your examples are basically centered on clinical setup. While NIPERS, because Dragon Cosmetic had clearly said that we are not having direct access to clinical material. So what NIPERS are doing, they are developing the technologies, and they are developing the technologies for the assessment of working up those medical devices. So testing is the important area which needs to be underlined, because we are importing, we are developing the technologies, medical devices, but sufficient testing facilities are not available. So this is the biggest challenge. And as far as the NABL or certified accredited facilities concerned, they are not available across the country. So what we are supposed to do in NIPERS, we are training the workers, skilled workers, those who are working in the manufacturing setup. We are not focusing on the clinical trained persons. We are training the persons who are directly involved with the development and production of medical devices. And for that, we are well off, and even about what I am mentioning today's this Gazette notification of Government of India. So again, they are proposing 2 schemes to offer courses in multidisciplinary courses in medical devices, including doctors and engineering. This must be total and multidisciplinary, where dentists, medicos, and engineers will be on board. And second is this certificate courses. Again, this funding will be from the DOP, and this will focus on the lower tier skilled manpower. They will come to the institution and they will be trained for the upskilling their latest needs. Another challenge we are facing in our institution is the ample availability of the clinician. As I can recall easily, the biomedical engineering was started in IIT Madras way back in 1959. Now they are thinking to involve and appoint clinical practitioners. So this will be the, we can say, full solution to the industry. Because the most important in this particular sector is research and testing. Application is no doubt an important aspect, but the development of the new devices and testing of available devices is a big task, and this is the biggest challenge, because we are not having direct access to the patients and not having the sufficient availability of the clinicians.
Thank you, Professor Saraf. Perhaps in addition to what you said, you could possibly consider the users also to be trained. You said you were training currently only the people who are engaged in the manufacturing of the device. But ultimately, if through your institution, which has got a nationwide reach, the users through some workshops can also be trained in the usage of that machinery and devices, possibly a large chunk of our skill transmission goal would be fulfilled.
Particularly for industry, we can offer certain courses, customized courses for specific industries to upscale their skills. Because the training cost in the industry is quite high. So if industry is coming to us, if they want such type of, they have employees working in their organization, and they suggest that this skill needs to be incorporated in their domain. So we will provide the customized courses also. So we are working on that, and DOP is already heavily funding for that particular purpose. So somehow if we have to reach to the $50 billion economy in medical devices, so we have to see all level of workers duly trained and having access to the training. That is my suggestion.
Excellent, excellent. I think some of the solutions have already come in from the industry. I would like the panel to just open up and volunteer for any more solutions before we give the concluding points that we have come out, and then take the concluding remarks from our Joint Secretary, Madam. So the outcomes that we were given to deliberate were the gap analysis, which we have done, how industry and government and academia can collaborate, we have already talked about, and then is there any scope or any obvious policy intervention that you think is required, which we can transmit to the government? Anybody? It's open panel now for the final round.
Yeah, so now that we've come to the final leg, so 2 points, a tactical and a strategic point. A tactical point is, the use of AI, and I think Abhiroop has a lot of armamentariums, lot of weapons up as armamentarium to actually provide that. So one key thing, Abhiroop, that I would want you and your techie community to think about is, in the realm of making these programs cost effective, so from a monitoring angle, there is a scope for using AI, and so therefore using video analytics to start looking at assessment of suture training. So for example, so you reduce the dependency on faculty, on manpower, and you let AI develop that. So that's a tactical approach. But from a strategic angle, sir, I was listening to Dr. Sunil Chandi a couple of days back. So he's the director for ITC Healthcare as part of the NASCOM initiative. And one of the things that he said in his model for rural healthcare is that maybe we should be looking at a model where primary and secondary care should be taken up by the government, but tertiary care, you can look at the industry or private players coming in. The same thing applies to education. But then the debate that starts is the grain versus train, the food grain versus bullet train debate. Do you want food grain? Do you want bullet train? Do you want Chandrayaan? A lot of people will say no. But there is a place for both in the Indian economy or in any country's economy. The point is, how do you balance it and who takes what? Which is where we will need policy interventions and support, and maybe there's a scope for a larger dialogue around this. We will need platforms which are able to host these dialogues, and we will need experts, and the entire ilk to actually come together and start deliberating on this. But it's high time that we did that. So with that hopeful note, I will conclude my talk.
Thank you, Dr. Ambuj. Anything from this side of the panel to talk about the solutions in terms of whatever we have discussed so far?
See, according to me that since I am from the laboratory diagnostics, which is only 10 or 15% comes under the medical device, and again 80% of the decisions, doctors' decisions are based on the laboratory reports. I would say that there should be a very clear focus on the IVD. Of course, I can say that what I can always suggest that instead of IVD is a part of medical device, there can be there is a possibility to separate the IVD from the medical device, so that definitely there can be a clear focus and the industry can grow. Separate from the medical device.
Which one?
IVD.
Okay. Anything from your side, sir?
Yeah, so to fast track, when we are talking of 50 billion, to fast track, more and more products have to come. And more focus on the R&D is required. We have been talking for a long time that government sponsorship should come toward the R&D. I mean, that can be discussed what. But if you have, I'm just giving an example, that if you say that we'll pick up 50% of wages, you can double your strength of the R&D and better people and speed up the journey. That's one. Second is that now we know that there is a certification time, and CDSCO is saying that you have to have clinical trials. But at the same time, on the other side, you get a notification that probably partnership with the clinics or clinicians is not a very open option. So we need to have a little bit more clarity. The last point in my mind, technology is a solution. Like during the COVID time, we worked very closely with the 10-bed ICU organization, and we delivered more than 250 ICUs with the support of government and them, and telework was very beautifully done. So technology, participation, more and more acceptance of that is what is required.
Thank you, Sunil. Prateek, anything?
Yes, sir.
You lifted the mic.
Just want to add 3 points. One is, I think we also need to explore startups, because there are very good startups which are coming in India. As an organization, we have started working with a couple of them. Excellent products what they are developing. So one is that we have to figure out. The second is also when we talk about AI, how do we leverage the hospital data on doing a predictable analysis for patients who are maybe can come back with cancer? So can we do an early diagnosis is something where we can use AI. These are the 2 points which I feel we should work on.
Thank you. So I think if we come back to the slide here, which
Dr. Lal, if I...
Doctor,
yeah, please, Dr.
I have a very crisp suggestion. When we have PLI in medical device in bulk drug, so why not PLI in research also? Because you mentioned about the government institutions, so there are a lot of hurdles. They need to have the flexibility in the rules and regulations. At the same time, there must be some motivation for the researchers to go for R&D, because R&D is the future. R&D is the solution for medical device and for the economy of this country.
So policy intervention.
Policy intervention in the relaxation, in the strict possible framework of finances, and so this is very difficult for a researcher to fulfill both the satisfy both the ends of the
okay, yeah, that's important. Yeah, we're finishing. Just the slide on the last slide. So I would just conclude by saying I think all of you will be agreeable that there is an urgent need to upscale the numbers and quality of skill centers in the country for providing skills to medical and paramedical technical staff and optimize the opportunities that we can provide, especially with the development of the biomedical engineering departments. Policy intervention and policies for improved collaboration between industry and academia may be required, both for development of programs and for certification processes, and increased use of AI and virtual reality to compensate for the physical interface and optimize it for resource poor or depleted interior locations in the country. So final concluding remarks, ma'am, from you, and then we close the session.
So as a policy practitioner, it was a good exposure for me to hear the challenges, and I think I'm very happy that all of you aired the challenges very coherently and precisely. So I think definitely once you sum up the outcome of these deliberations, these also would be taken at the appropriate level. So what I can feel is there is definite requirement of certain policy interventions or policy relaxations, or maybe certain new policies being created for the new set of challenges which we see. Certain points are the bottom line. You need to have a structured curriculum, a structured arrangement. How do we put it in the education setup? How does it figure out in the new education policy? How do we have the multiple pathway of certain streams coming up? Even that becomes important. How can we match it with some of our credit system framework? And as I said earlier also, medical or healthcare is a very, very hugely knowledge-based system. But because of the changing setup, it is also a very tech-based system. Then reaching out to the millions, especially as Ambuji, you said, to the tier 2, tier 3, the cost of reaching out, the cost of speed, how can we scale up and speed up at the same time? So, as I said, there are many new initiatives which are taking shape. In your slide itself, you showed we are now 700 plus medical colleges, the number of beds are increasing, the number of faculty is increasing, but nonetheless, a lot needs to be done. And I think with such kind of dialogue, with a positive air, with the academia, with the industry, with the policymakers coming together, I think it definitely looks hugely inspirational and very positive, and I think all of us are ready to put our heads together and figure out how we can use technology, how we can use the research, how we can use the center of excellence, how we can use the incubators, how we can use the startups. I think everybody has a role to play, and definitely industry has the biggest role to play along with the academia world to come out with solutions which will really changed the way India is now figuring in the healthcare, not only nationally but internationally as well. And I think as a coming from the policy side, I think we are also very, very excited, working proactively, listening to each one of you, and definitely something very good would come out of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your closing remarks. And thank you to each one of you, all the panelists, and thank you for the audience for bearing with us. I think they deserve a good round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pavinder Lal. It was indeed a wonderful session. I request everyone to kindly pose for a group photo op. Thank you very much, and I now request Dr. Brajesh from USIBC, Association Partner, to kindly hand over the mementos to our session chair and the panelists. I would also request Mr. Sandeep Meni to come on the dais, please, to hand over the mementos to a few of the panelists, please. Welcome, sir. Sir, go back. आगे तक जाओ बेटा। किसी को रह सर को रह गया सर को बात you got it? Yeah, you're done. Thank you. Thank you everyone for joining us for this wonderful session, and we now open the floor for lunch. We request you to assemble by 2 o'clock over here for the next session, which is on future trends in MedTech for geriatric and home-based care. Thank you. Home care for an aging population has been occurring for several years. The advancement of medical device technologies has resulted in a significant increase in the number of conditions that can be managed in a home care setting. Besides, severe medical situations like stroke, heart attack, chronic respiratory problems that need a tracheostomy, severe trauma, injury, and post-surgical assistance. The call for long-term clinical support at home for complete rehabilitation and recovery is increasing rapidly. And we are over here to talk about the preparations for the Silver Tsunami. The Ministry of Health, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, as well as the National Think Tank Niti Aayog have deeply engaged in multiple initiatives around healthcare and welfare of the Indian elderlies. Currently, policies such as levying of GST, non-coverage of home health under AB, PMJ and other government schemes, as well as lack of regulatory overreaching framework hinders growth of home health. Today we have very eminent speakers for the sessions. Foremost, the session chair, Dr. Vinod Kumar Paul, Honorable Member, Niti Aayog, Government of India. We welcome you, sir, again. We have government panelists, Shri Saurabh Garg, Secretary, Department of Social Justice and Empowerment, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. Dr. Basant Garg, Additional CEO, National Health Authority. Shri Manoj Agarwal, Additional Chief Secretary, Health and Family Welfare Department, Government of Gujarat. Session moderator is Mr. Pavan Chaudhary, Managing Director, Vigon India and Director General, MTEL. Mr. Rajat Mehta, MD and CEO, Antara Senior Living in Antara Assisted Care. Ms. Nanki Lakwinder Singh, CEO and Director, Pro Tribe Senior Care Services Private Limited. Dr. Vaibhav Kapoor, Founder, Pristine Care. Mr. Gaurav Thugral, Executive VP and COO Healthcare at Home. Mr. Kalyan Saturu, General Manager, Abbott Diabetes Care, South Asia. We welcome everyone with a big round of applause so that they also get warmed up and charged up. So let's give and extend a very warm welcome to all of them. And I now request the session moderator, Mr. Pavan Chaudhary, to kindly take over the session, please. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, madam. Let me welcome everybody on the dais. We have the leading light of this space, Chairman of the session, Dr. V.K. Paul with us. We have Mr. Manoj Garg, who's the Secretary of Health and Family Welfare, Gujarat. Before that, I should have mentioned Dr. Basant Garg, who's the, Dr. Saurabh Garg, who's the Secretary of Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. We have Dr. Basant Garg, and we have Dr. Basant Garg. We have leading lights from the private sector, Mr. Rajat Mehta, Mr. Gaurav Thugral, Miss, she's an old friend of mine, but I'm forgetting her name. This is also a senior moment, Nanki Lakwinder Singh. And we have Dr. Vaibhav Garg and Mr. Kalyan Sattaru. So it's a big and very informed panel. Let me first ask Mr. Paul, Dr. Paul, to give his chair's address, opening address, and thereafter I will open up the discussion after setting some context and make it as interactive as possible. Dr. Paul.
Thank you, Pavanji. Honored to be here, particularly amongst the galaxy of panelists here. Very warm welcome to all of you, and thanks for inviting me to this panel. Well, I, essentially would be in the listening mode because I belong to an organization which is a think tank, and what an opportunity for me to listen to the wise, esteemed colleagues here. But let me set the stage by saying that the care of the elderly and the homebound sisters and brothers is a a very, very important imperative. Our health system has been geared, particularly through public health programs, on survival, and then with priority for children, priority for reproductive health issues, maternal mortality, and we have made significant progress. We have eliminated diseases. We have eliminated polio. We have eliminated smallpox, guinea worm, and so on. So the progress on those aspects has been spectacular. At the time of independence, the life expectancy at birth was, you may be surprised, was 29 years. 29 years. And today's life expectancy is 69 average, 69 to 70. Let me also mention here that the BRICS countries are typically in the range of life expectancy of about 82, 83, and European nations with the highest life expectancy, Japan, and European nations 85 and 87. So there is a spectacular progress in terms of survival, but we recognize, and we're going to hear more about it, that a rising elderly population poses us opportunities, that we have human capital in a way, but also challenges for providing health care that they deserve and they need, and we have to make significant progress in this. For the government, this is now a very important priority to work on. Already steps have been taken, but so much more needs to be done, even as we move through the Amrit Kaal towards 2047. This phase of our nation is being propelled and energized by young people below 30, as the Honorable Prime Minister emphasized, but at the same time, the elderly population, the rising bandwidth of the elderly population is a societal responsibility, a government responsibility, and indeed everybody's responsibility. Eventually everybody would be in that age group. Having said that, today we are sitting in the biggest conclave on medical technologies. Therefore, it's pertinent for us to specially look at the needs of the elderly in that space. The very landmark study, the longitudinal aging study in India, which was concluded in the year 2020, estimated that 43% of the elderly there it meant more than 60 years of age, 43% of them would need one or more assistive device. This would mean that at least 6 crore people at that time required an assistive device. The disability rate above 60 is about 10%. And the requirements for assistive technologies, we'll be hearing more from my colleagues who don't want to go in that direction, are visual and locomotor, but then it spans the entire spectrum. The space for the assistive technologies and medical technologies for the elderly would encompass their basic needs, not only just for locomotion and visual, but also being a normal individual in terms of hygiene, bathing, normal activity. And there is a scope, a very significant scope, that these technologies, if they become smart, can make the life even better, the quality of life even better. We also see a trend toward home care for many, many conditions. I think going into future, slowly but surely, the care would be ambulatory, care would be homebound, away from the hospitals. Hospital care, as we know it today, would diminish in its own way. It will become daycare, short periods of care in the hospital. A lot of care can be and should be given in home setting, if only we could create the systems that support the needs of a homebound individual, sick or disabled, all elderly. And there is a new opportunities for technologies such as remote monitoring technology, such as the technologies which improve the normal life of the individual. So I'm looking forward to hearing exciting ideas around this, and if the moderator Sahab permits me, I'll come toward the end with my takeaways, which I would like to work with your help to take the agenda forward. Thank you.
Sure, sir. So very well put. Can everybody hear me? Great. So if we were to just take out some of the very important nodes which Dr. Paul spoke of and use that to outline the context of this discussion. There is a social and psychological side of aging. How a society treats its elders depends on two things. One is the value system of the society, and the other is the usefulness of elders. As far as value system of the society is concerned, Confucian piety is there in China, and India also is very strong in having a very respectful space for elders in our scriptures. However, that scriptural advice seems very far from the current reality. And that is because of the usefulness of elders. In earlier society, elders were useful because they were either making pots and pans, growing some food, knowing about music, folklore, dancing, knowing about politics, knowing about rare events like plague or war. However, with the coming of the printing, their status reduced, and then with the coming of industrialization and nuclearization of family, where the young started moving away from family professions, their status went down further. Today, because of liberal education, etc., in many families there might be some leftover resentment and anger between the young generation and their parents also. This is all leading to socially and psychologically loneliness, depression and dementia for the elders. In the physical and mental space also, as you age, you start losing the acuity of your faculties, hearing loss, vision loss. Disease course becomes atypical, polytherapy is required, polypathology gets involved. Infrastructural requirements also, which Dr. Paul also touched about, also change. And lastly, the financial side, which is a very vital side. Khalil Gibran has said, when the father gives to the patient, to the son, both are happy. When the father gives to the son, both are happy. When the son has to give to the father, both are unhappy. So, we have to be conscious of this, and rising lifespans are increasing healthcare costs also. Demographic changes, which Dr. Paul spoke of, our longevity has gone up, but that brings its own challenges. There is a sandwich generation today, which is where the parent as well as the child both are old, and the child's child also requires investment. So that sandwich generation gets strained because of finances. Elderly also suffer from more frauds, usually perpetrated on them by some near and dear one only, maybe a child itself. They also have more difficulty in finding employment, and all is leading to huge old age poverty. People speak about a silver tsunami. Silver tsunami surely, but there is silver destitution happening. Millions of people are going into poverty in old age. Their pensions, if there are not able to manage. their expenses, and they are living a life of real humiliation and lack of care. So this is how I would like to just portray before everybody what is the state of the common elderly man. And I have a very diverse group here, and I'm very proud to be humbly steering such a group. This group, there are a lot of private sector professionals and leaders with whom I have known for very long. So the code of communication is extremely informal. There are also dignitaries from the government where the code of communication is formal. So the challenge of a moderator here is very big. I would just request everybody to give me the space. अगर कहीं कुछ 19-20 हो जाए तो कंटेंट पे ध्यान रखिएगा सर, और कॉन्टेक्स्ट को थोड़ा सा इग्नोर करके enrich the discussion, because each of you is a superb batsman in this field. And keeping the fact that this is a 90-minute session, but there are 11 people to speak, I would request each intervention to be 2 to 3 minutes so that each of you gets more than one chance to speak. And I would also request you to be additive in your responses. If anybody has already taken up any point which you wish to speak of, kindly just underscore that you also agree with that point. So, on that note, let me first of all ask Mr. Saurabh Garg, who is the Secretary, Department of Social Justice and Empowerment, an alumnus from IIM Ahmedabad. So, sir, you must be really bitten with nostalgia when you came to Ahmedabad.
Absolutely. I've spent a wonderful 2 years out here, and it's always a pleasure to come to Ahmedabad.
Great. So, Saurabh ji, please बताएं कि आपके regarding national policy for senior citizens which comes under your purview, what is the way forward, how you are going to help the Indian elderly to age with dignity, improve his productivity, and also please speak of the low-tech assisted devices which Dr. Paul mentioned. Mr.
Yeah, so the national policy for older persons came up way back in 1999, which incidentally was also the International Year of Older Persons, and that on that occasion it was released. And the focus of that is obviously to ensure that how elders can live their life with purpose, with dignity and peace. And to that end, the government has initiated a number of programs. I'll just mention a couple of which might be of interest out here. One is obviously in terms of supporting the indigent older persons by maintenance of old age homes. So that's an important program that we have. And there's a specific program that we have which is focused on providing assistive devices, whether with regard for low vision, for hearing impairment, locomotor disabilities. And the focus in all these is obviously on the need for these to be, number one, cater to a mass population of senior citizens, which as of now is already more than 10 crore in India. So, and it's only going to increase as we move. So obviously it has to have simple technologies which can be used by everyone. It needs to be affordable so that it becomes available to a larger number of people. And have some kind of a minimum standards or perhaps a kind of a grading depending on the type of device that is. So I'll not talk about the other requirements which are more in terms of psychological care or others, but I would just like to mention one other point, is that recently we've started a program called SAGE, which is a Senior Care Aging Growth Engine, where we are looking for startups or other such agencies who are developing products, processes, or services for senior citizens. And we provide up to 1 crore per project. And 13 projects have already been supported. And the kind of projects which we have supported include, for example, I'll just give a few examples. One company is developing an automated device for home dialysis that cuts the cost of dialysis. Another, a hip guard for preventing hip fractures. Another, smart insoles that prevent the fall of the elderly. And another one on devices for controlling common pain points in the elderly. I just wanted to mention this, that since there would be a lot of people who are working in this sector, in fact, I have CI Ventures who are implementing this. They are also present out here today. And this would also be an area where we would look forward to collaborating with many out here.
I think the products which you have mentioned speak about the sensitivity of the government, because they are all stemming from those areas which the elderly is most troubled by. So thank you very much. That's a very interesting and sensitive beginning to the program. Let me come to my friend Rajit. Rajit, as you know, is the MD of Antara Senior Living and Assisted Care, and he's a pioneer in this space. So, Rajit, what do you think about the status of seniors in India, the financial aspect of retiring, and the tech-based changes or trends for elder care?
Thank you. Thank you, Pawan. I think the data around seniors, Dr. Paul mentioned life expectancy, about number of seniors. So let me shift to another perspective. So at Max India, we do a survey every 2 years called the State of Seniors. And the last survey that we did, that covered about 3,000 people in 6 cities, of India, we were astounded by the percentage of seniors living alone. I could never think that 60 to 70% of seniors would be staying alone in India. I still imagined the joint family system was at least prevalent, in the tier 2, tier 3 cities. Of course, that number came down after COVID because seniors shifted back. But even if you take a 30% number, that's a very high percentage. Second, we found that after COVID, their spending patterns had changed. They wanted to travel, spend on leisure, and they started to spend a lot on health and wellness. And the average amount they were spending, about 40 to 50,000 on non-hospitalization expenses, outside hospital care, which if you quickly translate, it's about a 40 to 50,000 crore market in top 30 cities of India. That's the second fact we found. And of course, after pandemic, as you know, everybody got very savvy with Zoom and WhatsApp and YouTube. So they are not as technological, unsavvy as we thought they are. They know how to use technology. 43% were dependent on their children, which is a big issue, because for them it's a self-esteem issue. Asking their child for money is what they didn't like. And therefore they were willing to compromise on their lifestyle, was the other fact we found. We also found that over a period of time now, and when I was growing up, I used to hear from my mother and father that seniors become like children when they age. And I could never relate to that. But now I'm a caregiver to my parents. My father is 94, my mother is 91, she's a dementia patient. And actually you need more than one person to take care of a senior. So if you translate that into a number, and if you have 20 crore seniors today or 30 going forward, where will these 40 crore caregivers come from? We don't even have enough nurses and doctors, for India's need. So that's the other concern we picked up. And obviously now data with the intervention of technology is becoming more manageable, more accessible, so assisted devices which are connected will become more prevalent because they will reduce the time between the emergency and the time it takes to give care. So I think slowly we are seeing trends, and therefore this topic is quite relevant. I think we will need tech-based care, and I'm glad, and I was part of the initiative when the Ministry of Social Justice looked at SAGE and Sacred. So it's a very welcome gesture by the government to start to incentivize people to look at senior care, assisted devices. So that's the context really, Pawan.
Wonderful. what a good initiative, and hope the spectrum of this research keeps on widening, Rajit, under your leadership. I was speaking with my mother the other day. She's 89 years of age. And she's a cynical, and she has a mind of her own. I told her, Mom, elderly are just like babies, you know, children, cute toddlers. The world has said that. She said, children are cute. She said, children are cute. Elderly are not cute. We are adamant. We sometimes scold not only the attendant, but, and we have these wrinkles and all these issues. So, really you're right. At the same time, somewhere we feel that elderly are being seen as a burden, as an expensive burden. And this is just to add to the discussion and bring in Mr. Manoj Agarwal. So, Agarwal Saab, you are the Additional Chief Secretary, Health and Family Welfare for Gujarat. And you have done pioneering work in this space of bringing justice and concern for the elderly. What is it that you have found, and how have you addressed the problems which the elderly are facing? Sir.
Thank you for giving me the chance to speak. First of all, the question which you have raised is very pertinent. Now, as Additional Chief Secretary, Social Justice Department in Gujarat, I can tell you by my experience, there is an act which has been passed by the Ministry, Government of India, Maintenance and Welfare of Parents and Senior Citizens Act 2007. So under this act, rules have been made in state of Gujarat. It must have been done in many other states, but I can talk about Gujarat. Now there is a provision of maintenance tribunals and appellate tribunals. So they have been formed in each and every subdivision and each and every district also. Now it takes it back to the times when the sons and daughters, mainly sons, were impressed upon the responsibility of taking care of the aged in their old age, of course. So the rules under this act, they provide for the subdivisional magistrate as the maintenance tribunal. Now any parent, any old age person whose son or maybe relatives, as per the provisions, it includes the relatives also, they can raise this issue with the concerned tribunal. Now tribunal has to decide the case in a limited period and give the decision, and that decision is generally taking into account the position, situation, financial condition of that person who has who has raised the issue, and then decision is given. So in number of cases, because what happens in the procedure is that both come face to face, and side by side the tribunal, who is the subdivisional magistrate of the area, he has been reasonably informed, counseled, given training, capacity building, etc., to give reasonable judgments, take all the aspects of the case, and then first try to make the son or daughter understand that this is the responsibility which has been shouldered by the sons or daughters who are reasonably well off. And then only the order is made. We saw in many cases, without undergoing the process of the particular case, it was settled. Son agreed. They agree when they are reasoned. In few cases where they did not agree, the orders were issued. Then some more counseling also took place. And then finally, some decision came. And generally, I think in the end, there was happiness all around. So this was one way of taking the issue head on. I think maybe in many other states this must be being followed. So this is what was asked from me. Of course, I have few other things to talk, but two very important and quick points. One is regarding the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana under Ayushman Bharat. In our state, we have increased the limit to 10 lakhs per family, and those who have an income of less than 6 lakhs for the senior citizens, they are also covered, because normally the Government of India has made SECC as the basis, but in Gujarat we have taken a step ahead, and under the Mukhyamantri Amrutam Vatsalya scheme, we provide a limit of 6 lakhs for each family, and insurance of up to 10 lakhs is given. So that is one unique thing. Another is regarding the telemedicine. As the chair also mentioned, that we'll have to use the technology, low assistive devices. But here telemedicine can also play a very important role in reaching the homes of the seniors. So that is what I have to say at present. Thank you.
Yeah. In fact, telemedicine, we found in a survey, it is giving dignity back to the elders, because the elders were feeling that when they go to the hospital, they can face an indifferent healthcare worker or an indifferent doctor. Now, because of the safeguard of the screen, that electronic safeguard, everybody is speaking to them nicely. So, and you have already set the law in place. You have also simultaneously provided the space for taking care of the elder, so that the young are not pushed to the wall. They have the financial muscle to take care of the elder, and then of course they should do their duties, which is a part of social change on which I will speak when I come to Nanki. But before that, let me go to Dr. Vaibhav Kapoor. Vaibhav, you are the founder of Pristine Care, one of the leading startups in the country today, and so talked about. What have you done for the geriatric population, addressing their surgical need? Is it differently addressed, and if yes, how is technology used in its in that difference?
Hi everyone. So, I'll take you through the aspect where what additional things a person in a geriatric age group will require if they have to undergo treatment. So if we see a surgical process, it's not a one-day procedure. He has to prepare prior to surgery, during surgery, and post-surgery care. So at Pristine, and of course a lot of new age healthcare models, we are doing a specific effort where we ease out the situation really well. So let me take you through the pre-surgical aspect of it. So what we have done is, every patient who is into geriatric age group, when he comes to Pristine, he is assigned a dedicated care coordinator. Now the role of this person is, he is going to seamlessly book the OPD for the patient. He is going to ensure if the patient has to undergo any, if the patient needs a surgery, any pre-surgery tests, laboratory, diagnostics, he is the one who's going to collect that reports and everything. He is the one who is going to assist him into insurance clearances. My father is 74, he recently underwent a knee surgery. And, what I realized was, just to ensure the insurance clearance is happening or not, the multiple visits are sometimes required. So instead of a patient in that age group to go, this care coordinator helps him to control that part, right? Like Rajat sir mentioned, almost 40% of population in geriatric age group, live alone or not with their kids, for whatever reasons, they're working in a different city or something. So we ensure that we send a cab to their place, which picks them up at home, drops them to the hospital so that they don't have to drive themselves. Anyways, they are in a stress of getting a procedure, so we don't want them to come and drive to the, the hospital. So these are things where we give them a complete assistance in insurance clearances, financial clearances, and dropping to the hospital. Inside the hospital, you would generally see a long waiting queue just to get admitted. So, we use a lot of technology where, the hospital has a separate app, patient has a separate app, patient can upload all his documents a day prior, right? Just, all of us would have traveled today, we would have taken a flight, and majority of us would have done the boarding pass clearance in the night itself, so that in the morning we don't have to stand in the queue. So we send all the patient documents one day prior to the hospital. Hospital generates a ticket where he says, okay, I have received all the documents. And next day when the patient goes to the hospital, he just has to show that ticket. So we've just taken this from the airline industry and incorporated here. So that in the admission, a geriatric age group patient doesn't have to wait for more than 5-10 minutes. He gets the room on priority. His all documents are already submitted. He just has to sign and go in. When the surgery is happening, they have a 24/7 assistance, for whatever reasons, sometimes in the hospital, a nurse might be over busy. So they can call, their virtual coordinator, probably my washroom is not clean. I would need a tea. I would need my bed sheet to be done. So in the hospital, they get a 24/7 assistance. The same person helps them into getting discharged, fasten the track and everything. And then, of course, the patient is dropped back home. Post the surgery, the recovery period in a geriatric age group is almost 2x than any regular patient. So we ensure that if a patient wants to come multiple times for follow-up, the entire follow-up journey is free. It can be done virtually. A lot of diseases, like a cataract or something, probably might not require a physical examination post-surgery, so they can get a virtual consult done with the operating surgeon, or they can come to hospital or clinic multiple times and they're not charged for that. So pre-surgery, during surgery, and post-surgery, these are the things which we manage for them. In my practical experience, what concern I have seen, like I mentioned, my father underwent a knee replacement surgery, and his bill was close to 4 lakh rupees. But in that age group, normally they have a GIPSA insurance which might be for 2 lakh, 3 lakh rupees, and they would be, paying a premium for last 15 years or so. But when the actual need was coming, he still, he was, okay, I have to probably still pay 1 lakh rupee from my own pocket. So I think there is no avenue right now where a geriatric age group person can get a higher insurance premium, because a lot of insurance companies don't accept patients above 60, 65 years of age, right? So that is one practical problem which we see. And since these are retired people, they don't have an active source of income, so financing also becomes an issue for them. So I think these two problems is what we see practically, when we operate on geriatric population.
Agreed. In fact, बहुत सारे old age में लोग इस तरह से बोलते हैं कि मैं मान मर्यादा और गरिमा से मरना चाहता हूँ. अगर मेरे बेटे गौरव 1 लाख 2 लाख रुपए मेरे पे वैसे ही खर्च कर सकते हैं, फिर भी मैं उनसे नहीं लेना चाहता. And I really appreciate how you are bringing the technology to the fore to help the elderly, and also there is a chaperone who is helping them handle all that app thing, etc. Because elderly people find it very difficult to handle clunky interfaces or slowly downloading apps. When I asked my mother, I taught her how to send a mail. First few mails, she was sending hundreds of words long mail, and everything she was putting in the subject matter only, subject matter this thing. So the subject, so that's how, and they get frustrated when technology doesn't work for, so if you have that chaperone, that's a great idea. On that note, coming to Dr. Basant Garg, the Deputy CEO of NHA, you have also done a lot of work in the telemedicine digital space, Dr. Saab. So would you like to throw some light on this and how this technology is helping elders?
Thank you. We at the National Health Authority, we are working to build a health ecosystem wherein health records are accessible to all patients and are within their control, and they can share those records as per their own will. The specific population segment that we are talking about today requires extra help, but also would benefit from moving to the digital way of health. We are building a health information exchange consent manager gateway wherein the elderly patients, they can not only exchange their health data, they can actually have access to their longitudinal health record. So after each visit to a doctor, after each consultation, after each lab test, their health records would be accessible to them, and I believe this would lead to better clinical decision making for all future episodes. Another gateway that the NHA is building is the unified health interface, wherein increased discoverability of health service providers is achieved. This is very crucial for the population segment we are speaking about today, the geriatric population, because they will be able to discover and access these health services without any impediment. What kind of services we are talking about? A large part would be teleconsultations, laboratory tests, maybe caregivers. So all these services will not only be more discoverable, they would be more accessible. And we are also ensuring that this is not platform centric. This is not dependent on a person having the same mobile app and the doctor being on the same app. So this will actually give a lot of freedom to all the people to discover health services. And the third and very important work that NHA is doing is building the health claims exchange. We do believe that today processing of health claims is very costly, very inefficient, and that is why the premiums are very high. At NHA, we are developing this health claim exchange wherein by using standardized flow of health claims, we'll be able to reduce costs by allowing machine readability, AI, to process claims. Now this will eventually lead to lower premiums for all of the population and maybe better products for the geriatric population. Another thing which we are exploring as of date is the MedTech devices. Why not integrate all the devices right from the start so that any data, any health data that is recorded, captured in a medical device, that can flow seamlessly to the patient's caregiver, to the patient's doctor. And at today, using this forum, I would like to pitch for all the MedTech companies, all the producers, manufacturers of MedTech devices to come and integrate with the Ayushman Bharat digital mission. I believe that now is the time that all of our MedTech devices integrate into ABDM and they are able to send across health information right to the patient's mobile and through his patient's consent to the patient's doctor. Another very important aspect of the longitudinal health record, and which I think some of the co-panelists also mentioned, given that a lot of the elderly, they are living alone, they may be living away from their children. It is important that, though we are living away from the children, but the children would still have access to that record. I think the architecture of the digital mission is such that record of, the parents can be accessed with the consent of the parents by their children. I think that gives a lot of visibility to the children, to the records of their patient, and I think that will help improve the care that is available to the geriatric population. Thank you.
Fantastic. You have really made the structure of what you just said come alive. And it's really, really fantastic that you're working not only on the insurance claim side, but also on the health record side, etc., which become immediately available during a teleconsult. So all the allergy lists, all the contraindications, etc., are available. Chances of medical errors reduce. In fact, in one of our research, we found that when people were saying that telemedicine will reduce accuracy of treatment, some people came up with the answer, no, it is increasing the accuracy of treatment. For example, it doesn't cause hypertension. White coat hypertension is when I become hypertensive just because I'm in front of the doctor and I'm being tested, but when I'm at home and tested by the same machine in the same way, I'm not getting hypertension. So, wonderful.
I would even
go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to add that the satisfaction levels from completed teleconsultation, that has been shown to be very high. It's not that patients after a teleconsultation are reporting that they are not satisfied with the kind of service they got. So the satisfaction is pretty high even after a teleconsultation.
Yeah, and the fact that you are going for platform agnostic technology, that's great. I hope more and more smartphones will be available, and I hope our internet penetration will also increase. Let me come to another stalwart from an associated field, home care. So Gaurav Thukral is the CEO of Healthcare at Home. Gaurav, I'd like to ask you how home healthcare makes healthcare more accessible and affordable, and what are the topmost MedTech trends in home healthcare that you see today?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, organizers, for making me part of this panel and sharing stage with the Reverend Dr. Paul. I'm a great fan of yours, sir. So some statistics. Home healthcare has been more than 2 decades old in the West and a decade old in this country. It is a USD 150 billion market in the US, 145 USD billion in Europe, with 40% of it being claimed by Germany and France, and less than 10 million USD in India. There's a study by Niti Aayog which says that the cost of acute care or hospitalization can be reduced by 30%, 15 to 30%, if those treatments are available at home or in out-of-hospital care. And 65% of visits to the hospitals are not required. Well, how the West shaped it is, tertiary care, they will not have a length of stay of more than 3 days. Depending on the intensity of the patient will go into long-term acute care, into a acute rehab center, inpatient rehab center, skilled nursing facility, and from there, as the pair decides, they will go home on a home care model. Well, in India, we are known to leapfrog due to technology. We started HCH, Healthcare at Home, 10 years back, and we quickly found our niche into ICU at homes, but the push came during COVID. ICU at home became a norm with intensivist monitoring patients at home in remote areas when we didn't have beds at home in the hospitals. COVID also, thanks to the Government of India guidelines, pushed remote monitoring of COVID patients, which saved millions of lives. And carrying on the same, today we contribute to medical consultations of specialists and super specialists in PHCs in UP, where we do more than 1 lakh consultations and have reduced the burden of infectious diseases by 30% And these are all point of care devices where a doctor can even listen to the heartbeat, optometry, and all POC devices for lab also. Well, what we have seen is what technology can do. You integrate the doctor, the paramedical staff, the lab, and then you make it outcome-based, which the payer sees for delivering outcomes through the electronic records. All this technology has enabled in the out-of-hospital care space. Also, what we have learned from our learnings from the West, that transition care is a new space in India and just a drop in the ocean. We have around 300 transition care beds which occupy LTech, SNF, IP rehab, and are trying to reduce the disability. And again, a patient who comes out with a Ryle's tube, with a tracheostomy, with a Foley's catheter, and still is bedbound and cannot go back to his normal routine, this patient cannot go home and be treated and hence needs transition care. Well, all said that, as I said, this is just a needle in the haystack. I am a qualified physician, did my DNB medicine. 10 years back, when I started home health care, my friends used to tell me, "Ab tum nurses supply karoge." This is the perception. Today also the perception of home health care is on that last caregiver. That caregiver, aapne caregiver rakh liya, to home health care hai. Rest everything, there is no perception in the public at least. And in the gig workers economy, even a Ola and Uber driver have a license, a caregiver has no license. And we compromise the safety of the elderly there. Also, many schemes, Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Yojana, congratulations to Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, they talk about such good things. But nowhere we find mention of out-of-hospital care integration into this. Paul sir, you have done a fantastic job in doubling the MBBS seats to reduce the burden on acute care. I think now is the time that we use the capabilities of technology and out-of-hospital care to reduce the subacute and chronic care. Coming back to sir, you said that technology, people are not savvy, and Rajat sir also had comments. We have an Amazon for senior people called Seniority. And we see that 60% of the seniors are able to order products for themselves, by themselves and not with the children. So these are happy individuals who can use technology. We just need to empower them outside the hospital. Thank you.
Fantastic point, and I'm glad you brought a counterpoint, because they say that truth emerges when friends debate. So I fully agree with you. Technology overall has been a big enabler for the elderly. Technology, there is a tribe called Hokikomori. Hokikomori basically means those people who only want to interact with gadgets. And there are more and more old people in Japan, and this tribe is spreading across the world, or this cohort is spreading. They only want to interact with gadgets. They don't want to interact with human beings, because human beings judge, because human beings can tire, because human beings can rebel. They may get, all those problems are there. So technology is a very big enabler, and technology is also reducing their loneliness. Since the last year, 2022 over 2021, 75% increase in the number of more than 65-year-old people coming on social media. Social media, of course, has its own problems, but the elderly are getting rid of their loneliness through this. So, very good point. Thank you very much for bringing that counter angle. And also for the elderly, they want to heal at home so that they can follow their own routine. They can meet the near and dear ones without any obstruction. And for many of the people who have not been relocated, they cherish memories of that space. So we disturb them by taking them to the hospital, etc. If they can heal in dignity and efficiently at home, it is so much better. Coming to Nanki. Nanki is also a leader in the elder care space. She is the CEO of ProTribe Senior Services. Nanki, I would like to you to tell us the softer side of your observations which you shared with me earlier, and going up right to the subacute senior care and the Uber-like model which you are proposing.
Thank you, Pawan. Am I audible? Okay, perfect. I'd like to change the discussion on its head a little bit, and I'd like to start with the fact that everybody has made such great recommendations and such great observations. There is a paper that Dr. Paul launched in January 2022, and I have a copy of it right here. This was the most comprehensive paper that was ever done in the senior care space. It covers every aspect of senior care, starting from whatever Webb have said and Rajit said, and insurance, financing, technology, public-private partnership, what the government has done so far, and with clear next steps, which we had discussed with Dr. Paul as well. That part I will let Rajit summarize. Having said that, I would really recommend that this paper moves forward and everybody does take a look at it. It's an excellently done paper by PwC. Going back to technology, really, technology is a part of our ecosystem. It is we provide two kinds of services, and I will approach technology from a service perspective. We do home health care, and we have a transition care unit as well. Gaurav has spoken enough about transition care, so I'm not going to go in there, but I will talk about the home health care aspect on how we use technology therein. Remote patient monitoring, there are ample and more devices there. We use one, very easily doable, Bluetooth-enabled device. Vitals can be measured, especially post-acute, post-event, right there at home. Secondly, one very important thing that we realized, especially when we got into accreditation of our services, was documentation. The caregiver who really goes out there and provides the care is not a nurse. And just like Gaurav rightly said, even Uber drivers have licenses and these people don't. But at the same time, when we are talking about accreditation, there is documentation that is required. What did you do at home? What are you doing? How are you taking care of the patient? What is the care plan? And if we expect this barely 10th class graduate person to write down this stuff, it's not happening. So what we have done, we've come up with an app where they go yes, no, yes, no. Any form can be filled in, whether that's medication management or that's care planning or that is your intake output form or a discharge summary form. Everything has been made a yes, no format with minimal intervention for anybody to type in. That helps us control quality. It gives us a dashboard to see what is happening, especially if it comes to events at home, a fall. Why did it happen? How did it happen? How will we make it better next time? That way, even the family members have a record of what we did and how we did this. That's where I think we are trying to make a big difference in the home care space. Third is access, of course, access to services. I'm not going to get into the financial aspect of it, but I'm going to talk about how seniors can really get these services at home. The biggest driver about home care services and the problem is distance. A person living, and I'm going to take the Delhi example, a person living in Punjabi Bagh traveling to Chhatarpur, very far. The exhaustion of the caregiver is very high. So we have actually partially implemented a model where the closest caregiver can go to the closest client and give the best deal possible. I have to credit that idea to Rajit. He's the one who actually proceeded it in my head about 2.5 years ago. And we are on our way to implementing it now. The other aspect of financing is structural financing by the government, where we would really like some sort of structure there. So we are a business. There's a lot of money sitting out there to fund businesses like ours. But unless we have a structure and one window clearance or a one window where seniors and their needs are really looked into by the government, these people understand the scope, understand the demographics, but they are not going to be able to give us the money that we need to improve this ecosystem unless there is more structure to this ecosystem. And that's where I will leave this. Thank you.
Great. And your whole idea of evidence-based judgments by recording why are falls happening, how are they happening, who's around them, etc., will surely help in framing policies as well as products. So thank you, Kalyan, for waiting till the end for me to reach you. How are you using technology to handle the NCD burden in geriatric care, and how can you think of other technological interventions for geriatric population, caring for them better?
Thank you. Hello. So first of all, good afternoon, everyone, respected panelists and delegates. I think we just heard about the geriatric population or senior citizens in this country having to face many challenges, psychological, social, and physical, with the mobility issues and all. And I think, like Mr. Pawan alluded, we also layer on top of it the diabetes, cancer, and the other non-communicable disease burden, and it gets a lot more concerning. So for example, I think Lancet recently has shared that we have about 100 million people living with diabetes in India. We have about 130 million pre-diabetic, which means in about 20 years' time, almost 23 crores people will be diabetic and senior citizens. Now, the challenge with this is that there is also a very high rate of complications because of lack of assisted care, lack of preventive care. A lot of lifestyle modification is required, timely medication and support is required. And without that, many of these senior citizens will get into hospitals, which was proven by the data which Rajit shared, that at least 1 in 10 senior citizen ends up in a hospital. And many of these times, this is paid by the government, directly or indirectly. So looking at the burden there, what we thought and we wanted to share, why I'm here today is, globally we have a product called Freestyle Libre. It is a continuous glucose monitoring system. And it is clinically, it's a sensor on the arm, and the senior citizen doesn't have to do anything. All they have to do is take their phone, scan it to their sensor, and data in real time goes to the caregiver and to the healthcare physician. So what we are empowering is remote monitoring, on-demand healthcare, so that the physician can intervene when it is required. With Freestyle Libre, we also remove the pain of pricking. Many of the senior citizens, because of advanced neuropathy, are not able to prick their fingers and they have a lot of pain. So they avoid pricking. So we improve compliance. We're also empowering 24 hours, 14-day data to be shared with a physician, which enables them to manage their food and lifestyle choices, thereby helping the senior citizen stay out of hospital. Clinically and globally, we have evidence that Freestyle Libre helps reduce overall hospitalization by 28% for people living with type 2 diabetes. Especially during pandemic, where care all of a sudden got restricted, mobility was restricted. Having technology, we already have the infrastructure, but having a product like Freestyle Libre woven into the infrastructure with the access my other delegates spoke about can ensure that we can provide real-time care to the senior citizens and help them live with dignity, which they deserve. So I think that's a bit about how I'm here and how Freestyle Libre has helped save lives, and I believe we are at the right place to create similar success through public-private partnerships and bring the power of the device, technology, and elevate the NCD burden and also the psychosocial burden we are talking about today.
Very good. So similar technologies are of course available in chemotherapy, in dialysis, etc. And they can also be used at home. So before I go for a second round of intervention, very brief interventions from our panelists, let me go to Rajit, because we asked him to make a note of all our demands from the private sector, which we can place before Dr. Paul, Mr. Garg, Mr. Manoj Agarwal, as well as the CEO, Dr. Basant, on what is it that will facilitate elder care in the country. And thereafter we will we'll ask Mr. Garg and Mr. Manoj Agarwal to comment, and then finally come for a comment to Mr. Paul, as well as Mr. Garg if he wants to say anything. Also, if anybody has not spoken or any important point is there, please let me know, and I will key you in. Rajit.
Sure. Thank you, Pawan. And having known Mr. Paul, Dr. Paul through my healthcare days, he prefers very specific, pragmatic action points. So I'm going to try to do that. So first, sir, as you have known that a lot of time we discuss about how does a senior finance his or her retirement. Only 10% are covered through any formal pension scheme or provident fund. Rest is all. So out of pocket, is a big issue. So one request we had always, sir, is that we've approached many private insurance companies. They are finding it very difficult to create a product because there's no data that they have. The only thing we could think of to do very quick was to set up a task force to examine the CGHS packages and the Ayushman Bharat packages and see which of them lend themselves to outside hospital care. For example, sir, a knee surgery now requires only 3 to 5 days of hospitalization, while the package says 7 days. So you could say 3 to 5 days in the hospital, 2 days at home, or in a rehab center is also covered. So like that, if a task force can identify 6 or 7 things to experiment with and see, does it really work? That will be very quick to do. And if there is some way of requesting IRDA, like they mandated a COVID product, because there has to be a start by a public sector company, kahin shuru karna padega, tabhi jaake baat aage badhegi, is the first request we have. And I think Dr. Gaurav was suggesting that if we can do a study with AIMS, that if you're able to provide preventive care and fund it, it reduces the disease burden eventually. A study can be done to prove to the private insurers, on that. Kalyan also mentioned reimbursement, which I covered through CGHS. Second, sir, as I said, on capacity to take care, kahan se aayegi ye, right? So like nursing, etc., we don't have a formal geriatric care course, for caregivers, which can be recognized as an employment currency like nurse. So once you are certified, there's a diploma or whatever, or a degree. So how do you introduce that, right? One thought we had, sir, was that every senior has some caregiver or the other. It's a domestic hand who's been trained. So if we can formalize that workforce by training them and registering them for safety of seniors, that could bring a whole new workforce into the system straight away, right? And then if a DNB in geriatric care can be done, a DNB in geriatric care can be introduced, that will increase the capacity to serve. The third, and we can work with the Healthcare Sector Skills Council, NOIS, whatever you want on the capacity to serve. Third is really standards. We had submitted to the Ministry of Social Justice a draft of minimum standards for senior housing. But if you look at, sir, care at home for seniors, assisted living centers, memory care, koi usme guidelines hai nahi. So we worked with NABH now. They have taken a draft out for, care homes. But if something can be done very quickly on that side to take out some standards of infra, safety, staffing, training, basic facilities, that will produce some trust with the customers कि ये certified facility है और insurance में cover करना आसान हो जाएगा. Third is, a bunch of recommendations are around reducing this issue of GST, because on one hand, healthcare is GST exempt, but when home care players provide nursing or caregivers at home, they have to charge GST. वो जाता तो senior की pocket से है. So there's some way of reducing that friction. That will really be lovely on that side. And SAGE is already doing adoption of new technologies, and that I think is a great point on that side. So these were some of the thoughts we had very specifically, right? Also, Pawan was saying that under the new NMC draft that we saw, doctors can't be trained on medical devices. I mean, ये कैसे होगा फिर? अगर medical devices हैं, train तो करना ही पड़ेगा उन्हें. There is some restriction, he was telling me, if you can look into that, sir. So that's our submission, sir, for your consideration.
The NMC has come out with a draft guidelines in which one of the point is saying that doctors cannot train others, which will reduce our capacity in a very huge way. In fact, the industry, cross-industry associations, we worked laboriously and came out with a draft called UCMD-MP, which is Unified Code on Medical Device Promotion and Practices, Marketing Promotion and Practices, which was with the DOP, and the DOP had actually appreciated it, we felt. However, NMC has come out with this guideline which can really create a hurdle in the dissemination of skilling. So we want to bring this to your attention. Of course, our list is long, sir. And before we come to you, we will, or first you address, sir, and then I go. एक मिनट. So सौरभ जी से मैं ये रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा सर कि आप इन सारे पॉइंट्स में से जिन पे कमेंट कर दें, उसके बाद मनोज जी से फिर एंड
Thank you. I'll just pick on two of the points that have been raised. One is on capacity building for geriatric care. I would just like to mention that over the past year or so, we've developed a certificate course of 450 hours duration in consultation with the Domestic Care Skill Sector Council and the Health Skills Sector Council. And this is a 450-hour course given over 3 months. In the last year, we have only trained perhaps a few thousand domestic care workers, but our objective is to scale it up rapidly and over the next 3 years or even less to scale it up to 1 lakh workers to be trained and with the certification for a geriatric care service provider. And we'll be happy to scale it up further if there is demand. And associated with this is also a small, which is more offered right now or planned to be offered over the online course for a kind of a learning course for family members who are involved in elder care at home. So that can also perhaps go for, and it would be available in different languages. So that would be online available, and that should be, so these are two initiatives, one already done and one in process. The second issue that was mentioned is on the standards and frameworks on senior housing is what you mentioned. I would also mention about senior care homes. On the senior housing standards, obviously it requires some amount of interdepartmental coordination because it's something done by the housing norms would have to be changed. But we would be very happy to facilitate that within the government. At the same time, in order to give an impetus to private initiatives in this sector, we are working on, we have the older persons policy, which is a number of you or maybe others in the audience has participated and have given inputs, and we would be happy to get more inputs so that we can bring out a revised and updated version which takes care and builds the fact of greater private sector participation in this and providing the necessary frameworks and the standards which would be required in general in the ecosystem for elder care and not necessarily and going beyond senior housing. I just wanted to mention on these 2 points.
Excellent point, sir. In fact, the housing standards are so important because you need grab bars in the bathroom, you need a shower bench, you need a toilet from which it is easy to get up. Eventually, you might need also have, as in the more advanced countries, walk-in tubs, etc., broader corridors, and surely this is a point only which the government can help us with, and we will give you our ideas. And thank you very much for sensitively thinking about it. Let me go to Mr. Agarwal now and to comment on whatever is the wish list which has come to you so far from my friend Rajit.
First of all, of course, a very fruitful, important discussion has been done, and chair will be summing it up. But I think already there are a number of nations who have reached a certain stage of development, who have maybe more fortunate, they spend more in the healthcare. As far as my knowledge goes, in the developed countries, the expenditure on healthcare, and that too the geriatric healthcare, is much more, and it is close to even sometimes double digits. And in our country, it is still much lower as far as the GDP is concerned. So the ratio of GDP and expenditure, so that should increase, taking into account the geriatric care. There more and more expenditure has to be done. And secondly, to prepare the people, those because we can learn from the countries where already there is a large workforce, large number of people in the age group above 60. So we have to learn from them, because they are already undergoing this change, and we'll be going through this change, because already our large percentage is above 60, and in the coming 20-30 years we'll be having more than 330 million people, which will be 1/5 of the population, and 330 million means the population of USA. So we have to prepare, and screening of non-communicable diseases, that will play a very major role. That will also play a major role in reducing the expenses for the old age people in the old age years, and also it will reduce the burden on the maybe government also, because the burden increases. And also the disability adjusted life years, they will also be reduced, because when you see the old age people, as they keep on growing, of course, older, so their dependency on others, that keeps on increasing. If the non-communicable disease is taken care of at a very early stage, it is diagnosed earlier, and then accordingly you start, if required, you start taking medicines. If required, you change your lifestyle. So all these things do matter, and they have to fit in our new policy framework. Thank you.
Wonderful, very good points made, sir. Now I would like to ask the rest of the panelists if there is any other wish list, and let me also include the audience in this. If there is anything else which they would like to ask, or any question which they have, before we go to Dr. Paul, and let us see what he has to say on our demands and the discussion so far. Anybody else from the panel who would like to speak? Anybody?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just in case the sir finds this as a feasible idea, I think the government employees, especially as senior citizens who are dependent on the care, I think we have a model and the wherewithal here to do a public-private pilot and establish what standard of care looks like in terms for India. So that's just a point there.
Yeah, the other point which I think you were mentioning, Kalyan, was that the CGHS employees,
yes,
they are only having a cover for hospitalization. They also do not have a cover for home health care, which will be at a fraction of the cost, or for subacute health care. So that is one thing. Why we are raising all these points before Dr. Paul and the other dignitaries here, and before I come to Mr. Garg, let me, Dr. Basan Garg, let me go to Gaurav, because Gaurav wants to say something. Dr. Gaurav Tukran.
My only request to Dr. Paul is, sir, you are known for quick decisions, pilots, and seeing outcomes as the proof in the pudding. I would request that your alma mater, yes, sir, I say you are known for quick decisions and quick implementations. If we can show value with the All India Institute of Medical Sciences by working with that center of eminence to reduce the acute care burden and show the outcomes, how we can improve in terms of chronic care, subacute care, and also decrease the financial burden on the government. That would be a big request, sir.
Dr. Basant Garg, do you want to say something? Go ahead, go ahead.
No, I just would like to say that already Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana is covering the bottom 40% of India's population, the poorest of the poor, and that includes providing inpatient geriatric care for that population. Of course, home-based care is as of now not included in that. But let me just try to rephrase that when we sit here, you know, geriatric care looks like a very middle class and upper middle class concept. You know, we have to really think of accessible geriatric care for all of the population. At NHA, we are already discussing with the IRDAI, exploring possibilities about, you know, getting private insurers to make products, to build products using the PMJ ecosystem. We have a huge network of 28,000 hospitals, both public and private, who are already offering IPD care at a very, very competitive rate. Again, I would say, you know, there's a marker here that we are not covering home-based care. So those are the 2 points. Thank you.
So your response is, Dr. Paul. Everybody is waiting to listen to you.
Let's start from the discussion that's flowing. I think what you're hearing from us, from Dr. Garg on behalf of NHA and Ministry, that the current paradigm of health assurance is focused on inpatient care. It's being done in a big way. It's the largest health assurance program. It's covering bottom 40%. State governments have gone on top of that and included more people, again for inpatient care. So this point is well taken, that current coverage in this regard is focused on inpatient, and other additionalities such as home care for specific needy groups should be discussed, and we can try to, you know, flesh it out as to how it is to be done, who should be getting it, what should be the package of services. There are some generic things, even in the elderly, which fall in the specialist domain, but there are some special things among the elderly which fall under the category of priority elderly care. So I think this is a work that should be done. I'd be happy to work with you all. How do we design it? एक नई चीज़ है ये, इसको डिज़ाइन कैसे करें? और जैसे बसंत ने कहा कि जब सरकार इसको देखेगी तो फिर सारे ही एल्डरली की भी नीड को देखा जाएगा, सिर्फ मिडिल क्लास की ही नहीं बल्कि सबसे गरीब की भी, और गरीब की भी अकेले की नहीं बाकियों की भी देखेंगे. सो आई थिंक दिस इज अ पॉलिसी फ्रंटियर दैट वी विल बी very, very delighted to push forward, and I'll particularly seek help from Saurabh ji and our other colleagues within the government, and all of you please advise us how it is to be done, how to package. Now, the same way, you're right, CGHS itself doesn't give you home care, so leave alone, you know, for other categories, this privileged group by certain design also. So this progress we have to make as a policy frontier, so point taken. At the same time, your point about preventive care being focused, I think again, let's think about what is it that we can do promptly in this area. By preventive care, what do we mean? Do we mean anemia to be detected, screening to be done in home care? Possibly it can be done in certain ways. We can do it through the home health and wellness centers, for example, and in urban areas, other, you know, can be found out, other ways and means can be found out. Are you talking about, you know, preventive care to address that the individuals don't fall? Is it about health education? So I think a preventive care package can be mainstreamed, Sarabji, into the work that we are doing and can be expanded. It can come from the social sector side, not just from the health side, but also from the health side for sure, and societal side. So let's think about what it means. What is the package of preventive things? Or would it mean a vaccine? Would it mean correcting anemia? Is it food, micronutrients? तो इसकी बात करनी चाहिए कि ये चीज़ें क्या हो रही हैं. Is it exercise? Is it yoga? Is it stimulation? Is it avoiding depression? So I think it's a fascinating area to think about special aspects of preventive care, and again, be very happy to work on this. Basant has already answered the third point, namely, it is our pain that we don't have, insurance products which can fit into the needs of the lower and the middle classes. The ones that we are familiar with, and you know it better than us, somehow are applicable to much better off population and also targeted to more young people selectively, because then the burden on the insurance companies is low because they don't fall sick. So this distortion is a systemic distortion, and I would really urge the private sector, IRDA, private insurance companies to please come forward. And so many times this appeal has been made at various fora, and I'm aware of the fact that the IRDA has taken some initiatives the last 1 year to try to find products. There was a product that was, generically designed at NITI. The uptake was not there. So it is something again that should happen, but then responsibility is again joint. But here, private insurance companies have to be smart and tell us how that product can be generated. We need innovation on it. If you have ideas on, product which can be, let's say, per family, something to the tune of, let's say, 5,000, 10,000. But the current products are 28,000, 82,000. And when you include the elderly, the whole thing becomes fun. So it's I would again say, it's such a pain for us, not being able to find a good product. So I want to work with you on that, and please, we'll get the group together and we'll be very happy to pursue that. Now that I have the mic, I'll just put in front of you a couple of my requests. One, when you view elderly, all of us, please keep in mind that there are special needs for the elderly women. Ye gender part, Nanki, you can relate to it, all of you can relate to it. Can we be even more concerned and innovative for the women? And there are more elderly, by at least some margin, women than men. I want us to always keep this in mind. And there it is about dignity, and they hide their problems and so on. So I want to add a voice for the elderly woman. Number two, whenever you make these assistive technology of the classical kind, which means the walker and the wheelchair, the affordable ones are still not of optimum quality. They are not really easy. They are not very friendly. The ones that most people can afford, the ones that hospitals can afford, even those wheelchairs are so rickety. I don't know what needs to be done about this, because you can do much smarter job. So quality as you move forward for every medical technology, but quality for such products that are needed by the frail in particular, and of course the sick, can we please make them not only affordable, but also very, very high quality, user friendly, safe, cozy, and so that's my second request. I didn't hear possibilities of having robots to help the elderly and the homebound. Can we make progress in the sphere of robotics, because robotics is lacking in some way? We talk about AI solutions, which are essentially the soft part and the algorithms, but hardcore robotics may have a place, and can we jointly work in that regard? And I know there are so many of you who are in that field. Telemedicine has been mentioned, but I think, let's think whether the generic telemedicine alone, and that's for Basant and all of us to think about, all of you also to think about, whether generic telemedicine services alone can fulfill the gap. If not, why not special ways of doing it? People who are sensitive to the needs of the elderly, and whether that can be thought about. We have telemanas for mental health, for example. Can we do better in regard to that? But let that be based on more information that we can. Last idea on the medical technologies is remote diagnosis, not only point of care, but I'm looking at home X-ray. So difficult to mobilize the real, bed-bound elderly for just an investigation. So blood test can be done at home, sure, But then can we do X-ray at home? Can we do an ultrasound at home remotely? By coming is one approach. Can it be done remotely? Can we test eye check? I want to get my father's eye check for adjustment of his specs, but I'm wondering how to go about doing it. I'm struggling with this in my own mind the last four weeks. So hemodialysis is a great idea. I'm very fascinated by that. With these words, I would say, keeping in mind, last but not the least, the bladder and the bowel needs on top. Can we have very, very smart, dignified solutions to the bowel and bladder needs of our parents and of our elderly? Truly a very, very important area for progressing with policy. The timing couldn't have been, more apt. We'll be very happy to work, and with Saurabh-ji, with NHA, with all of you, we look forward to wonderful solutions for the care of the elderly, for our own elderly and elderly of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. In fact, the characteristic or emblematic point which came from your address is about elderly women. That means the government is thinking for Antyodaya, because to be elderly is a disadvantage, and it's a double whammy when you are an elderly woman. So thank you very much for thinking of that and making that not only for not only you, but all the other dignitaries who have spoken have their sensitivity is very characteristically reflected. I would like to thank all the panelists for raising the caliber of the discussion. Karl Marx has said, thinkers have only interpreted the world. Thinkers have only interpreted the world, but the point, however, is to change it. And I feel in all the asks which we made and which you made, Dr. Paul and Saurabh-ji and Manoj-ji and Basan-ji, to us, we are trying in our humble capacity to move the needle. So thank you very much for that. I am reminded of one couplet when you spoke, Dr. Paul. आदमी को आदमी बनाने के लिए छोटी सी एक प्रेम कहानी चाहिए. कागज पे लिखने वाली रोशनाई नहीं, आंखों में थोड़ा सा पानी चाहिए. Means shadow of compassion should be there in our eyes towards the elderly, and then we will sensitively and effectively address their needs. On that note, Jai Hind and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pavan Chaudhary, for steering the session so beautifully. And I also thank all the industrial panelists and the government panelists for joining us. I request everyone to kindly step forward for the group photograph. I humbly request Madam and all the gentlemen to kindly assemble for the group photograph. We would now like to acknowledge their presence with a memento. I request Mr. Nadeem Anam from MTI, the Partner Association, to hand over the mementos to the session chair, government panelists, session moderator and industrial panelists. Nadeem, you can stand with them for a photograph. That's what he's asking. Get him in there. Thank you once again, and can we have a big round of applause for all the panelists and speakers over here? I can't hear. Thank you so much. We now move towards a session on Make in India for the World Global Manufacturing Competitiveness. And the session leads are SHM plus PhD CCI. To let you know about the session, India imports approximately 80% medical devices. It has been estimated that the domestic medical device sector suffers from a high cost of manufacturing, which is around 12% to 15% high, as compared to manufacturers from other competing economies. PLI scheme has played a pivotal role towards strengthening indigenous manufacturing of medical devices and attracting greater investments to make India one of the top 5 manufacturing hubs in the world by 2047. Some of the factors which affects the medical device manufacturing ecosystem in the country are deficient infrastructure, constrained domestic supply chain, and logistics environment. Excessive cost of finance, limited design proficiencies, insufficient and unreliable power supplies, restrained attention to R&D and skill development. The objective of this session is to make India's domestic manufacturing globally competitive and to create global champions in manufacturing, and in the words of Honorable Prime Minister Sir, make in India for the world. The key takeaways of this session will be: what global best practices can be adopted in India to develop the ecosystem for manufacturing? What are the solutions to address the challenges in upcoming medical device parks to bring in globally competitive manufacturing ecosystem? What is required for an inclusive manufacturing ecosystem for MSME or SME manufacturers with suitable policy stimulus and infrastructure and financial rapport? What policy thrust and tax reforms are required to increase the exports of medical devices? So we shall discuss all these key points in this particular session.
Your card. Actually, I'm from SHM. So we organize so many.
I'm coming downstairs and give it right away. I don't have it here in my card. This session, the chairperson for this session will be Shri Manoj Agarwal, ACS Health and Family Welfare Gujarat, It will be co-chaired, the session co-chair will be Dr. N. Yuvaraj, Secretary, Industries and Commerce Department, Government of Andhra Pradesh. We welcome you, sir. As a government panelist, we have Shri Avdesh Kumar Chaudhary, Senior Economic Advisor, Pricing, FDI Coordination, Department of Pharmaceuticals. Dr. Sanjay Bihari, Director, Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Sciences and Technology. Shri Prasanth Vinjamuri, Deputy Director and Scientist C, Bureau of Indian Standards, Government of India. The moderator of this session will be Mr. Lalit Mistry, Partner and Co-Head, Healthcare KPMG India. We have as the industry speakers, Senior Vice President Srinivas Reddy, Regulatory Government Affairs. We have Mr. Manish Sardana, President Poly Medicure Limited, Mr. Dinesh Arora, Deputy CEO and Vice President, Purple Microport Cardiovascular Private Limited, Mr. Dinesh Arora, Deputy CEO and Vice President, Purple Microport Cardiovascular Private Limited, Mr. Atantra Das Gupta, Head Samsung HME, Mr. Abhay Kumar Jain, Head of Manufacturing, Becton and Dixon, India, Mr. Jaisal Doshi, Deputy CEO, B Medical Systems, Mr. Omar Sharif Muhammad, Cluster Head for India, Middle East and Africa, Roche Diabetes Care. Can we have all the august speakers and the government officials please on the dais? Welcome, sir. Can we have a big round of applause for all the esteemed speakers on the dais? And now I humbly request Mr. Lalit Mistry, Partner and Co-Head Healthcare KPMG India, to take over as a moderator and steer this wonderful session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. A very warm welcome to each one of you, and a very warm welcome to our session chair, Shri Manoj Agarwal, Additional Chief Secretary, Health and Family Welfare Department, Government of Gujarat. Very welcome, sir. We will have our session co-chair, Dr. N. Yuvraj, Secretary, Industries and Commerce Department, Government of Andhra Pradesh, joining us shortly in this session. We also have industry and government panelists, including Shri Avdesh Kumar Chaudhary, Senior Economic Advisor, Pricing, FDI Coordination, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Dr. Sanjay Bihari, Director, Shri Chitra Tirunal Institute of Medical Science and Technology, Shri Parshanath Vinjamuri, Deputy Director and Scientist, Bureau of Indian Standard, Government of India. We have Shri Srinivas Reddy, Senior Vice President, Regulatory and Government Affairs, SS Innovation Group, Mr. Manish Sardana, President, Poly Medicure Limited, Mr. Dinesh Arora, Deputy CEO and Vice President, Purple Microport Cardiovasculars Private Limited, Mr. Abhay Kumar Jain, Head of Manufacturing, BD India, Mr. Anantra Das Gupta, Head Samsung HME, Mr. Jaisal Doshi, CEO B Medical Systems India, and Mr. Umar Sharif Mohammed, Cluster Head for India, Middle East and Africa, Roche Diagnostics. Welcome you all for these sessions. As you know, the topic of the session is about how to drive the manufacturing in India. Since 2015, when the recommendation for driving the medical sector was put forward by a task force recommendation by industry and the government panel to drive the medical sector in India, one of the key ambition that was set forward was how do we drive the manufacturing agenda in India and how do we reduce the import dependency in this sector. And few of the measures that government has taken in last few years are very much visible with the PLI scheme that we see in the medical sector, support to set up a medical device park across India. Recently, there was a policy that was launched on the National Medical Device Policy and also setting up a council, export council to drive this. Before we start this session, let me invite our session chair, Mr. Manoj Agarwal, to give his remark for this session.
Good morning. I welcome moderator and our panelists to this very, very important discussion we are going to have today. Now, as we all know, that manufacturing, and that too, manufacturing of the medical devices, to be more precise, it has been going since long. But the main issue is that we have been importing almost 70 to 80% of our medical devices requirement as on date. The reason can be many. They'll be discussed here, threadbare. And the solution is in the hands of our country, our own country. As we say, solution is in our hands. So the country has to decide which way to move. Remain dependent on others, or be self-sufficient and maybe even reach much higher heights and start exporting. Government of India has been very keen, and since we have also a large human resource, as we all know, that the younger generation, those who are between 15 to 45 age group and maybe 15 to 59 age group, they are in very large number in our country. Every year around 20 million more workforce is added. So the workforce is available. Their skilling will be required for assisting in manufacturing. Funds are also available. Now they have to plod in this sector. So, and the cost of manufacturing, that also ultimately ensures that we remain less than competitive in the world. Technology available. So that is also the Government of India and state governments together. They are trying to take this issue head on. A large number of innovation hubs have been created. Startups are being encouraged. PLI schemes have been formed. Product linked incentives are being paid in thousands of crores. And of course, the results have started coming. Today, the team had a look at the exhibition halls here. And what we saw there encouraged and enthused us. Because so many new products are coming. And those who were sitting behind the desks, they were also visibly satisfied that their products will be highly competitive in the world. So as our Honorable Prime Minister says, make in India for the world. So that is not very far off. And we are moving in that direction only. And the issues which we can think of, which could be challenges, that I think during the discussion they will come out, so I may not specifically talk about them. There are issues relating to taxes, issues relating to power supply, issues related to the R&D. They also have to be tackled head on. Some space is available to us at present due to international developments. And as a country, we have to use that space, use that opportunity to move ahead and make in India for the world. Global manufacturing competitiveness should be brought in our manufacturing. At present, as far as my experience, goes, I also I am the chairperson of the Gujarat Medical Services Corporation. So whenever we are purchasing high-end medical devices, they are mostly from the foreign countries. So at times I wonder when I'll start purchasing the homemade such devices. But optimism has to be there, it is there. So let us move ahead. And now I'll request the moderator, Mr. Lalit, to move on from here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I don't know if we all, how many of you are aware, but during the COVID time, the export of medical devices from India increased almost around 16%. And we hope that this momentum continues with a larger collaboration from the government and the private sector and the larger stakeholders. On this point, let me bring in Sri Avdesh Kumar ji. What are the various key interventions and the lever to drive the manufacturing in India that are required in this sector?
Thank you. Export from any country will be guided by basically 2-3 factors in current scenario. First factor would be the scale of operation, which essentially allows you to reduce your cost. When you operate to a scale, your cost will reduce. In case of India, we see that we have all the driving factors which will enable companies to grow up to a scale. If you look at it, the population, we have a strong 140 billion population and growing. And we have a age profile where we would see that slowly population in the higher age category, which will require medical devices, will be increasing more rapidly. So essentially, there comes the demand. And added to that, we are a growing economy. We anticipate that by the end of our terminal year of Amrit Kal, we should be 32 trillion to 35 trillion economy. So we will have the purchasing capacity, we will have the proposition profile which would be requiring medical devices more, and therefore the scale, if industry intends to do so, they can definitely operate to scale. Once you go and operate to a scale, your cost will come down and your ability to export globally will improve. It is essentially cost. If you are the cheaper cost producer, you will get market easily. So that would be one of the more important driving factor. In addition to that, technology will be another factor which will be very important. So technology and FDI, basically FDI brings technology with it also. So promotion of FDI and technology is another important factor. Government is already aware of that. So government has already allowed 100% FDI in medical device sector, be it in brownfield or in greenfield. So 100% FDI is allowed. Technical collaborations are allowed. So in case where there's a technology gap, industry can come ahead and get into technical collaboration to develop the sector. Further, research and innovation is an area which will be driving the growth in modern times. There are many startup and development initiatives and other schemes already on ground and running which promotes R&D. Government has recently come out with a scheme, PRIP, which is promotion of pharmaceutical research and innovation in scheme, production, in a scheme, and this is to promote R&D in this sector. This will again further promote R&D. It promotes manpower, center of excellence, development of center of excellence. It promotes collaborations with the industry and academia. So all these factors will definitely encourage investment and capacity in this sector, which will not only facilitate production for domestic market, but also encourage export. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think you rightly touched upon the scale of size that is very important. The demand of medical device sector in India, as it goes with the increasing population and demand for healthcare services, definitely there will be a need to have more indigenous manufacturing capabilities in the medical devices sector. On this point, let me bring in Mr. Anantara Das Gupta, Head Samsung HME. According to you, what are the structural and regulatory challenges that currently industry is facing, and what are the enablers that we need to institute to enable the manufacturing in India in the medical device sector?
Thank you. So, as Samsung, we hold a very unique position in this industry. We have started our manufacturing, and also we are the importers. So in order to emphasize that what we need to excel, I like to take the example of a defense sector. Today, what defense sector is doing, collaborating, they are placing big orders, collaborating with the advanced firms of the world, and they started manufacturing in India. And this manufacturing is not only catering to the domestic demand, but also we are exporting. And it is we are proud to learn that India has exported 10,000 crores of defense equipment. So that's how we have to progress in medical devices as well. We cannot keep our eyes and ears closed. We have to keep our doors and windows open. The collaboration has to be there. There has to be a technology transfer. There has to be a knowledge transfer in order to excel. Yes, our market is big. Our demands are there. But we have to think beyond the boundaries of the country. Then only we will be self-sufficient. Because today, the profitability is also one of the key. Today, all the industry leaders were sharing the dais with me. Everybody will agree that without profitable business, nothing can survive. So we have to look outside India because there's a huge market. And now, if I come to the import and export ratio, the disparity, in the fiscal year 21, we have imported 6.2 billion in US dollars and exported 2.4. In the next fiscal year, if you take the numbers, yes, we have increased in export to 2.9 billion, but the import has been increased to 8.2. That's where we have to look. I know there are MedTech parks have been opened in order to excel, in order to start manufacturing. But we have to understand one thing. The medical device is not a monolithic subject or monolithic discipline. It ranges from consumables to the very high-end electronic devices. So some of the segment is very close to pharmaceutical, some are close to electronics, and also the IT, the software. So the wide array, we have to understand, we have to identify, and we have to work accordingly. And the regulation, I am coming to regulation because the moderator, Mr. Mistry, has started the regulatory part. Today, if we look at the regulation, there is also a big complexity. There are a number of regulatory legislative procedures. Let me read some of them because it is very difficult for me to remember also. Central Drug Standard Control Organization, CDSCO, National Pharmaceutical Pricing Authority, and then the State Licensing Authority. Additionally, some specialty devices like radiology, where we play, is under the purview of the authorities of AERB, PCPNDT, BIS, WPC, etc. So if you look at the infrastructural development, we have to have a one-window policy. Today, it is very good to learn, as Mr. Avdeshji is telling, 100% FDI has been allowed. Now to promote this 100% FDI, now to attract the investment, the foreign investors, we have to have a simplified policy. Again, in the case of R&D, yes, the new bill has been launched. But if we look, the components which we are importing for R&D are heavily the duty is very heavy. We have to look at it, we have to simplify it, because all the components are not available in India today. Yes, we have started developing, it will develop. But during that time, we have to make it cheaper so that you can also promote, you can encourage the firms to set up their R&D centers. Because in the terms of manufacturing, R&D is a part and parcel of it. We have to come up with the out-of-the-world product, most competitive product, as well as affordable product. That is the crux of the business. And next, I will not prolong my speech. In line with NIPER, there has to be a medical device institute where excellence will be nurtured, because we have seen how pharmaceutical industry has been encouraged. In a similar line, MedTech has to be encouraged. Otherwise, because we have seen, it is my own experience, the biomedical institutions are very few. Only 2 or 3 IITs are having, and in the case of private and government, there is a limitation. So the government has to come up and develop medical devices research institute. And last but not the least, we have been seeing a new development in the case of refurbishment, where it has been earlier discussed, the very high-end and the super premium products will be imported. But now we are seeing that all the products are being allowed. So please look into it, because it will kill the spirit of Make in India and also the FDI. Thank you.
Thank you, Anantra, and very valid point made. Medical devices, as it's not a resemblance of any specific sector or segment, but it requires a lot of complexities, as you said, right from a consumable to a very advanced MRI and radiology and imaging devices. So it requires a different kind of expertise, entire value chain to manufacture, the policy regulations, the understanding, and an ecosystem to drive this kind of a segment. It's really a complex as well. However, there are also a larger challenges in terms of putting this entire manufacturing value chain together, right from sourcing of raw materials, right to the environment, support ecosystem that is required, and entire supply chain management is an important element. To add to this, we have Mr. Abhay Kumar Jain, Head of Manufacturing BD India. Abhay, according to you, from leading a manufacturing and your understanding from global, what are the various key interventions and support that are required to drive the supply chain and entire manufacturing unit in India in the medical device sector, considering the complexities that it has, the variety of products and the elements that you have in this segment? How do you drive this?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mistry. I think this is a very, very important question, and thank you for asking this question. First of all, as far as the current intervention which Government of India is taking is very, very increasing, right from production link scheme to 100% FDI to medical devices park. Not only the new intervention, we are seeing even the existing manufacturing, they are also getting a lot of support from the government, and we are seeing all the permissions or all the support which is coming from the governments are quite faster with respect to if you go back some many years back. So from that perspective, it's a very, very increasing and very, very positive step which we are seeing at this point in time. And personally, I feel that India has a very, very bright future as far as medical device future is concerned, or medical device industry growth is concerned. I don't have second doubt on this piece. But coming back to the important question of 80% of medical devices are imported at this point in time. And that's a very big number. And why those 80% are getting imported, and we want to reverse that situation, I would say. If you look at any manufacturing cost structure, you will find typically roughly 50% to 70% cost goes into input material. That's the raw material. So 50% to 70% cost going into the raw material, that's a very, very big chunk of the overall cost. And unless we don't manage this cost, it is very difficult to get the profitability out of it. Now, the problem is that since 80% of my products are getting imported from the outside of India, entire supplier base, entire input material value additions, suppliers are also concentrated in those countries. Even if I get those manufacturing inside the India, I don't have the supplier who can supply me the right quality product, right? Because the input material which required for medical devices are of different grade, different quality, and that quality cannot be provided at this point in time from the local manufacturer because of the obvious reason. Second big question comes is the economies of scale. Even if somebody set up their industry in the India, they don't have economy scale because maximum productions are happening outside. And if I am setting up a industry or a plant in India, I still need to import those raw material, input material from the outside world, and then the forex comes into place. Every year we are seeing our rupees are getting devalued. I have to import at a higher cost and then again sell at the Indian rupees in the Indian market. So that's the challenge on the profitability. So the one very good thing which has happened is the medical device policy 2023, which has recently, come out on May 2nd. That's a very, very important positive steps towards it. And it is also talking about the strengthening of value chain, strengthening of our input material supplier. But the important part is how quickly we can, get into the finer parts, and we start implementing on the ground, and how we can make sure that we are strengthening our value chain, our suppliers, and what type of facility support can be provided to them. And that will be very, very positive steps to further strengthen our overall medical device industry. And the goal which the government of India is looking at, that by 2047 we should be among the 5 largest manufacturer of medical devices worldwide. And I think we can achieve that goal much earlier, whatever saying. Thank you.
One follow-up question on that. Do you think also the market size plays a very important role in deciding the manufacturing hubs for the large medical device players? Because if you look at from the medical devices market size, we are the 4th largest in the Asia in terms of the market. Do you think that's also an important element, that market size is not very big? And do you think that is one of the constraints why the larger medical devices manufacturing plant are not coming up in India, or is there any other challenges?
You are right. I think market size is absolutely plays a very, very important role, because from market size we get the economies of scale. If we don't have the market, we will not get the economy scale. Typically, if you see just at a number level, India's population is almost equal to China if you take the broad. But if you see the overall expense, per capita expense on medical devices or the medical treatment between China and India, you will see huge gap. Here comes per capita income and all those things comes into picture. So economies of scale and market size definitely play an important role. But India can become a hub where we are manufacturing for India and we are exporting outside of India. And for that we need to create that economies of scale and the right cost structure. If we have the right cost structure, we should be able to export outside of India. So I think both the things will play an important part over here. Thank you.
Anantra, you had some point to make on that.
Yeah, you have raised a very intriguing point, let me say. Today, we are 4th. We are the largest populated country in Asia today. We have crossed China even. Why we are 4th? China, Japan, Korea, and then India. So please try to see why Japan and Korea is ahead of us. So one of the reasons is our government spending has to be more in healthcare. Today, if you see China, how it has catapulted to number 1 or number 2 position, because the government spend is huge. Today, if you visit a small village of China, you can see a very big hospital over there, equipped with all the modern equipments. Today, if you look at the Indian market you can segregate in a psychographic way. You cannot segregate with any other segmentation. You can see CT and MRI in a Tier 2, Tier 3 also. So I hope we have to do an internalizations, and we have to find out that how we can improve this market. Thank you.
Very valid point, and I think on this, let me bring in Mr. Omar Sharif Mohammed. Given your experience of the global market and working across the borders, how do you see the global practices that could be adopted in India for augmenting the manufacturing and the medical devices in India?
Check. Yeah, thank you very much, Lalit, for that question. So I think before I answer your question in terms of the better practices, I think we have some better practices in India which we should talk about. And I think as Shri Avdeshji spoke about Make in India for the world, at Roche Diabetes Care, we actually started there. So we started manufacturing in the country for the rest of the world. And I think that's a great step. The reason for that is, one, technology transfer happens in the country, and that's a big benefit to all of us. The second thing is, India becomes a producer's hub, a strategic hub, and the world sees this openly. And I think all of us has that responsibility to make sure that happens. Needless to say, with this comes the jobs. And also needless to say, COVID has taught us faster time to the market. And I think that's also very, very important. Now cut to India. And your last question is extremely important. The size of India market defines the strategic hub of production in India, for India. Of course, there are two components, one for the world and the second is for India. So the size of market is exceptionally important. Now coming to some good practices from rest of the world, and thankfully as we are speaking, I'm also engaged in discussions with many other countries for manufacturing. Now you look at any multinational company who would want to come to India and invest, the first thing that comes to our mind, if there is innovation, there's a great space in India to invest. And that's very good. But that also brings technology transfer in the country, which means over a period of 4 to 5 years, you can go obsolete with your innovation because many companies locally would produce it. So here comes the better practices to make multinational companies come to India and invest for a longer period of time. The best thing we could quite possibly adopt from many other countries is to have a clear differentiation between generic versus innovation categories, with which we can invest in the country and on a long-term basis are able to make our presence sustainable. And with this, there can be continuous influx of manufacturing in the country. So the better practice here is quality, which means innovation versus generic, should have a place in the country for making local manufacturing or localization sustainable for the future. Thank you, Laila.
Umar, one follow-up question on that. How the technology transfer could be fast-forwarded and enabled, either through a government, industry collaboration, or is there any other intervention that required? Because technology transfer in this sector is very important to drive the indigenous manufacturing or driving the manufacturing sector in India.
Say that again, sorry, I did not get your question.
How can we fast-forward the technology transfer in the medical devices sector? Is it need to be enabled by government, private sector, or any larger intervention that are required? Because unless you do the technology transfer here, you won't be able to achieve what you're trying to achieve, by the way, to a level where you want to be here.
Good question. And I think technology transfer requires a concerted effort. It cannot happen by A company or B company coming into the country and investing. I think the first step to technology transfer is to understand the need gap analysis in the country, which means what is required for the country to be, or you said, fast forward for the next 10 to 20 years. And I think if we agree on those strategic parameters that the country needs A, B, C areas to develop on, I think then we can call for interest with the global expertise that we have to build it in India. And I think that calls for a research and development unit. Today, if you look at the local or molecular entities in the world, India contributes 0.4 to a 1% max to the molecular entities in the world. I think that needs to change. And for that to change, we need to have the need gap analysis from a research perspective to identify the next 10 years, 20 years, and do it here in India with collaboration. Lalit.
A very valid point on that, and let me bring in Mr. Dinesh Arora. Dinesh, recently Government of India released the National Medical Device Policy. Lot of interventions and policy level roadmap is outlined. Definitely there is a requirement of refining it and putting up an implementing roadmap to it, definitely finding the stakeholders, resources, and a roadmap for implementing the same. But how do you see this policy playing an important role in driving the manufacturing, especially around MSMEs and small manufacturing units ecosystem in India? And also, what are the important elements that are required or that should be considered for implementing this policy on ground?
Thanks, Lalit. I think it's a very fair question, and before I go to answer, I need to welcome Yuvraj sir on dais because he's the one who has been sign off on this policy. So thank you so much for that, Yuvraj sir. For the audience, I also want to let them know that my name is Dinesh and I'm representing Medical Council for ASSOCHAM. So it's not an individual company view, we are bringing in the overall industry viewpoint. Before we get in what it does for MSME, I'll just draw a picture for all of us. As a businessman, when you enter into a market, what are the things you look at? First you say कि भाई market opportunity है कि नहीं है? If opportunity है, how is the ease of doing business for me? Our previous predecessors have already set the tone that India currently is an 11 billion medical device sector. Growing at a consistent rate, it means that I'm going to have a consistent growing market over the next 25 years. Now, was there a need of this? I think here I would be a bit sentimental, Yuvraj sir. I think first, thank you for bringing it out. You know, it's like the same feeling when Section 370 was taken off. Some states felt. Now, at least as a medical device, we feel relaxed that at least there is something to address medical device as a separate sector. Not that we were feeling shy in the shadow of pharmaceutical, but it is there. Now comes the next question, Lalit. Is it the right policy? You know, I think it's too early to say because it's still not out in the greater details. But we को कहावत है ना कि पूत के पाँव पालने में नजर आते हैं. So I think it has all the right ingredients. And for a businessman, what you look for a stable government, stable policy. So I think we as a country, we have a leader, Mr. Narendra Modi, who sets very clear Atam Nirbhar Bharat, Make for India, Made in India. Avdesh sir said the same, Manoj sir said the same. And it's heartful to hear statements when Manoj sir said, I really wish the money that I am going to buy from the Western world, I buy from India. And I see my colleagues, Rajiv, sitting here, who has been fighting for Make in India for a longer time. It's high time now we start fighting for what is right. Okay? Atantra also raised a point that, you know, regulatory framework. But let's look, I will try to address partially on that answer why we are number 4 in East. You know, I was sharing with sir कि कभी-कभी कुछ अच्छी चीजें आपका weakness बन जाती है. We had been grown with a mindset Atithi Devo Bhava. India has been welcoming to all countries outside. But do I have the same privilege when I go to any other Eastern country? They have so protective economies. They have so protective. But here when it comes to me, I'll say, bhaiya sab aa jao, which is good. But then at the same end, if it is my country, I need to protect the interest. Coming back to now the question that you asked on the medical policy, I think great answers. We need to make it accessible. We need to make it affordable. Sir, talk about research and development, preventive health sessions, skilled manpower. So you are talking about all the ingredients. Positive things, Yuvraj sir, this policy has given to us, at least in spirit. You know, we'll see how it gets implemented is national single window clearance. You know, my colleague talked about research framework is difficult, but at least this policy is trying to highlight the single policy clearances. Yes, earlier we always used to say, I'm confused, what are the standards? Now you have NIPERS, you have BIS, and then you have supported by Conway Wing or DPCO, you know, which gives you a very clear directive that guys, you want to do business, these are set protocols to follow. I think that's a very great advising force for me. Then it comes the important point, good manufacturing practices, good clinical practices, and good marketing practices. So we just all heard that NMC brought in a good marketing policy. I think as an industry, it's our job to support those policies and take some drive homes from that. Would one policy be sufficient? The answer is no. You never say na कि वो एक आदमी से काम नहीं चलेगा. It's like a tree has to have a strong branches. I'll just bring another example, sir. One small national logistic policy or so-called Gati Shakti has made the entire change of the dynamics of business in India, right? Speed to the market, every money saved is a money earned. I think that's something that, you know, we are talking about. Enabling infrastructure, somebody talked about. One gray area, I think I would use this podium to see our colleagues sitting on the, you know, in the industry side, and maybe that is what Manoj sir said. R&D is one gray area. I think it's high time that as an industry we start investing in. Why do we need for somebody else to give me a technology transfer? I know it's a long path, sir, but I need to start doing that some way. But always the question comes कि भाई धंधे में पैसा चाहिए, अभी पैसा किधर से आएगा? That is where Lalit, you know, KPMG, and I think so happy, other people bring lot of perspective. India market attractiveness has become so high. And I think that's something which this policy also brings. Center of excellence, mid-tech parks, investments, risk-based, risk-assessed markets. I think so that's where big compliment to all those, the market players. Does my policy support does my country policy support MSME? The answer is yes. We have a lot of work to do. Look at the public-private partnerships. Look at our procurement system supporting me as an Indian company. GEM has that. I think, and that's where I think I again must applaud Rajiv for putting a lot of effort. He has been spearheading that for a longer time. And thank you, Yuvraj sir, for bringing that in GEM portal, public procurement. It's high time that, we become a protective economy and say, make in India, make for India. I think that's where, people are forced. Everybody, pardon me for saying, I have represented Western companies for 20 years. But we have always looked at India as a consumer market. Every time we asked in a question, कि भैया 20 साल में बताओ इधर से लेके तो गए दिया क्या? You had been selling in my country. What are you bringing it back to me? I think that's the key point. Now high time we start protecting that. One last aspect, human power. Research and development is not only on the machines and technology, it's on manpower. So I remember a quote from His Highness APJ Abdul Kalam sir. He always used to say, I urge all universities now to start bringing in dual factors in education. One which gives you an academic degree, but second which gives you a skill. I'll be very happy when the newer generation, walks out of a college, say, hey, I have this skill. I don't need to go outside to learn those things. So that's my answer.
I think, Dinesh, you made a very valid point on various aspects, and some of them are definitely covered under the medical device policy that we have. But very important point was also on the R&D aspect. During the COVID time, the way we could innovate at the speed at which we could manufacture, and thirdly, the way we could, get that on the ground to help our patient was not only helping India, but across the globe actually. And that gave us an idea that India has those talent, if they come to push to our corners, we can really do R&D at our end. We can really bring in resources together. There can be academic and industry collaboration and the government participation, and we can really drive this. I think we should continue doing that. And on this point, let me bring in Mr. Srinivas Reddy on what are the kind of interventions that are required to drive the R&D in the medical device sector. Does it require a larger collaboration, support from government, private sector, or is there any other intervention that we need to take to drive the R&D in the sector?
Well, very good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Mr. Mitri, and thanks to the FICCI and Government of India, DOP, for giving us this opportunity. So myself, Srinivas Reddy, so I represent SS Innovations. Today, our chairman, Dr. Sudhir Srivastava, was supposed to be chair this session. But I am representing on behalf of him. So to answer to your question, so I would like to, take our product as an example, how we have evolved right from innovation, R&D, and leveraging that into the commercialization from last 10 years journey with the help of the government policies, the regulations, the industry, supply chain support, academia, and everything. So just like every innovation, it has the painful, thought through that somebody wanted to make some innovation. So the journey behind our robotic system is also very interesting to see. Our chairman, Dr. Sudhir Srivastava, who lived in US for almost 40 years, and he is the extensive user of robotic equipment, which is so-called Da Vinci system, which is the monopoly and which has existed from last 25 years. And during his throughout the professional career in US, so he did almost 1,400 robotic cardiac surgeries, which is, these numbers are about 10 years back. And now till today, he still holds the highest number of volumes performing the robotic surgeries in the cardiac specialty. That means in India still we do the the cardiac surgery by opening the sternotomy, and which is very painful to the patients. But he used to do the robotic surgery with the minimal invasive with the robotic system. And in 2002, when the first robot was introduced in India, And he was invited by the government of India to perform the first robotic surgery here in India in Escort Fortis Hospital, where Honorable President Abdul Kalam was part of the chief guest honor who has witnessed that robotic surgery. And then after that, he was a frequent visitor to India to come and launch the robotic surgery program. But when he retired in 2010 and 11, he wanted to completely run the robotic program in India, and he himself bought the robotic system and completely shifted to India. But then he realized from the day he did the first surgery in 2002 to 2011 and 12, it's almost 10 years, there's hardly 10 systems in India. And out of those 10 systems, nobody is able to generate the volumes, and nobody is able to offer the robotic surgery to all the patients. So that's where that it actually clipped him during his practice in India. Of course, when he was in US, he is the busiest surgeon, but when he moved to India, but it's a kind of because of the affordability, acquisition of the robotic system cost and maintenance cost, instrumentation cost, it's very, very highly expensive. And today we talk about, India is 70 to 80% import dependence on the medical devices, but 10 years back, the situation is different, 90%. But even today, some of the products, high value items, CT, MR, radiotherapy equipment, from last 5 years, we have seen 1 or 2 players, companies like Panacea, Vauxhall Grids, they are getting into the innovation into the high value products. Similarly, the robotic systems which are completely 100% import dependency. So he realized unless you make the advanced technologies, make it affordable, then you will not make it accessible to all the patients in India. So then he realized, being a pioneering work he has done in the cardiac surgery, and he became an entrepreneur, and he became an engineer. And with a group of engineers in India, because those days, we are struggling with making the ECG missions, pulse oximeters, dialysis missions. Then how do he make his dream comes true? Then he went to Singapore, Germany, various other countries to bring the technology, but he failed to do that. In 2015, he started a group of engineers here in India. Then he started working on these innovations. So you don't have, except an intuitive system which was there from last 25 years in the market, but he only used his expertise. He is being the most, the highest volumes done with the particular robotic system which is available in the market. So he has become our mentor, engineer, scientist, and for various any other products, if you make any small change, you need to bring the expertise from the hospital or in a clinical setup, to bring them and make it judge and verify whether this is, as per the user friendly, as per the clinical setup. So we don't have to worry about it, where we have our mentor itself is a scientist and who is continuously guiding us. And interestingly, when the COVID comes in place and we run out of all money, he had put all his lifetime savings that he had earned, and we run out of money and we left with only little bit of money. And how are we going to make this project success? And of course, we as a medical device company, we were exempted during the COVID as an essential medical device companies. And trust me, people sitting here in the panel, and we are, because I am associated closely with the medical device companies and pharmaceutical companies, we are the only company, non-COVID medical devices or the drugs who are manufacturing those times, everybody got the off or work from home option. We are the only company who worked almost 17 hours, 18 hours in a day, and weekends, Saturdays, Sundays, who sacrificed those life to part of this journey. And he used to say something, those who want to have the work-life balance, the doors are open. Those who want to create the history here, stay back here. It's okay for a couple of years, everybody can sacrifice their lives, but your names will be known to the medical devices industry in India and as well as globally. So that's where last 3-4 years, we worked almost 15 to 18 hours. Sometimes the team used to sleep in the office, staying away from the family and kids, and finally we built the product. Of course, some of the challenges for the robotic surgeries, the government policies, the standards availability. Interestingly, we have, everybody talks about the non-availability of the labs, ecosystem, supply chain, and manufacturing. So for the robotic surgeries in 2018 and 19, the FDA has launched a product-specific standards. That means without that product-specific standard, you cannot get into the market. And globally, there's only 2 labs, one in Canada and US, got the accredited for the robotics to get tested. So what we did is, we reached out to all the labs here in India, and none of them has these capabilities. And then we reached out to BIS to adopt the standard. They were busy in setting up the old standards or amending or setting up a new standards. So interestingly, what we did is to send our system to US or Canada, one is money and the resources and the time-taking procedure. So with my connections, I realized the ICAT, the International Automotive Lab here in Manchester, which is under the Ministry of Heavy Industries, which they basically does the testing for the automotives, defense, army equipments. They have all the capabilities. Then quickly we realized, and we got that particular lab accredited by the A2LA. A2LA is the highest international accreditation lab. Just like here in India, we have the NABL accredited lab, right? So A2LA is the FDA accredited lab, and we got lab to be applied for A2LA for this robotic surgery standard, and this lab has become the 3rd lab globally for the surgical robots, where any company can get their product to be tested in that. And then similarly, GEM is the another thing. So we reached out to them, and they are very openness and receptive towards listening to us and getting this product to be listed. And then finally, in 2021 and 22, we did the extensive cadaver trials, animal trials, clinical trials rapidly, and we launched our product in 2022. And in less than 1 year, we sold 10 systems currently, and we also did our first export system in a couple of weeks back to Dubai. So that's where our journey, so we didn't wait for the government to create an ecosystem. So we have become a part of the ecosystem where, we knock the doors of the government, where the things, we have the capabilities, but you have to slightly make little bit different for not only for the essential devices, but there is also capabilities for the development for the advanced technologies. So that's how today we put the India in a global map. We are the only 2nd country to have the surgical robots, and we put India in the global map. Of course, from last couple of years, there are another 2 players which came into the picture, but there are so many other countries also continuously working on the innovation of the surgical robots. Maybe you can see in next 5 to 10 years, a lot of players will coming into the picture in the surgical robot. So that's how our innovation and the journey which has been transformed with the help of the Indian industry, academia, government support, and today we made the product which is almost 1/3 cost of which is marketly available in the product without compromising any quality and the international standards. That's it. Thank you so much.
And I also think that setting up one R&D lab or having a single approach for R&D in a medical device won't work, because you have multiple sub-segments under the medical devices sector. You have consumables, you have radiology and imaging, in vitro diagnostics, you have various other segments. And this sub-segment require a specific level of skill set, environment, laboratories, equipments, ecosystem, so that you can undertake those kind of a research, and you will need different kind of a partners in a private and the academic sector who will drive this. I think one of the important element of driving the medical devices manufacturing in India is also to have the international quality standard imbibed in our manufacturing and the quality of the product. And I think it's very important element that we comply to the global standards, acceptability, and manufacture those products. And to drive this, we must embed quality as a part of our manufacturing systems. On this topic, let me invite Mr. Prashant Vinjamuri, Deputy Director and Scientist, Bureau of Indian Standards, Government of India, to share his ideas that what are the various steps that government is taking on the standards, and what are measures that we need to take to drive the quality standards in the medical device sector.
Thank you, Lalit. So, with the FDA policies, the new medical device policy, and the thrust which government is putting behind the manufacturing sector, developing a medical device manufacturing sector. So I would say it is definitely advantage India for medical device industry. So that is one aspect. In most of the discussions, whenever we discuss about the development of any particular industry, the parameters which we discuss are mostly the volume of export and the currency which we are building. These are the only two parameters. But I would like to bring upon a silent parameter, silent factor behind, which is the industry standard, the standard of industry as a whole. It plays a very vital role for development of any industry as such, and in medical devices, considering the criticality of this segment of products. So it becomes even more important. And like if you see, if in any all the international markets, when they discuss about any particular industry or any particular regional manufacturing setups, they never speak about the standard of ABC company or XYZ company or something. They only say, अरे Indian manufacturing standards अच्छे हैं तो वहाँ से ले सकते हैं, we can directly approach them. So this is how they actually see us. So with this point, I would request all the industry associations and Indian manufacturers who are actually manufacturing in India to come forward and also give equal importance to the standards and setting up new standards. And there is also another thing which I would like to bring upon is not all the medical devices are covered, means under various standards. So we have in BIS we have done a lot of research going through all the standards of different organizations. Of course, BIS is a founding member of ISO also. So we have found that there are many medical devices, but the number of devices actually having a proper standard frame formulated are very less. You can say hardly 10 to 15%. So here there is an opportunity for Indian industry to come forward and formulate standards for these things, and we can project these standards in international level like ISO. We can take them up with other national standardization bodies, because in India you are having an additional advantage that the national standards body of the country is also part of the government. It is a government organization controlled by a ministry. So this also adds up to the advantage of India and the medical device industry. So I would request all the manufacturers to come forward in formulating the standards, understanding the standards, not only formulating, understanding the international level standards, what exactly standards are saying at the international levels, what international expectations are. So, and make yourself, equip yourself and move upon to that level of manufacturing. And you will have all the support from BIS as well as the other government departments in this aspect also. And that is one this thing. And secondly, we are in a process of harmonizing most of the standards where we find that a particular international standard, it may be of ISO or any British standard or ANSI or anything. If it is of a reliable value, so then we tend to adopt that particular standard as a first step, and then with the Indian perspective, we tend to modify that standard with adding some annexures and all. So BS is in a rapid process to support the industry. We are in a rapid process to harmonize all the internationally available standards so that they are easily available to the local manufacturers, and BIS is always available to interpret them for the manufacturers, and we are in close touch with most of the medical device industry associations. So this is my submission. Thank you.
I think very valid point made that quality is not about individual medical device or individual company, but it is overall representation how the industry is looked into it, and especially how the country is looked at the international forum. It's very important that quality is embedded in our principles of manufacturing, and when we are committing to this sector, this is going to be a very important element for driving the manufacturing in India. On this topic, let me invite Mr. Manish Sardana, President of Poly Medicure Limited. Manish, it's always good to start where you have and what you have the best resources and where you're doing good. Looking at that from the Indian medical device manufacturing perspective, what are the segments that we should really focus on where we can really tap, and which are the segment do you think we can, in coming times, should venture into and build a manufacturing hub here in India?
Okay. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much, Lalit. So at the onset, to start with, let me make a small comment that if we want exports, there will definitely be imports. So you will never be able to kill one of it. On one side, when you want to serve the world, definitely you will have to serve the world in India also. There are 4 major categories in health in med devices. This starts with electronics and equipments, consumables and disposables. The third is surgical instruments. Fourth is IVD, and probably the last category is implants. So these are the five categories where we play in. Now, if you look at the exports, our exports are around $3 billion recently. Forget the COVID fluke. So the fluke is gone. And so are many manufacturers which came up as a fluke also. But it is $3 billion, and about 50% of that exports is consumables, disposables and consumables. And about 40% of that is still electronics and equipments. And just 10% is IVD, implants and everything else. Right, and interestingly, if you look at the data points, and it is a fact, our major exports are still to the bigger economies of US, China, Germany, and Singapore, not to the third world countries. So we still export back to the Western markets. Right now, while we might have missed the bus when the global companies were moving the manufacturing out of China, they wanted a China plus one policy on manufacturing, and then that bus went to Vietnam and other Asian countries. We missed that. But still, there is another bus which is now filling up, which is when the global companies are wanting a China plus one policy on their procurements. They are also wanting to move their procurements out of China. That's where India comes in, and we are getting that tailwind. Why? Because while the cost is not in our favor when it compares to China. Why? Because we don't have the scale. Though it is cheaper more economical to make in India than to make in China, but the scale is in favor of China. But still, the trust and the consistency of quality still is in favor for India. So they still want to work for India than with China. Now we are Polymedicure is an expert in fluid management. And of course, we are the biggest exporter of plastic consumables for the last 9 years. We already see major global MedTech players wanting to talk to us for their global procurements. And this includes US, this includes Europe and Western European countries. So they want that dependence from China to be reduced by at least 30 to 40%. They're not moving 100% out of China still because of the cost discussions. So, last but not the least, I think if you have to ask me where should we focus, I think our strength has been disposables, consumables, and electronic and equipments. We should go deeper in that. Like, let's not go into IVD. China is master in IVD. It will be difficult to even say, okay, I want to go back and beat China. Focus on what are your strengths. Strengths are consumables. Strength is disposables. Strength is electronics. Right? Let's focus on that and develop on that. 3-4 important things which would be needed. We all miss that local demand is very important. Right? Unless and until you have a local demand ramping up, it will be difficult for an Indian manufacturer to bring in the economy of scale, to bring in the learning curve. Right? You cannot just keep experimenting outside India. You have to experiment and fail locally. And like Abhay said, the economy of scale, it's important. Also, to attract global company to make in India, you need a local demand. And when they start making it in India, it also impacts our exports because they will be exporting from India. So that contributes to the 50 billion plan we have of 2030. And of course, it benefits India. Third, harmonized regulations. I think all of us are talking about that. Unless and until you harmonize the regulations with the GSCF countries, it will be difficult for you to enter into the other markets. Next, symbiotic trade pacts. I feel personally, and I think we all know that we do have FTAs which are mostly one-sided. Like I think Dinesh mentioned about Atiti Devo Bhav. So FTAs are similar to that. It needs to be symbiotic, right? And there is no, it should be a fair play game. Lastly, of course, government will definitely talk about subsidies on capex, tax holidays, and many other things. And last but not the least, a more trustworthy and industry-inclusive national medical device bill. I think if you want the industry to go all out, take risks, you need the medical device bill to be industry-inclusive and probably more trusting on the industry. So that's what I would say. I am pretty sure we are on the right direction. We have a long runway and a strong tailwind in our favor for the next 10 years. So I'm very hopeful. Thank you very much.
And also what's going to happen is in coming time, the medical industry device manufacturing will extend with new players entering it. Players like Google, Microsoft, Apple coming into building point of care devices, personal health devices, AI-built applications for health screening and all that. This entire manufacturing gamut is going to get expanded, with technology, AI, ML being utilized. It's very important that we continue to leverage our IT sector and the innovation that we have in India. And on this point, let me bring in Mr. Jaisil Doshi, CEO B Medical Systems India, that how the innovations in India can be driven across public, private sector, and also the startups in India, how can be leveraged for driving this innovation in the medical device sector?
Thank you, Lalit, for that question. And I think maybe to start off first at a global level, unfortunately what you see is there are very few startups that succeed in the MedTech space. If you look at consumer or if you look at IT or FinTech, you have startups all the time. Whereas in the med devices space, and to an extent also in pharma, you have fewer startups and even fewer startups succeeding at a global scale. So I think the first point is it's not really an India-specific problem, it's a global problem. And when you look at it, I think the reasons for that is pharma and health or medtech in general deal with human health, which means the amount of time that it takes to actually convince someone that this solution will work effectively is much longer. I think my co-panelist Prashantji brought up the point of standards and certifications. And that indeed is a big factor today. It's a big barrier to entry for many startups. And also with the variety of certifications that exist. If you want to enter the China market, it's a different certification. If you want to enter Russia, it's totally different. And so I think there is also that additional complexity. And I think the third and probably a very important factor is trust. It just takes a lot of time to establish trust. And that's where I think brands come in. Brands like Roche, for example, have been around for a long time. People know them, people trust them. And from that perspective, I think your question about startups collaborating with larger medical devices is actually, I think, a very interesting area and something that we must look at in a much larger way. I also think, for startups, and I have seen an innumerable number of startups, fantastic technology, fantastic product, and still they fail. They even succeed in many pockets, they are succeeding in India in many parts. The moment they go outside India, they fail. And I think there is a big learning there, which is you need to identify where you want to play and how you will succeed. If you want a product, if you've developed a product, for example, and you want to go all over the world, it will be almost impossible. But could you tie up, for example, with a brand? Could you actually use and leverage their distributor network? Because it's impossible for you to have a distributor network all over the world. And to give you my own personal example, we are market leaders in vaccine cold chain for more than 4 decades. And outside of India, we have 60% market share for more than 4 decades. I've always wondered that, it's such a monopolistic situation. I'm sure startups are there, and I have seen many startups. They come, they have, in many cases, even better technology than we do, and yet they fail. So I think that's something to really ponder about. I think another important point I wanted to make is, every time we talk about a company entering India, an MNC entering India, we say that you need to have an India-specific product because India has its own challenges, its own requirements. However, we don't apply the reverse. When an Indian company which has succeeded incredibly in India goes abroad, we don't say, look at the challenges of that market, right? Just to give you a specific example, the cost of an MRI in India is less than $10. In the US is $135 on average. If you go to a US customer and say, look, I will bring your cost down to $10, he is not interested in that. His pain point is something else. Sure, he wants to reduce cost from $135 to $100, but he's not looking at reducing it to $10 immediately. So I think we need to also understand that we need to apply the reverse mindset as well and look at what is needed to succeed in the global market. And the last thing that I wanted to talk about is from a government perspective, as you mentioned. And already Prashantji mentioned that I think making certifications and laws as close to global standards is really critical. What I would like to say somewhat controversially is that today if you look at certification standards globally, most of them are dominated by the Western countries. And so I would also appeal to government authorities that we should also aspire to be the thought leader in setting those standards. Why should somebody sitting in Geneva decide standards for the entire world? Why should us sitting in Delhi also not have a role to play in those standards? And I think the last point I wanted to make, which again has been covered, is the lack of certification labs. I think, for many products and solutions, the path to market requires certification. And unfortunately today that path is, as you also mentioned, Reddy ji, for many products you don't have a lab in India to offer that solution. So we need to also address that to make sure that we have labs in India at a reasonable cost and using a reasonable time frame which can offer certification meeting global standards. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and it's very important that we have the right set of human resource to drive the innovation in this sector. The importance of having the biomedical engineers, medical experts is expanding for this industry beyond that what is traditionally required. Today you need more of a data analytics, AI, ML experts. You will need a larger collaboration between academic and the industry to have human resource which is not only having an academic background, but as rightly said by one of our panelists, that highly skilled for the sector and the future needs in the areas where we want to focus. On this point, let me bring in Dr. Sanjay Berry, Director, Sri Chitra Tirumanal Institute of Medical Sciences and Technology. So what are the interventions that are required and collaboration from academic and industry to ensure that we have a right set of human resource for this sector and the future needs?
Thank you very much. It's an honor and privilege for me to be here. I just want to give you a background of myself before we go any further. First of all, I'm a neurosurgeon, and for 30 years I was doing neurosurgery, and then suddenly I was appointed as director of an institute which for nearly 40 years has been involved in making high-risk products which are actually implanted in human body. And the Chitra valve has been implanted in nearly 1.5 lakh people of India. And the blood bags, almost 5 million blood bags are sold almost every month in Asia. And probably the institute has one of the largest translation rates of about 30% of high-risk medical devices in the country. So a silent revolution has been taking place in the country, and not many people are actually aware of this revolution which has been taking place. Let me tell you three important points which the government has done which has really revolutionized medical device industry. The first of them is the GEM. Everybody's heard of GEM, but GEM stands for Government E-Market. Now what happens is, as soon as you have this Government E-Market, what it means is that everything is transparent, everything is online, all your specifications are online, the industry has to apply online, and it also gives the Indian manufacturers an equal opportunity because about 25 to 50% of whatever they sell on GEM has to be made in India. So that's a dramatic change which has taken place in the Indian scenario. The second very important scenario which has really come to all government institutions is the Treasury single account. What Treasury single account means that on 31st of March, whatever money is in your account will disappear, and therefore you have to strategize your purchase in such a way that everything is planned at the beginning of the year, you give the order, and at the end of the year, you have to make sure that it is installed and the money paid so that it is placed in the same year. The third very important innovation which has taken place is the National Medical Device Policy, which came up only 2 months ago, and I think Mr. Yuvraj has been an instrumental in helping in developing of this device policy. The very important part of this is that, first of all, the medical devices and the drugs were all combined together, and the people who were actually engaged in medical devices didn't actually know how to proceed further. Now there is a very clear-cut demarcation, and therefore I'd like to share with you my personal experiences with what is going on in the National Medical Drug Policy and what it states. So first of all it actually attempts to bring healthcare delivery workers, but both public health as well as those who are doctors, come together with insurance people, pharmaceuticals and industry. The second very important thing is what are the deliverables. So the target is from 1.5% right now, the target is 10 to 12% in 25 years. And this translates into a huge amount of money, because from $11 billion, it translates into 25% of this, which is a huge amount. Now, what are the strategies for doing this? First, of course, is the regulatory streamlining. What we need to do is to have a national single window clearance for particular types of devices. For example, if there's an electronic device, there is a in vivo device, there is any device, so there has to be a national single window clearance, which is a very important point which has come up in this one. The second thing which Mr. Prashant talked about was this Bureau of Indian Standards. What is the most important thing in a device is not the development of the device. See, the problem is every device there is a patent, then after the patent, then it comes to development of a prototype. That also is done. The patent is registered, the prototype is developed, and then what happens is that you test the device. The device is tested, in vitro testing, surface testing, immunological testing, and then there is an animal testing. After that, it actually comes to the industry. So it is known as TRL 4 or 5. Till it reaches TRL 4 or 5, no industry will actually look at your device. And therefore, this initial part has to be done by the scientist, engineer working in their own labs. After TRL 4 and 5, it is mandatory for the device to be tested not only by the scientist and engineer, but also by the industry worker. And therefore, they have to combine together to make that device functional. That is the next step. And that is known as the valley of death. It is known as the valley of death because what happens is the industry does not realize the potential of the device because they don't know whether it will be sold or not. And the scientist engineer does not know how to market it to the industry. And that is the valley of death. Many of the devices fail at that point. And therefore, you need another set of people who are intellectual patent rights specialists, who are management trainees, who actually sell your device to the industry, and that's a very important point that I'd like to mention. And therefore, the standards of the device have to be maintained before it can actually go to the industry. Then there is another thing is price regulation is a very important aspect. There is a random, charging of prices by multinational companies sometimes, and therefore price regulation becomes an important thing. A guidance framework is very important because what happens is for the scientist and an engineer, he doesn't know what actually are the guidance standards that he needs to maintain in order for the device to reach TRL level 4 and 5 so that he can sell it to the industry. The problem here is not so simple. You make a device, okay, and it fails, especially an in vivo product that a doctor is going to place into a human being. It has huge consequences regarding the credibility of the institute as well as the credibility of the doctor who's actually placing it inside. And the tragedy of the system is that till the doctor agrees to place it in a patient, that device will not be successful. So therefore, for the credibility of the device to be actually established, you need to make absolute standards so that you are 100% sure that this device is actually going to work. So there is first going to be a unicentral trial, and then there is going to be a multi-central trial, and then only the device can actually come to the market. This is the process which takes a lot of time. And the other very important thing is an institutionalized coordination is required, because here comes the paradox. In my own institute, there are engineers, there are scientists, and there are doctors. The problem is that the doctors, and including me, we are actually bound by a code of ethics, which means that we cannot form a startup company, we cannot become a board of the industry. And only about 2 days ago, there has been another rule which has come up, another code of ethics which has been given by the National Medical Council, according to which we certainly even cannot take any help from any industry. Now the paradox is, because of this, there is a big issue, because the engineer in your organization wants to be a part of the startup company, whereas a doctor cannot be a part of the startup company. That becomes a paradox, and therefore suddenly the whole thing becomes fail. And I don't blame the NMC, because there is a conflict of interest. The conflict of interest is that if a doctor starts testing the devices in his own patients, or his friends start testing the devices in their own patients, it will become a big issue. And so this is one area which I think the administrators need to solve on a major level. Then comes the infrastructure development. Medical devices park are going in every state, but there is a big issue there. Until the medical device parks are associated with academic institutions, it will become like a graveyard of small industry, and which finally become warehouses. Because some small scale will come and it will become a warehouse. But when there is an institution associated in that particular area, when there is a hospital associated with that particular area, suddenly the need comes from the hospital and the industry addresses that need. And I think this is a very important point that I think needs to be addressed at your level, sir. Then another thing is that there are phased manufacturing. So what happens is that even if you make a device, you don't know where those parts are coming from. So if there is a centralized networking, you can have a portal which actually tells you that, okay, if you need this bolt, you can get it from these industries. If there is this wire, you need it from this industry. If you have this particular thing, you can get it from this industry. It will certainly facilitate the device development. Then I come to facilitating research and development. What the important thing is an immersive experience. In every international country I've worked in, I've found that automatically, supposing there is something which is established in Siemens, it immediately comes to the hospital there for the testing of that device. But in India, they're totally disconnected. So this immersive experience where doctors, engineers, and scientists in academic institutions are directly going in their curriculum while practicing their curriculum to industries, and vice versa also happens, will be a huge impetus to the growth of the medical device industry. I think that needs to be. Then the other important thing is...
Sorry, Dr. Sanjay, considering the time constraint that we have, and but some of the points that you mentioned are very relevant, very prominent for us when we should look at when we are developing the implementation policy for the medical devices. And I think there is larger discussion that is required, and it requires a one approach from the industry and the government and the larger stakeholder to come together and implement. As we close our session, let me invite our session chair, Dr. N. Yuvraj, Secretary, Industries and Commerce Department, Government of Andhra Pradesh, who has been very instrumental in the part of designing the National Medical Device Policy. Dr. Yuvraj, over to you.
So, Honorable Manoj Agarwal sir, and all the industry colleagues, and also Director Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute, and also from BIS, and also my friend Lalit. and Senior sir, and all the industry participants. Good evening, and thanks for the opportunities. And I am not, I was the joint secretary when the policy was promulgated. So I was not the only one instrumental. It is a teamwork. Industry has contributed hugely. We had multiple interaction for bringing out this policy, and also various other departments also part of it. Because we are in the timeline of the next sessions. First of all, I compliment that the session and the participants, the views presented by the industrialists all very apt, and also pertaining to the topic that how to make India in a global manufacturing competitiveness front. So first of all, I congratulate that one. But I will take only 3 minutes because I flight only for this purpose, so I thought I will share. Medical device, you know that we have around 6,000 plus medical devices, from mass to MRI, everything is medical device. Like told by other colleagues, it has been categorized into implants, surgicals, consumables, electronics, and also IVDs, including radiating and non-radiating equipments, everything is there. So a single domain knowledge on all these areas is very, very minimal. You may be having more idea of your own sector, but for other sectors you will not be having. So there is no single body which encompasses or has a repository of knowledge and the resources of all these instruments and all these categories. That is the first one. The second thing is the lifespan of the medical device also a point to be taken in, because most of the technology is evolving so fast, and the demand is, you cannot project or go on that way. For example, during COVID we had a huge demand for ventilators. Now you don't have any ventilators, oxygen concentrator, same thing. So this is a highly evolving field. Because it is different category, it encompasses different departments, so the regulatory work is also a big challenging one. But this is a part of the design, so we have to live with that one. So accordingly we are moving up now. So now I approach the topic in 2-3 ways. One, whether we have an opportunity to become a global hub for medical devices. I see a huge role there, huge opportunities there because of our population, which most of you have addressed. Also, the public and private health expenditure, per capita expenditure is increasing, and the government health expenditure is also showing a trend, so which is there from the national health accounts. So that is also coming. And successful national programs implementation also giving a lot of scope for this particular aspect, that there is a continuing demand. There is no determinant, the continuing demand is there. Now what are the enabling provisions available presently which will be able to take you there, that you are the global manufacturing hub? So one is from the union government side, the subject is given to a particular department of pharmaceuticals in 2015. And there is so many interventions which I think Senior ESR would have addressed, from PLI to Export Promotion Council to so many other things. Policy has been promulgated, which shows the intention of the government being a multi-disciplinary nature. So various departments are part of these particular things. So now these alone are not sufficient to move forward toward the global manufacturing hub. So other things like infrastructures are being addressed by the state and center. Like told by you, our core strength may not be in all the fields, like told by one of the speaker. I think Polymedicure, he has told that we are already exporting our implants. Certain implants are very costly implants, which is going from this land, Gujarat, to US and other well-developed market. And the cost of the equipment is quite higher. It may not be being marketed in India also due to the price constraint also. So we are already having some edge in certain segment of the medical device sector. So we have to strengthen focus there, so that we'll be able to create a brand for India, and at least on this product, for these products, India is a reliable and manufacturing hub. At the same time, we should start developing research capacity in the country. Research capacity cannot be developed overnight. It's very, very time consuming one. So we have to invest a lot, both money as well as the institutional capacities as well as on the HR. So that will take long time, but we have to start doing now, so that when the AI, other things are taking into shape, So we are not missing the bus. And also, what has to be kept in the back of the mind is that we are the huge country, it's a growing economy, so affordability is a factor. I cannot, even though the vaccines are available at $70 per dose, India cannot go with that particular vaccine because of the affordability issue. So when manufacturers start manufacturing in India, we should keep that in mind, that affordability is the important factor to be kept in mind for if you want to have the Indian market into consideration. The other two things are like skill. The skill set even today, there is a high demand both for the manufacturing as well as on the technical side who will use this instrument at the healthcare settings. And the last issue is about the pricing thing, which all of you have told, whether when we are thinking about the affordability, what about the price production for the high value, high innovative products? So whether I have to go with it or whether I should have a separate market for that, or whether I should have a price branding based on the quality mark. For example, this phone is an iPhone. Just because of iPhone, nobody's give that much money because it has some provisions over the other phone. So like that, whether my medical device will have a quality branding, star system. This system is a minimum thing, and I am sending more than that system so that I'll have some price capping. So all these has to be discussed further. But as told by one of the speaker, which I endorse fully, that we are on the strong base. The directions are clear that where we have to move, and there are policy enabling environment is there. If we work hard together, government, private, the regulators, and also the markets, both other things, all work together, in years, we can achieve that India is a global manufacturing hub for certain segment of medical devices surely. Thanks for the opportunity, Lalit.
Thank you, sir, for your closing remark. And as we conclude our session, I would like to thank our session chair, Manoj Agarwal, sir, all our esteemed panelists present here, and to all our audience for participating in this session. Thank you very much. Over to MC.
Thank you, gentlemen, for that wonderful session, and all the knowledge shared is going to be definitely helpful to one and many. I would now request Dr. Ravi Rathod, Advisory Health PhD Chambers, and Mr. Deepak Sharma, Deputy Director SOCHM, both partner associations, to hand over the mementos to all the wonderful people on the dais. The next workshop, that is on value-based procurement, ensuring availability of high-end MDs in Tier 2 and 3 cities. The session lead will be Net Health Plus, APAC MED. Gentlemen, can you assemble for a group photograph, please? Sir. Can we have a big round of applause for all of them? I said a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for being over here. We appreciate it. We now move to a session called Value-Based Procurement. It is a method by which procurement decisions are made strategically, considering how a product or solution can best deliver desired outcomes, reduce the total cost of care, and provide long-term benefits to all the stakeholders in the healthcare ecosystem, rather than focusing exclusively on purchasing a product at the lowest possible price. On the other hand, standard procurement, which typically focuses on lowest cost, being the prevalent model, tends to be unidirectional, and focuses on procuring MedTech equipments with short-term benefits. It does not necessarily look at improvement in patient, user, and ecosystem outcomes. Even a product or solution with a high initial price can result in savings when its overall economic, clinical, social, and societal contexts are considered. VBP involves more focus on the effect of the purchase rather than the cost of the item itself. Instead of buying inputs, the focus is on outcomes. Over the years, VBP has evolved globally, and many countries in certain geographies have adopted the concepts of VBP, for which MedTech procurement requirements are there. There is an urgent need to build awareness about the principles of VBP, its importance and relevance in the Indian healthcare ecosystem. All the key stakeholders of the healthcare ecosystem, like the government, MedTech companies, healthcare providers, and the payers, would need to action out multiple steps to facilitate implementation of VBP in India.
start announcing, they'll come up. नहीं, don't even say hello. Hello बोलते आ जाते हैं. चलो hello. इनको लगता है hello. वो कहाँ पे बना
we done? Guys, are we done? Shall I call? We're done? For this session, would like to call upon stage as session chair Shri Manoj Agarwal, Additional Chief Secretary, Health and Family Welfare Department, Government of Gujarat. Along with him, the state procurement agencies, we have Dr. Navnath Gavhane, Managing Director, Gujarat Medical Services Corporation Limited, Mr. K. Anandan, Engineering Consultant, Medical Supplies Corporation, Tamil Nadu. From government panelists, we have Ms. Manju Sharma, Additional CEO, Government E-Marketplace, Government of India. Session moderator will be Mr. Ashish Rampuria, Director, PwC India. Industry experts, we have Mr. Bhaskar Guha, Managing Director, Fresenius Medical Care India. Mr. Shishir Agarwal, Managing Director, Terumo India. Mr. Gaurav Makhija, General Manager, Laika Biosystems. Dr. Vaibhav Garg, Director, Health Economics and Government Affairs, India Hub and ASEAN, Boston Scientific and Chairman, APAC Med, Government Affairs and Market Access. We request everyone to kindly take up your seats, please. Welcome, sir. I will now request the session moderator, Mr. Ashish Rampuria, Director, PwC India, to take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here and moderating this esteemed panel. The way we will structure the next 80-90 odd minutes is this way. We'll request Manoj ji to give his opening remarks, post which I'll in a quick presentation of 10 odd minutes, introduce the concept of value-based procurement. And post that, we will request our panelists from the public sector to share their experiences along procurement and whether they have sort of looked and evaluated procurement in a value-based way. And post that, we will do a panel discussion where we'll involve both the industry stakeholders as well as stakeholders sort of from the public and the government sector, right? So that's what we'll do over the next 80-90 odd minutes. So to begin with, may I request Shri Manoj ji to give his opening remarks and open this discussion. Thank you.
I welcome moderator and all the panelists who are present with me today to discuss this very, very important issue regarding the value-based procurement and ensuring availability of high-end medical devices in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Now both the things, if we take them separately, are very important. First, let me just very briefly introduce the value-based procurement. There are two different sectors. One is the public sector, that is the government sector, and another is the private sector. The method of procurement is totally different in the government sector and in the private sector. In the government sector, as we all know, generally it is the lowest price based procurement. Now this system has its own strengths and its own weaknesses. Over the years, it seems the weaknesses are overpowering the strengths. The reason is that in government sector the specifications are fixed first, then they are tendered. Nowadays through government e-marketplace, that is GEM. Some state governments may not be insisting, but the Gujarat government is 100% insisting on GEM as far as medical devices etc. are concerned. So we are consistently performing well as far as procurement on GEM is concerned. Specification for that particular item is decided, and then it is put on the GEM, and then finally the L1, very known as lowest price, means L1. So when L1 is received, there is no choice until unless it has been already technically disqualified, or later on some new thing comes up. So government goes for L1. It tries to keep a check on the quality. Third party quality checks are there. But the utility of this type of procurement to the end user, to the patient for whom this procurement may have been done, or for any other purpose for that matter, the procurement has been done for a purpose. So it is mainly the lowest cost. Now if we compare it in many private sector establishments, there generally the idea is that in the long run, what will be the benefit to the stakeholders? In the healthcare ecosystem also, they take into account that what will be the overall impact, what will be the total cost over the number of years. So, because since there is no compulsion of purchasing only the L1, so the number of factors are combined, and it is tried that the focus remains on the outcomes. So it is the procurement of all tools and value-added services that are necessary to manage a given disease, rather than the procurement of only one tool or one service targeting care outcomes as the basis for awarding the tenders. Globally, value-based procurement is being adopted by more and more countries, and experience shows that it has its long-term advantages and especially for MedTech procurements. So qualitatively and quantitatively, benefits will extend to all stakeholders, that is the government, healthcare providers, those who pay, MedTech companies and patients. So very aptly, very correctly, this topic has been chosen for the discussion today, and highly learned and experienced panelists are with us, and they'll be throwing some light on various issues, that how the awareness about the principles of value-based procurements are important, relevant in the Indian healthcare ecosystem. All the key stakeholders of the healthcare ecosystem, like the government, MedTech companies, healthcare providers, and the payers would need to action out multiple steps to facilitate implementation of value-based procurement. So with these few words, also I would like to emphasize on the availability of high-end medical devices in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. They are also linked to the first part. At present, since the returns, it is considered, are lower when the same medical device is established in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, oblique areas. So the emphasis is to sell the high-end devices in the tier 1 cities and the establishments there. But if we have to provide the health care to each and every person, as is emphasized in our national policy, time and again reiterated by the state and the national government, we have to ensure that high-end medical devices in the government setup, in the private setup, are available in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. This will also reduce the unnecessary movement from the villages to the cities. At times it is argued in general, now this is out of the healthcare system I am talking, that in general the movement of people from the rural to urban areas is beneficial for all in the long run because cities are more productive. But in a vast country like India, that cannot be done overnight and should not be done. So till the time, for next many years, we'll have to ensure that the medical devices, high-end medical devices are available in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. With these words, I'll now request the moderator to take the discussions further with the panelists.
Thank you, Manojji, for your remarks. I think very valid points that the procurement process in a public sector and a private sector are different. And hopefully in the panel today, we will discuss about these issues. And more importantly, what could be done to overcome some of these hurdles. But thank you for your insights. What we'll do next, since it's a relevantly, on a relevant basis, a new topic, I'll quickly run via few slides to explain what the concept is, how different it is from a standard procurement, and sort of what challenges could be there and what needs to be done to ensure value-based procurement in the Indian context becomes a success. So it is said, is my voice audible? Yeah. So it is said that beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, value lies in the eyes of the procurer. Right? And I think then it becomes a pertinent question on how can one define value, right? And I think there are few examples that I wanted to highlight. It is not only about cost, it is also about improved patient care, it is about patient safety, it is about user experience. It is also about reduced total cost of care, quality, support that is being provided over the lifetime of the equipment or the product. And also one might say, given the focus on India manufacturing today, right, locally manufactured products, right? So it's important to understand that it is not only about cost, but it is also about multiple other facets, right, that becomes relevant from a value perspective, right? And in relation to those value that is being evaluated, what is the cost, and hence then becomes a comparative framework to evaluate one product versus the other. But I think the key points to highlight is it is not about spending less in the short term, but spending less or spending effectively over the medium to long term. That's an important point. The other thing to highlight is that it is not only about cost, but also patients, outcomes, quality, and so on and so forth. Also, clinical and experience factors also become very relevant in a value-based procurement context, right? I think to highlight some of the differences between the standard L1 procurement that we see today and a value-based procurement, this slide covers the differences on certain parameters, right? In a standard procurement, it is, and I think Manojji also spoke about, it was about specification and the product itself. Whereas in the value-based procurement, the focus is on outcome. What is the exact problem we are trying to solve? It is, the product is a means to solve the problem and not the problem itself. Whereas in a value-based procurement, the focus is on the outcome per se. the criteria in a standard procurement is L1, whereas in a value-based procurement, it's not only about commercials, but there are also aspects about quality, there's aspects about outcomes that are being focused. It's largely influencer driven by physicians, and then the procurement team goes into the typical bargaining and figuring out the lowest cost. Whereas in a value-based procurement, it is data driven, it is outcome driven, right? The weightages, as we spoke about in standard procurement, is largely upfront price, whereas it is about total cost of ownership, it is about utilizing the budget, it is about patient experience on value-based procurement side. We spoke about the purchase strategy. Similarly, I think as output, what you get is a product at the lowest cost, and that's the output of a L1 procurement strategy. Whereas in a value-based procurement, your output is a solution that is solving the root cause of the problem, right? I think that's the fundamental difference between the two. What are the benefits, right? One might ask if the states or private sector has to go for value-based procurement. I think from a government perspective, given over a medium to long term, the healthcare spend reduces, there's better quality of care, there are better clinical outcomes. So those are benefits from a government perspective. From a healthcare provider perspective, given there is standardization, there is reduced variability in patient outcomes, quality of care is better, the solutions are more comprehensive, there is access to latest technology which is available, which might not be available on a L1 basis, as well as there are reduced chances of error. For MedTech companies, per se, there is an opportunity to engage with the providers right from the beginning, to pitch in, to highlight the solutions that they can speak about. There is focus on innovative products. There is opportunity of doing a strategic tie-up with the providers, per se, as well as the focus on getting a higher share of the public spend. Patients, again, outcomes are better, so patient care is better. The length of stay reduces because there is focus on better quality of products, per se, as well as there is better patient satisfaction. Now, the next question then comes is, fine, right? I mean, there are benefits, the ecosystem gets benefit, there's differences from an L1 perspective. What should be the typical process in a value-based procurement, right? And I think we bucketed that into 4 major steps, right? First thing is identifying and reviewing the historical outcomes, right? Here measurement and data are very, very critical aspects. So looking at what has happened historically, given what has happened historically, what is it that as a provider we want to do, right? And documenting those outcomes and those specifications, and basis that having a even before a tender goes out, having a very strong collaborative discussion with key stakeholders internally, which is your clinicians, nurses, your procurement team, your management, and so on and so forth. Along with that, also having a discussion with the MedTech companies to explain to them what exactly is the problem that is getting solved, because the product is a vehicle to the problem, it is not the problem itself, right? Once those discussions happen, one reviews the innovations, then looks at the outcome data which is shared typically by the MedTech companies, engage in dialogue with MedTech companies to understand where are the benefits and where are the competitive edges, and then looking at sort of rolling out the tender and inviting bids to match the desired outcomes, right? Along with that, doing a pilot study to understand the patient experience and so on and so forth. Once the bids come, right, it is then evaluating through a structured framework, and we'll talk about the suggested framework that we have done in this paper, is looking at what is the total cost of ownership for the given offerings, right? And the outcome parameters to evaluate is evidence, risk sharing, what are the support that will be given, what are the innovation which is there, what is the sustainability and environmental impact, and so on and so forth, right? The importance of each of these parameters again might vary by each stakeholder. It need not be a generic framework. The parameter as well as the importance / weightage of that parameter should be left to the procurer, right? And it will vary by public and private. Within public also it will vary by institution to institution, and that is the beauty of value-based procurement. It is not about a generic framework, it is about a customized framework, but ensuring the fact that there is a focus on value. And obviously, I think once there is a comparison done, again discussion with the bidder, and then awarding the tender, and obviously then jointly planning out the next steps. We studied as a part of this paper what are the frameworks being done globally. I think MEET framework in Europe, which is most economically advantageous tendering has been the most successful and most advanced framework for evaluating value-based procurement. There have been frameworks in USA, in UK, Switzerland, Norway, but they have been typically contextual to a specialty or to a product per se. But the most advanced and the most comprehensive has been MEAT, which is now a norm in Europe in multiple countries. I again will not go into detailed examples of each. What I want to highlight, and I think people can those who are interested should go through the detailed paper which we published 1.5-2 years ago, and it should be available on Nat Health and APACMed's website. But what came out across the case studies we did and studied globally is value-based procurement framework applies across various dimensions. We spoke about it applies in the public and private sector. It applies in a fee-for-service model vis-a-vis an outcome-based model. Per se, it applies to high-end medical equipment. It also applies to general consumables and surgical, right? So applicability of the framework is more or less universal across countries. We develop developing economies across product categories and across the healthcare structure that a country might have. What we did then next, and maybe it's a good context to follow, is we thought, given in the Indian context, what should be the framework look like, right? What could be those 5 buckets of importance? And I think starting with the left, right? Efficiency, whether you are getting the desired outcome or not, is one critical aspect. 2, then looking at whether that procurement enables access to care to a larger section of the society. The top right then talks about outcomes, right? So one is efficiency, one is effectiveness, right? So doing in a most cost efficient way is efficiency, but doing it correctly in a clinically beneficial manner is effectiveness. And then on the life cycle cost, which is we spoke about total cost of approach, how it is more beneficial. And then looking at from a perspective of how relevant it is from an overall timeline and an overall duration perspective. There are few examples which we shared in the paper that within those 5 buckets that we spoke about in the previous slide, what could be those parameters of evaluation, right? So as an example from a patient outcome perspective, right? Using of a certain product, how does it impact clinical outcomes, right? Readmission, return to OPD, reduction in ALOS, and so on and so forth, right? Similarly, from a cost perspective, ensuring it is not only about the L1, but associated costs related to installation, maintenance, breakdown, warranty, and so on and so forth. Similarly, from a stakeholder benefit, and we spoke about user experience and so on and so forth, how does it fare? And again, from a perspective of access to care, how does it help from a social perspective? I think more relevant from a government ecosystem perspective, and obviously then looking at what is the sustainability, right? Whether technology is latest or not, whether there are options given for upgradation as and when the new products are launched, and so on and so forth, right? Again, I'm re-emphasizing this is an indicative framework. We thought every organization should look at creating a framework which is relevant to them. The weightages for the parameters again should be contextualized to the organization and to the product they are buying. But the whole idea is that it has to go beyond L1 and to look at value, and the value again needs to be defined by the respective organization. I think then the next question came, fine, I think this is needed, it is beneficial, globally it has happened, there is a framework in place. Now, given the Indian context, what should we do to make sure this starts getting implemented, right? And then again, we looked at the 4 key stakeholders, which is the government, the provider, the MedTech company, and the payer, right? And what could be done by each stakeholder, right? From a government perspective, I think, and even Manojji spoke about, given the current regulatory landscape and focus on L1, there needs to be a modification around that to make sure VBP becomes a part of the norm to look at also from a procurement perspective. There needs to be focus on patient care and quality and outcomes, right? I think NHA as an example in PMJY is talking about, there was a draft paper last year where they talk about giving 7.5% weightage over and above the reimbursement rate on feedback based on patients' outcomes and patients' feedback, right? So looking at those aspects which increase the importance of patient outcomes and safety, and hence the focus then translates for a provider to buying those equipment which then gives them those outcomes per se, right? So the ecosystem has to gel together. And then looking at increasing the procurement team capability to make sure they are able to converse and do a pre-bid dialogue with the MedTech companies to explain problem and create that capacity to be able to evaluate a value-based procurement bid, and obviously then developing standard guidelines, because in the public sector one needs some references to be able to implement and roll it out in a more effective manner. From MedTech companies' perspective, I think engagement in pre-procurement dialogue we spoke about. There needs to be customized solutions. It is value-based procurement is not about standardized solution, it is about customized solution. There needs to be focus on sharing data, research-based data and outcomes, and obviously given the focus on outcomes, MedTech companies also need to develop risk-sharing propositions per se with the providers. Providers need to develop a capability and a health assessment team in-house. They need to map out their care pathways to identify the pain points, and basis those pain points engage with the procurement companies, and then obviously looking at how to maintain data, I think becomes an important aspect. From a payer perspective, I think the whole aspect about making sure they are incentivizing the providers to deliver high quality outcomes, because unless the providers are incentivized to deliver high quality outcomes, they will not then focus on their procurement to make sure that they get the best product, right? So the ecosystem has to make sure that every stakeholder is aligned, and hence sort of that step from the government and payers becomes an important element. So thank you. I think that was a quick short context. So what we will do next is we'll request the panelists from the public sector to share their experiences along procurement and value-based procurement for 10 to 15 minutes each, and then we will do a quick panel discussion. So may I request Dr. Navnath to come and share his experiences being the MD of Gujarat Medical Services Corporation along procurement and value-based procurement. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me give brief about our corporation, Gujarat Medical Services Corporation Limited. Our corporation is currently addressing the government hospitals' need for the medical supplies. It includes drugs, equipments, diagnostics and consumables. Currently we are procuring around 800 crores of health and medical supplies to the different part of the Gujarat, from the sub-centers to the apex institutions and medical colleges. So in corporations, by and large, as Ashish has in depth explained what is the value-based procurement, but as we have a mandate to supply large number of institutions, so we largely works on the our maximization of that economy, where if we procure large number of equipments, so that we'll get that price, so that we can get maximum out of resources available to us. So this is the current method that we are having. There are few steps taken. One can say it is more steps towards the value-based procurements. It includes the pre-bid meetings, it includes the demonstrations, it includes the different kinds of negotiations that we do, and along with that we see the life of the equipment should be more than 5 years, so we have our own warranty periods and CMC agreements in place. So we can say these different kind of steps where actually we are taking towards the value-based procurements. As a procurement agency, I have to depend on the specifications and indents provided by the hospitals. Specifications are provided by the technical experts from the different colleges and institutions. So naturally, those specifications and our demands were our mandate to deal with, and hence to develop the value-based procurements, I think the whole concept of procuring the supplies from the corporations and the linkages with the industry and the indenters has to be reviewed. As today's topic is about supplying the MedTech devices, medical devices in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, Gujarat have currently 5 different tier 2 cities like Rajkot, Surat, Vadodara, Bhavnagar and Jamnagar, and around 26 tier 3 cities like Amreli, Anand, Banaskantha, Kutch, Kheda, Mehsana. And you are all aware the Gujarat is one of the most urbanized state in India, almost reaching the 50% of population is urban. And in these tier 2 and 3 cities, we have to around 10 to 20% of population is currently in these cities. So the steps towards the value-based procurement certainly helps to maximize the value of the medical instruments that we are procuring. I will again like to give some snapshot of the procurements and supplies that our corporation has done. So from 18 to 23, we have actually procured more than 150 crores of medical devices across the state. And as per our plan, we will be procuring more than 300 crores of medical devices by end of this decade. So that is a substantial amount of procurements that we are doing. In the medical devices, there are different 18 kind of departments that are asking us to do the procurements, like from radiology departments, we have to procure CT scan machines, MRIs, USGs, from surgery like operative laparoscopes, like electrosurgical cauteries, like ophthalmic, we need a specular microscope. From TB chest areas, we need a flexible fiber optic video bronchoscopes. From urology, we need lithotripsy machines. For psychiatry, we need ECT machine. So different 18 types of different departments, we are doing the procurements from our institutions. Currently, we are doing 100% procurements from the GEM portal. So whatever flexibility and the options and choices we have on the GEM portal, that we are actually trying to use them. Along with that, whenever it comes to procurement of a new instrument or new equipments, there is always interactions with the in the pre-bid meetings and along with the specialist linked to our panels. Those are suggesting the procurements. So this is generally a snapshot that Gujarat Medical Corporation is actually doing in case of MedTech industries. Along with that, I will just like to flag one of the most important aspect in the high-end medical devices. We have actually procured in the last 5 years, we have actually procured around 230 CRs of high-end medical devices. And in the same range, we will be procuring around more than 400 crores of high-end medical devices in the coming next 5 years. So this is from the procurement side. As government policy is largely, as government policy clearly says, the procurement has to be from the GEM portal. So we as a procurement agency have to depend on the GEM portal for these procurements. But this is really nice exposures currently that we are getting, that how we can move ahead from these traditional procurements to these value-based procurements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Navnath ji. May I now request Manju ji, who is the additional CEO of the GEM portal, to share her experience along procurement and sort of, and given her stature and the GEM portal itself, whether there have been instances where value-based procurement has happened there.
So, good evening to everyone. So, I am audible now? Yeah. So, actually, value-based procurement is important not only for medical devices or for the specific purpose. It is important for all kind of equipments, maybe medical healthcare or any equipment. It is important, and for healthcare it is more important because it is related to criticality of the patient experience also. So in fact, I want to put forward some points for consideration, like public procurement and private procurement. So private procurement, you can go for any kind of procurement. You are not answerable to anyone. You have to justify yourself, and you need not follow any rules and regulation applied to you. You can select any specific brand or anything. So, but in public procurement, it is not possible because it is a public money. You have to spend this money quite, keeping in view all the factors. And the public procurement, you are always auditable, and you have to abide by all the rules and regulations specified by Government of India. For the central government, maybe state government, they will have their own rules and regulation for public procurement. And you cannot go for any specific brand or any specific requirement for public procurement. You have to follow certain rules. Second thing is the long-term procurement and the short-term procurement. So short-term procurement, like there can be some big buying agencies which may require the high-end equipments. They may have the certain amount of budget. But for small buyers, for small buyers, maybe the state governments or the autonomous bodies or small areas, they may not have this kind of large budget to have any big procurement. So they look for the short-term procurement. So next is the, like for value-based procurement, we can go.
Hello, hello. Hello. Sorry, you'll have to spare us for 5 minutes. Honorable Minister Sir is taking a meeting in the HSN room, so we'll have to wait for 5 minutes and then we can resume our talk again. Thank you. You can resume, sir. They're shifting the venue. Sound. Console, can we have the sound on the dais, please?
Hello, hello. Audible now? I don't know.
Yeah, so we are resuming. Hello, hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Is working? Yeah. So I think we're resuming now. So I request Manjuji to continue her conversation.
Yeah, so we talked about the public-private procurement, then long-term and short-term procurement. Now coming to the total life cost, life cycle cost procurement instead of short-term procurement, keeping in view the overall economy, including all related services. Like for example, there are many big equipments which require some consumables also, and there are certain closed system equipment, there are certain open systems. For closed systems, the consumables used are of the same make and model. So you are aware that if you are buying this particular equipment, then you need the consumables of the same make and model, and you may have the annual CMC or AMC for these equipments for maybe 2-3 years. So you can take into account the cost of the equipment plus the CMC, AMC amount, and then the cost of consumables maybe for 2 years, 3 years. You can club together and then go for procurement for the economic purpose, so that because in some cases some suppliers, they give the cost of the equipment is much lower, but the consumable cost is very high. So instead of going for equipment and then going for consumables separately, it is better and it is economical to go for procurement with main equipment plus AMC, CMC or plus consumables also. But you have to define in advance whether you want to go for procurement including all these factors, or you want the only equipment. Then based on your budget, based on your requirement, based on your certain factors, you have to decide, you have to do the cost benefit analysis and then decide whether you want to go for the life cycle procurement, because nowadays for bigger equipments people are going for life cycle cost procurement, which is much more economical than buying part procurement. And then next thing is that in fact for value-based procurement, we instead of defining the parameters, the specifications, we should define on performance basis instead of the features basis or the technical basis, because the buyer's requirement is we should get this output, this performance for this equipment, instead of the features, or because features are the brand specific or the manufacturer specific, but the requirement of the buyer should meet with the performance parameters only. So after consultation with buyer, all stakeholders, we should define the performance parameters in the specifications. So, and in fact, whatever the specifications we want, then we should define those parameters in advance at the time of bidding. We cannot, for public procurement especially, this is the main thing, that we cannot change whatever is defined in the bid, we cannot change it at the later stage, because it gives subjectivity to the buyer, and there may be audit objections, there may be representations from various sellers also. So you cannot leave it to the subjectivity. Whatever you want, you define in the bid itself. While floating the bid, you can have the pre-bid meeting, you can revise those parameters, you can redefine your parameters, but the main public procurement key is that whatever you want, whether it is life cycle, you want the equipment plus consumables plus AMC, CMC or the parameter, whatever you define, you define at the time of bidding itself, so that it is available to all the suppliers, it is transparent, and anybody who is meeting those parameters, they can go for quoting their products, and based on those products, the buyer can decide and evaluate the bids accordingly. But there should not be any subjectivity based on the brand or the parameter, other parameters which are not defined in the bid. So GEM is basically the portal, it's only the portal, it is facilitating all the provisions for the buyers. It is ultimately for the buyer to decide how they are defining the parameters, how they are specifying their specifications, or they want the bunching of they want only main equipment, or they want bunching of the equipment along with the consumables, maybe for 3 years, 5 years, or the warranty period maybe for 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. They want AMC, CMC, or they don't want AMC, CMC right now. They want to maybe after the warranty period they go for AMC, CMC. That everything has to be decided by the buyer based on the cost benefit analysis. GEM is only the facilitating all these all his requirements. So, but my suggestion is that whatever is required, it should be clearly specified in the bid itself, so there is no ambiguity, there is no subjectivity, and based on that he can go for evaluation and procurement. That will be the best value-based procurement, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Manjuji. I think very important and relevant points that you highlighted, that it is not about the upfront cost but life cycle cost, looking at performance parameters. But what is also important is the framework needs to be defined, and as I also spoke about that, the various parameters in that framework. But once you finalize it, then looking at that objectively. And I'll come to you, ma'am, later on when we do the panel discussion on how GEM can facilitate VBP. But before that, I think if I request Mr. Anandan, who is the engineering consultant with Medical Supplies Corporation, Tamil Nadu, to share his experience along value-based procurement. Mr. Anandan, your wish. You can speak from here, there, as per your comfort.
Very good evening to everybody. Let me thank the organizer for giving this opportunity to address on this value-based procurement. Before going into these details, I would like to make it very clear one important point. As a government entity, we have to ensure most of the points which related to economy. Economical procurement and efficient procurement is always the bottom line by any worldwide standards or any rules or regulations being put in. It may be the central government procurement guidelines or our Tamil Nadu Transparency in Tenders Act or World Bank guidelines everywhere. But one important point is also mentioned is the reasonable price. It is not the lowest price. We always have the myth that government is looking for the lowest price. I try to change it as the reasonable price. What is reasonable? For the value, whatever we pay, are we getting the equivalent output or not? This is what exactly you should look for. Please remove from your minds if anybody is thinking that government is always for L1. It is not so. As Tamil Nadu Medical Service Corporation, who have been procuring for the last 20-25 years back for all these medical equipment and drugs, medicines, we follow only this motto. First of all, the procurement is basically we have to divide into finalization level and also at the usage level. While finalizing, you should have the end use as a requirement. The budget may not be the constraint, budget may be available, maybe we can get it. What is that we want to do with this? What exactly it is the output? What is that we want to do as an output? That means to where we are going to use it. If we are going to use it in a PHC, can we give instead of an ultrasound scanner, a echocardiogram? The purpose is not met. They want to do only ONG test, for which echocardiogram is not much. But a EEG, which can also see some part of the cardiology function, will do. Whereas can I give it to a medical college hospital, an ordinary black and white ultrasound scanner? No. I have to see this end use. And always the consultants or whatever we are taking as a consultancy is from the end user, the specialist. Of course, this area is a very grey area where we always get into trouble as a procurement agency. Always there is a bias, brand addiction. All these things are also part of the story. We have to have a balance between these two. And again, coming back to the specific requirement, one important point also we have to touch upon. We also buy drugs, medicines, at the same time medical equipment. The important difference between these two procurement is, I can specify the specification of the drug to my choice. For example, I can ask a paracetamol 500 mg IP. They will manufacture and give it to me. Whereas I cannot ask an equipment specification which will have all the important points available in all the models. We can't buy that. We can't ask for a moon. So what is that? It is a supplier driven. Whereas the other item drug is purchaser driven. So supplier driven are having a choice of only selecting between the available models. 3 reputed companies are there for a particular product. I have to choose among them. Then what is the basis? Another important point in India, I don't know about other countries, everybody want to pull the purchaser towards their model and towards their equipment because they want to get it as a price. Purchaser is in trouble. We have to see the rules and regulations are followed. We cannot deviate that. And we should also see competition exists, and we also see all other aspects governing the rules, and at the same time the end user requirement. It's a very, very difficult task and a comprehensive task. So we also face this difficulty. I will just touch upon a few examples because time is very limited. Everybody talks about the life cost. Yes, we follow right from the beginning, 3 years warranty followed by 7 years CIMC. That is part of the evaluation process. Till the end of the life, they have to maintain at the prefixed cost. And also, like the laboratory equipment, we can take the per test cost of the consumables. Okay, in addition to CIMC. All are known theories. Anybody can just follow it from tomorrow onwards, if not followed up to today. But moreover, I told one point, there are only 3 people available for, let us say, cath lab. I don't want to name anybody. Among them, I want to buy cath lab. Specification is set. The requirement has been given from the technical specialist. One company says, please include this point. Another gentleman says, he revised this point. Another person says, why don't you take 2 more points extra? We don't know what is that it going to contribute to the end use. And again, the doctors are not engineers. They are only users. They are being most of the time getting influenced by the manufacturers or the suppliers. They always say it's good, let us take it. That is also good, take it. Nobody knows about the value of it. Okay, if it is there, it is good. I don't again tell you an example. In anesthesia workstation, there is always one particular specification given by somebody which is not available with anybody else. When the gas coming from the central station depleted, it should work on its own, drawing the air from the air. If some of them may know the model. So this is a unique specification, a monopoly specification. Okay, doctor says it's better, let us have it. When I float a tender, everybody comes and dash against us, saying that you are going for that company, why do you put a tender? You just buy directly from them. Then why do you come to us? Then what is the clinical importance of that? Nobody knows. In an operation theatre, do you go without an oxygen backup to do an oxygen? Has it been tested every time? Nobody knows. Okay, let us see the cost, it is 3 times. What is that we do? We don't buy. Even if you go ahead, somebody will go to court. So, what exactly you have to look at it? As a procurement perspective, we will give different options. Option 1, okay, whatever they say, the best one, the high cost one. Option 2, without that particular point, option 2. 3, very normal. Each option anybody can quote, multiple options or single option or both more than one option in a single tender with a single EMD. That means a group. Individually, if particular company is able to meet with their model option 1, you quote there. Next one, option 2. Or you want another 2 more options, I will give you. Any number of 10, any number of options. No need to give extra EMD. What exactly it means? We are giving an opportunity to exhibit in a single platform all the available models as a display in a supermarket. So individually each option, maybe 2 people quote in option 1, another 2 another option, or 1 fellow in one option. We will individually evaluate the L1. Now what is that greatly achieve in that? The tendency is to create a natural competition. Once I have all the 3 in the same platform or in the same display mode, the highest fellow who normally quote highest rate will try to bring his rate towards the middle end so that I will have the option of buying. He will tempt to take that. The lowest fellow will try to be little more lowest because he wants that to be bottom. So we are creating natural competition. If some of the government systems are not following this, I advocate this to follow. Because we have very limited choice. Heartburns can be removed. What is the problem? You quote against this platform, no problem. By which we could buy linear accelerator, MRI, CT, cath lab at a much lesser cost than what they have been quoting in a single tender. This is nothing to do with value. All are okay. Then what is that you talk about? Then during COVID time, the PCR test consumables, reagents, kit, PCR kit, nothing is available, and everybody started making something and marketing it. And somebody says 30 rupees, and one minister says in one state that I purchased at lower cost. Our state is getting boiled. Why you people are buying at higher cost? It's a difficult thing. So we set a standard. What is that exactly look for is the accuracy, repeatability, and also the lowest testing time. Because there are a lot of tests pending. If I give it to the private, I have to pay 1,500 rupees per test. If I make it in 2 hours, 5 tests. If I make it in 10 tests in 5 hours, I will save that 5,000 rupees. So this is an overall cost. The exchequer's cost is not only procurement cost, the overall exchequer's cost. Okay. So that way we could make all these things as a part of our procurement. Ultimately, it is saving the cost. Repeatability is one point. If you suppose if you take 128 CT scanner against cath lab, no radiologist in a position to, no cardiologist in a position to accept 128 CT scanner, the images for avoiding a angiography. That's all there. So these are all the elements which you have to take into consideration, and going by rate contract will also help the manufacturers to keep efficient stock for maintenance, and of course a minimum order level and stocking of the spare parts, pre-planning maintenance schedule, etc. With this, I think we have not much of time. We will have another opportunity to expand on this, so maybe question and answer session. If anybody is having any more question, you kindly address it to me. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Anandan. I think clearly it's coming out that looking at value-based procurement objectively is very crucial, especially in the public sector, right? Now I'll sort of maybe start the panel discussion, and I start with Dr. Vibhav on my right there. I think he's a director with Boston Scientific and also plays a key role with APAC Med, right? While I spoke about the differences between L1 and VBP, if you want to elaborate more from a practical aspect, what are the differences that you see from your experience?
Sure, thank you. It's working, I hope. Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Vicky, for having me here, and thanks, Ashish, for that question. I think a couple of pointers that I wanted to sort of raise here. Now, L1 historically has been the public procurement methodology as talked about by our panelists from various state governments and central government. I think even while L1 is a great methodology in choosing the most economic option from the available option, it is not necessarily providing you the what do you call the value for money for that option basically. And therefore, I think it was important to move from cost-based procurement criteria to more quality and cost and value-based procurement criteria. And in fact, most of us and all of us would have seen the same in the departure from L1 procurement to actually even the budget. Our last year's budget was talking about quality come cost-based procurement, QCBS, as a procurement criteria basically. So I think that was very, very important. Now, one example I want to leave when we talk about value-based procurement, I think that will make the stand clear from industry side also. Now, I come from a company which is into cardiology, and we have pacemakers as product basically, right? Now, you have pacemakers in the market which the battery life is about 7 to 8 years. And then you have pacemakers in the market with battery life of about 12 to 15 years.
Yep.
Now, if I just say that I am looking for a pacemaker with XYZ specification without getting into battery life, I will end up with a product which is cheaper because it has a low battery life.
Yep.
The challenge is the patient has to go twice to the physician in the 10 years time or duration. And also there will be, if it is a government patient, the dual expenditure by the government scheme, while there is no way the L1 can choose the other battery life.
Yep.
And if you put the specification, as my learned colleague from government talked about, that put a specification of 15-year battery life, you will get the 7-year battery life company coming and suing you. Why you are excluding me from that? And therefore, I think the value definition is so important, that by providing a double battery life, am I providing the value to the patient and value to the payer as well? And I think that would make the that will bring the clarity between L1 procurement and the value-based procurement in this particular case. Thank you so much, Ashish.
Thanks, Dr. Vibhav. Let me go then towards my left extreme to Bhaskar Goa, who is the MD for Fresenius. If Bhaskar, if you may add and explain, right, today in the Indian context, how does the procurement happen? What are the challenges that are getting faced today?
So I think, Ashish, first and foremost, thank you for the question, and thank you for everyone who stayed back here. I hope I'm audible. A lot has changed, to be honest, Ashish. While Vibhav did say about L1 as a concept, a lot has changed. If I go from early years, single bid to 2 bids to now, the government e-portal, I think there is very little, focus around the latent need of the government. Everything is more around cost. If you see, life cycle management, CMC, AMC, consumables, everything is very direct linked to cost. When you talk value, we have to start thinking about what does the government truly need. So we talk about, there's a gap in the human capital. Are we thinking about, training needs? Are we thinking about, environment? So I think all of those things are missing, and when our experience is that while we speak about it, and GEM definitely has brought in a lot of transparency in the way tenders are organized. A lot of workload on our people has gone down, but there is very little elbow room to move. That is one. Second is, you become an L1 and then what? Where is the accountability? What gets measured, for everything that you have quoted or said, should be tracked. I think that tracking mechanism, when you say sustainability, I think those things are missing at this point of time when we talk about government tenders.
Noted, Bhaskar. I think important point that while there are elements along value in terms of total cost of ownership and other aspects, but the aspects around patient outcomes, experience, and also I think the tendency to track and measure data is still to come. Fair point. I think on that note, moving to Shishir, who's the MD for Terumo India, and sitting to my right on the other next to Dr. Vibhav. In terms of, and I think people alluded to that, Shishir, but in your experience, what are the barriers to implementation of value-based procurement in India?
Thank you, Ashish. I hope I'm audible here. And a big thanks to the audience for being patient. I know we have gone over the time, but we'll try to wrap up as soon as possible. The question around what are the barriers? And again, one thing that we need to very clearly understand, that value-based procurement, it's a pretty evolving concept. It's what, 15 years old, started in Europe and in other countries and coming to India now. But at the end of the day, it keeps the patient at the center, the outcome at the center. But there could be some barriers, and I would say that some watch-outs as we start implementing or adopting that in India in whatever small ways that we are doing currently. And the first one definitely is the awareness. How many of us are really aware about it? What does it actually mean? And I believe that Ashish went through a few slides in the beginning, which gave a very, very strong understanding of what value-based care or value-based procurement is all about. So there is that lack of understanding, I think, is a barrier, which is a watch-out. Definitely something which will require a lot of training and education across all procurement bodies also. But at the same time, it will also require a number of stakeholder investedness in making sure that, yes, this is something that we really want to drive. The second definitely is value-based procurement will always want some data to compare against. And it will be data on what? Or data on patient experience, data on products used, data on final outcome of the procedure, etc. And as we know that there is a lack of such data in our country today. So there needs to be creation of some baseline data. That in the absence of this baseline data, most of the procurement agencies also, and I'm sure will agree with me, that they are at a loss. Okay, what do I compare against? What is it that I'm looking for? Okay, if a doctor is asking for something, what does it really mean to all of us? So that data is something which could be a barrier. But I'm sure that over the last few years, because of a number of government procurement, government healthcare schemes, etc., a lot of data is also getting generated. So that is something that can be addressed in some way or form. The third definitely is coming out of this mindset of a cost-centric approach, which has become like a DNA for all of us in buying anything. Even in our personal lives, we do that. We do that in healthcare also. And similarly, a procurement agency is also looking at that. In the absence of any other thing, and the regulation also demands it. So the government financial regulations also demand that you buy the lowest price product. So that is something which also captures over this, which becomes a barrier. So it is about who wants to become the cheerleader and making sure that we challenge the status quo. Some procurement agencies have started doing it. There are many such successes. But yes, these are some of the barriers which come up very strongly. The list is a long one. Definitely a skill building, capability of the people in procurement agencies. Not only that, but also as Mr. Anand was talking about, can you give me exact detail of what is needed that needs to be procured? And I think Manju ma'am also spoke about it. It should be clear about what is your requirement. We should not keep changing it from time to time. So some of these barriers still exist. We are on a journey, and I'm sure that it will take some more time, and some strong government procurement bodies should take those bold steps in making sure that we are doing it not only for equipments, but also for consumables as we move along. So that's it from my side, Ashish, and I will request anybody from the panel to add on to it, because this is something which is very close to our heart. We speak about products, but at the same time, we are trying to bring in innovative solutions, solutions which expand outside of products also. And value-based procurement is something which will give a huge impetus to this objective.
Thanks a lot, Shishir. I think very relevant and important points related to training, awareness, the focus on outcomes, and I think the most relevant point being about mindset change and moving from L1. I think, but picking a cue from you, and you alluded to the fact that some states have started some aspects of value-based procurement, and even I think some of the panelist members has mentioned about it earlier, right? I want to move to Gaurav, who is the GM with Leica Biosystems, right? From his experience, can he share examples where states in their procurement process have embedded elements of value-based procurement?
Sure. Thank you. Thanks a lot for that question, Ashish ji. I think let me take some cue from different priorities that all the eminent speakers have been talking about. I think we talked about value-based procurement. We touched upon the subject of Tier 2 and Tier 3. I think Navnath ji talked about 8 cities being Tier 2, 23 cities being Tier 3. I think the impact that we are looking at to create is a technological advancements not only on Tier 1 but largely more towards Tier 2 and Tier 3. As Ashish mentioned about, I represent Leica Biosystems for India and the SAARC countries, which is into cancer diagnosis, right? When we talk about...
Mic close.
Yeah. So when we talk about the burden, cancer today represents the biggest burden for the country and possibly for the majority of the states also. Something that as an organization we have been working upon. Let's take a problem. Today, when you talk about a metro city or a Tier 1 city, from a biopsy to a sort of a diagnosis, it takes usually about 7 to 8 days. And from a Tier 2 or Tier 3 city, it may possibly range between 12 to 14 days. Shishir talked about the subject of having patient at the center of our conversation. So though we may still talk about a low cost or a reasonable discussion, but the point is the patient which is waiting for 12 days has a substantial impact when it comes to diagnosis. Something that we have been working along with different state officials, state government, Kerala, as well as on Tamil Nadu and some private organizations. Can we create a sort of a system? Assuming Navnath ji talked about a structure for Gujarat. Let's take Ahmedabad becomes a Tier 1 configuration with Jamnagar being Tier 2 or maybe Mundra or Porbandar being Tier 3 for us. Can we look at a solution whereby the hub for diagnosis is Ahmedabad with a spoke sort of a model being the rest of the Tier 2 and Tier cities with a sort of an skewed population of pathologists across the country, across the states? This can largely move the tag time from 14 days to 48 hours, 3 days, or even less than a week. Again, coming back to the same discussions about patient, that becomes a value-based conversation, right? So moving from only a cost discussion, the way Shishir talked about, or maybe a product discussion, let's talk about more from solution. Yes, I think we and Navnath ji were also discussing, of course, this to become scalable, we have to start somewhere. We cannot boil the ocean today, but yes, we have to pick up critical priorities, partnering with state. Possibly certain states today have higher burdens of cancer. Can we look at those states to start with as a conversation, as a partnership? The answer is definitely yes, and that completely moves the discussion from a product to a solution and keeping the patient at the center of all the conversation. So that is something that we have started, Ashish ji, and we have been doing it for 2 states right now. Yes, that is something that we want to make it more scalable, working with National Digital Health Mission, and that also aligns with the Ayushman Bharat initiative for the government of India. Yep.
Thank you, Gauravji. I think it's heartening to know that there is a change in perception and states have started accepting and realizing that it's the patient who is at the center of the healthcare ecosystem, and then the conversations are around what is it that is beneficial to the patient. Bhaskar, do you want to share other examples where states have looked at value-based procurement?
Yeah, there are a few green shoots, to be honest. I'm in the industry of dialysis. Water forms, the backbone of the entire dialysis as a therapy. There is recognition of quality of water that we see. I must compliment that, the government did set up some standards And based on those standards that were defined, we had some of the tenders, if I may say, UP, where we saw they stated the standards. One thing is to quote in the tender, but also to have a long-term accountability. So for the next 10 years, whoever was supposed to quote were supposed to generate a quality of water and had to be measured on a quarterly basis. Plus the entire consumables, I think which Manju ma'am just mentioned some time back, the consumables, one thing is to say it on a tender, but to commit that through the entire tenure, whatever is consumed will be provided by the company. So essentially ensuring, that not only you generate quality of product, but also ensuring that, whatever you've bought, and the company is accountable for the quality that it committed in the tender. So this is one. We also saw something in Tamil Nadu similarly, where, they spoke about the number of times a dialyzer can be used on the same patient. There is this concept of reuse dialysis on a single patient. It specified, that every dialyzer should be reused till 80% of the dialyzer is used, and only companies who can comply can come in. And we saw a reduction in the number of companies that came in the tender. So very clearly, not only cost, but value-based procurement happened there.
No, I think it's important that to also sort of industry to realize that there is some awareness today which is happening even at a state level and procurement level in the public sector. I think all ecosystem and the stakeholders need to come together to figure a way out to make it more comprehensive and more amenable, if I may use the word, right? Vibhav, sort of the last question to you. We have seen examples of value-based procurement globally, right? If you want to just share one example, I'm just conscious of time, which I think could sort of explain this concept very clearly and as a reference.
Sure. Thanks, Ashish. I think you, in your initial presentation, talked about many case studies which are available across. You have a case study from your UK, you have case studies from Scandinavian countries and so on and so forth. I think NHS uses it very, very beautifully, wherein they are able to engage with, with technology providers at a very different level, where it is not just the cost which is being talked about, but also the value. And you talked about in your opening remark, Ashish, about medium to long-term value that they get back from the procurement that they're making. I think that's an example that one can definitely look into. My only other suggestion here, just add-on point to that is, I think it is no more a luxury now to talk about that we should have value-based procurement, right? It is becoming the need now that we better start looking into this as a health system of India, and I think nobody here is saying that let us mimic or let us do what others are doing. Let's find out the best for the country in the best available resources that we have. What is the best available outcome that can we get, basically? I think that's one need to look into, because let's not treat procurement from the outcomes as two different things. So far we keep doing that, we will never get there. Let's talk about whatever we are procuring. Is it providing us the best clinical and economic outcomes, which is more cost effective outcomes, doing cost benefit analysis? I think we are there in the game. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think a very valid point that we need not import frameworks from outside. We should have a customized solution in the context that we are in, right? I will sort of quickly move to Gaurav, right? I think we spoke about the need for it. We spoke about the already green shoots happening per se, right? But if you have to look at a larger implementation in India, who do you believe would be key stakeholders who would be instrumental for implementing VBP in India?
Yeah, and I think that's a very important piece, right, Ashish ji, on this. I see there are three fundamental areas which we should work upon to accelerate this pace of value-based procurement. Let me begin with the first. I think today, as the stats talk about, we have about close to 35% coverage from any sort of insurance for the citizens in the country, right? So can we look at models which are like a full medical care, not only talking about when it's more reactive, let's talk about more proactive diagnosis for the patients. That's going to substantially increase the scale at which we work today. Possibly the scale helps to make it more economical and cost effective solutions for the country. So possibly a good amount of work still to be done on the insurance piece across both the private and the government sectors. Second, fundamentally, I think that's something we were discussing about. There are three basic steps. The first is the think tank. I think Paul Ji was there on the previous panel. The Niti Aayog, I believe, is the think tank. That's where the policy needs to be created, crafted, and the corporates have to work along with the same. The second is around NHM, the National Health Ministry, that helps us to set up the right procedures for getting them applied. And third comes where we have the state ministries, the state execution. We talked about TNMSC, we talked about Gujarat in this conversation, where the real execution is going to take place, right? So moving from a think tank to looking at a sort of a standard work across application across the country, and the important is the execution at the state level. So it's going to substantially help us curate this piece. Finally, I think we as corporates, as industries also equally bear this responsibility. I think when we talk about cost, Anandan sir talked about the word reasonable, right? How do we provide cutting edge solutions with help of technology, being the part of the national digital health missions, and help us be more cost effective? We're not talking about the word being L1, being lower in the cost, being cheap, or being lower in terms of quality. We're talking about the best of solutions, which actually are more mid and long term. This cannot be a solution for tomorrow morning or this month. It has to be a solution for next 3 or maybe 5 or 10 years, which can save a substantial cost for the state there, right? That's where corporate bears an equal sort of partnership in this particular game. So that's where I see the insurance piece, the government bodies and the corporates equally partnering on this particular piece, Ashish ji. Yeah.
No, thanks, Gauravji. I think clearly all stakeholders of the ecosystem need to come together, because ultimately what the payer pays is ultimately the provider can afford to pay to a MedTech company, right? I've been given the final warning, so my last question here, and Shishi to you, right? Somewhere I think it got alluded to that we need not import a framework, right? So if you have to create a framework in the Indian context, right, for value-based procurement, Shishir, in your view, what all aspects should it cover?
And thanks, Ashish. Thanks, Ashish, for asking that. See, before the framework, I will say that there should be a realization that our current procurement system based on L1 is flawed. And if that realization is there, then only we can move forward. The second is about quality of care and the outcome. What is important to us? A better outcome for our patients. If that is important to us, the framework will fall in place. Because if that is important, all the stakeholders will come together and they'll be able to make the right procurement, which is not only based on cost of ownership, but also providing the best outcome to a larger population. And we were talking about tier 2, tier 3 also. So the best outcome for the larger population is something which is also needed to be kept in mind. If you look at our defense procurement, and not an example that I wanted to take, we set parameters and we buy, but we don't buy the L1. We buy what actually is the best in the interest of the country. So if we are doing it there, we can do the same thing in healthcare also. And I'm sure some of these things will help out. In terms of framework, yes, awareness again needs to be built up. Second, training to all the procurement folks. Third, even to the user of the products, they need to be trained on how do they actually put forward their requirements. Fourth, how do you bring back together all the stakeholders in terms of not only pre-tender, but even during tender, post-tender, etc., so that you're able to get them to understand that what is it that they demanded is be getting procured for them. And see, dialogues will open up the paths for many other ways of taking it forward. And I'm sure that sooner than later, we will start on that path. So that's it from my side.
Thanks, Shishir. And I must thank Mr. Anandan, Ms. Manju and Dr. Navnath for sort of letting go of a question given the time constraint we have. So what I'll do is I'll just quickly summarize, I think, a very interesting, fruitful discussion today, I think, and over the last 2 years since I've been part of this VBP journey, it's heartening to see that states have started implementing it, because 2-3 years ago that conversation was not there. But what is also coming out clearly is the fact that while people are looking at total cost of ownership, etc., but there needs to be a framework in place to enable states as well, maybe the private sector, to objectively assess and procure medical equipments. And I think that framework, and many of you alluded to, has to have patient at the center, right? And I think a very good example that came from Shishir, if I'm not wrong, that the army is procuring what is best for the country. And similarly, why as a nation, why can't we procure the best medical equipment or any product which is best for the patient, right? I think with these words, I'll wrap up. Thank you to the audience for patiently listening to us. Thank you to my esteemed panelists sort of for bearing with me. I hope I did justice to this discussion, and really, really thank you for your inputs. Thank you, and then basis this we wrap up the discussion for today.
Thank you so much, all of you, for an enlightening session towards the end of the second day. And we would now wish to gift you a memento, and I request Mr. Ravi Walia from Medtronic, our session sponsor, to hand over the gifts to all the panelists, speakers, moderators, sir. You can all come forward for a group photograph, please. So thank you, crowd, for being with us for the whole day. It was indeed a pleasure to have you all over here. See you tomorrow at 10 for the buyer-seller meet and the workshop on cybersecurity in medical devices. Till then, stay happy, stay smiling, and enjoy your evening ahead. This is Dhwani signing off. Bye-bye. Love you all.